You are watching the broadcast of the El Paso County Commissioners Court meetings. Commissioners Court meetings are held every Monday at 9:30 a.m. on the third floor of the El Paso County Courthouse, located at 500 East San Antonio in downtown El Paso. These meetings are open to the public. The meeting will start momentarily.
Okay, we're up. Go ahead, Jessica.
Good morning. Today is Monday, July 20th, 2020. Commissioners Court is meeting in regular open session. Joining us today, we have American Sign Language interpreters Dario Garcia and Mary Hernandez. Would you please rise and join us for the Pledge of Allegiance, followed by an invocation by Pam Peroni.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Good morning, Judge Samaniego, commissioners, leaders, and staff. Please join me as you are led. Almighty God, in these opening minutes of Commissioners Court, we turn our hearts toward you and welcome you to take your rightful place at the helm of our lives and of today's meeting. We declare, Lord, that you will no longer let El Paso drift and be blown about by the wind and waves of COVID-19. We let down our anchor in you, and we trust you to secure El Paso and make us safe. We take authority over the spirit of infirmity, and we say, back off. We cancel your power, and we forbid the transfer of your poison. We say El Paso will be restored and reopened. Our churches, our economy, our education systems, our city and county governments, and El Paso will soon experience her greatest days ahead. Once again, we are reminded of the words from the book of Jeremiah. For I know the plans I have for the faithful people of El Paso, says the Lord, plans to prosper you and not harm you, plans to give you hope and a future. We trust you, Lord, to give us hope. I call for hope to rise up inside of us. Let faith rise up. Let courage rise up. The book of Zechariah tells us the people went their own way like sheep, and the people were in trouble because there were no shepherds. Let the true shepherds rise up and take their places in the city and county of El Paso now. We are so thankful for the team of people who have worked diligently and faithfully to keep the wheels of El Paso County business moving forward. Bless each one who has been faithful even during stressful personal situations. Thank you for those who, no matter what comes at them, they keep working. May the faithfulness that has been displayed behind the scenes be seen and rewarded publicly. Now, Lord, restore physically and emotionally all who are in the healing process. And now to him who is able to do exceedingly abundantly above all we ask or think, according to the power that works in us, to him be glory in the assembly of the called out by Christ Jesus to all generations, forever and ever. Amen. And so be it.
Thank you, Mrs. Frohney. As always, a pleasure to have you, and we thank you for
My
your
pleasure.
words, especially during our difficult times. So thank you very much for that. And so on behalf of the commissioners and myself, we welcome you to Commissioners Court. We thank you for being and participating. Lots of information. I'll hold my thoughts and comments. So we have a task force that has really been, I would say, some of the best individuals in our community. Will be sharing their information and their recommendations, something that myself and our commissioners have looked forward to be able to make decisions based on very definite information to help us through this. So we thank you. And we also thank our community. Been a very difficult road. We had got some New York Times published where we're one of the best as far as wearing our masks, and that's something that we see that's very evident. We get a lot of comments about people traveling to different parts of the country saying that there's no comparison to how our community has decided that wearing a mask is a very important element and contributor towards flattening the curve. So thank you very much for that recognition, and that's the kind of things that we need to do. We're a great role model in everything we've done in our community, and I think we'll continue to show our strength and courage against COVID-19. So thank you very much for that. Jessica?
Thank you, Judge. Item number 4 is the consent agenda composed of items 4A through 4N. Are there any items that the members of the court or public would like to pull for individual discussion?
Commissioners?
Motion to approve.
Second?
Commissioner Perez is absent. Commissioner Leon?
Aye.
Commissioner Stout?
Aye.
Commissioner Robinson?
Aye.
Judge Samaniego?
Aye.
Motion carries. Item 5A, resolutions. Approve and adopt a resolution recognizing Officer Joshua Gonzalez in El Paso County, Texas.
Good morning. Thank you. Good morning, Judge, Commissioners, and everyone listening. It gives me a lot of pride to be able to read this into the record. And I'll have a few words to say after I read it. I think it'll make more sense then. Whereas on July 6, 2020, the Socorro, Texas Police Department responded to a house fire call in the community. And whereas upon arrival at the scene, Officer Joshua Gonzalez, Josh, learned that family members were still inside the home and immediately sprinted toward the engulfed structure. And whereas without hesitation, Officer Gonzalez entered the home through a door with growing flames and assisted 3 family members safely out of the home, including an 8-year-old boy. And whereas through his actions, Officer Gonzalez displayed courage and exemplified the highest standard of serving and protecting the community. And now therefore be it resolved by the El Paso County Judge and Commissioners Court that Officer Joshua Gonzalez be recognized for his selfless service to the community of Socorro and the people of El Paso County. Signed this 20th day of July, 2020.
Second.
Is Commissioner Perez on?
Yes.
Yes, he is.
Okay. Commissioner Perez?
Aye.
Commissioner Leon?
Aye.
Commissioner Stout?
Aye.
Commissioner Robinson?
Aye.
Judge Samaniego?
Aye.
Motion carries.
Judge, Commissioners, Judge Officer Gonzalez is on the line, and he'll have a few words to say, but I've got to say that, you know, if you think about this 8-year-old boy and then the other family member that was in there, and you think about maybe a son, a grandson, a family member that person saved, it would make it so much, it would really touch your heart. And if you look at jumping into a home that's on fire, we've all been near a campfire that's hot, that you don't even want to get near and roast your marshmallow, much less jump into it. So I am honored to be able to read this into the record. I am so proud of this officer, and I believe that his chief is also on the line. So, Officer Gonzalez, can you hear me? There you
Yes,
are.
sir, I can hear you.
Okay, the mic is yours, and I'm so glad that you were able to tune in this morning, and that we can see your face and listen to some of your words. So the mic is yours.
Good morning. I'm Officer Joshua Gonzalez. I would like to thank Carlos Leon, yourself, sir, the County Commissioners Court, and the judge for this. I did not expect any recognition on this. I was doing my job. I would like to thank the community and the friends that actually assisted me during the time of, that we needed the help. It was great to have everybody there to be in support. Not only that, the support that the whole police department has gotten after the fact. This incident happened, and I would like to thank all of you guys for this recognition.
No, thank you very much. I understand also that the child lost a pair of his favorite sneakers that were lost in the fire, and I also understand that you provided him with a new pair. Is that correct?
Correct. Yes, sir. That is correct. I provided those pair of shoes to him, those football cleats, and he was very humble, very happy, very excited to actually put them on as I was handing him out to him. Very, very humble kid, and it was a blessing for me to be able to be there, at the same time and share this moment with him. It brought tears to me, knowing that he just lost everything, and he was very excited to even just get those cleats, that he really cared about. It touched my heart at that on scene when he was crying, that all he wanted was his football cleats. And I believe this kid has a heart for football, and I encourage him to continue on and be a great kid.
Well, on behalf of the County Commissioners Court, I thank you. You bring pride. You bring pride to our area, to your city, to this entire profession of policing. And I understand your chief is right behind you. He also wants to say a few words.
Yes, sir.
Good morning, commissioners and judge. And again, thank you for this opportunity to recognize one of our officers. As you can tell, Josh is a little bit of a humble type individual. He really doesn't really like all this limelight. He's been getting fan mail recently. I think his likes on the Facebook page has gone up to something like 40,000. So he's got a whole bunch of followers right now. But seriously, this is just indicative of the type of caliber and professionalism that we have here in the city of Socorro with our police department. We're available 24/7 to help our community. And I have to give a big shout out to our neighbors, friends, and community that were actually on scene that day. Not only did they help our own officer, but they also helped out the fire department when they arrived, and they continue to be involved with this family in outreach and support and donations of just giving, which I think is very important. It just shows that at the end of the day, the police department's part of the community. We're all together, and we're all there to help one another. So thank you again for this recognition.
Well, thank you, Judge, Chief. Very heartfelt words, and from the bottom of our hearts, we thank the officer, and we thank you. Great job.
Well, thank you. Just very quickly, I know it's been said in so many ways, Officer Gonzalez, but first of all, the fact that who brought this recognition, Commissioner Leon, his understanding of law enforcement and what they go through, and is just amazing. So it's really an honor to hear him bring this up to us and be able to understand. This is a time that's so important for us to highlight, because you highlight law enforcement, the relationship that law enforcement have with each other, with the different communities. It's so important right now that our community understands so much that is taking place, because whether it's trying to get people tested properly, or trying to organize our food drives, or all the things that have to happen, and law enforcement is somewhere there trying to help out. And the Chief, you said something very important, is that law enforcement is part of the community. And I see that every time, whether you go to a food bank or you go anywhere, law enforcement is that part of the community. And I think we're very special here in El Paso, where they do understand our community. They are part of our community, and we hold them dearly and thank them. We didn't become, I've always argued the point that we didn't become the safest city just because, it's because of law enforcement and the relationship that we have with law enforcement and the respect that exists there. And we've got a lot of leverage by being one of the safe cities in El Paso, and every law enforcement contributed to that. So I want to thank you for that, and that's great that you're getting fan mail, and you guys deserve that. You guys deserve to understand how important it is, the jobs that you do, and your family. Every time you step out there, your family doesn't know what's going to happen, and I remember that dearly. That you step out in the night during our community during very difficult times. So, Officer Gonzalez, thank you so much for what you did, and stay true to yourself, and we look forward to some great things coming out of you here in our community.
Perfect, sir. I appreciate you. Thank you.
You're very welcome. Jessica?
Thank you, Judge. Item number 6, public comment. We do have 2 guests signed up to speak for public comment. Our first guest we have is Lily Cordero.
Lily, go ahead.
Good morning. Good morning, El Paso County Commissioners Court. My name is Alessandra Cordero. I live in El Paso, Texas, and I am the Secretary of the Student Government Association at EPCC and a volunteer with Texas Rising. I am here today to advocate for the county to allow people to vote in any polling location this next general election in November because of the COVID-19. As an active voter, I believe that we voters must have options when going out to vote to not put ourselves at risk of getting the virus or not being able to vote because of fear of not being able to practice the proper distancing recommendations at the poll. Thank you and have a nice day.
Our second guest we have signed up to speak is Mr. Steven Strummer.
Go ahead, Mr.
Good morning. Good morning, Commissioners. I just wanted to give you an update. I called an aunt of mine in Arlington, Virginia. They are just walking out of the COVID in that city. I do not know if you knew that, but it's very important. And I just wanted to let you know that. And thank you very much for the voting. We took it. The voting went very seamless at the county building. And I thank you for your service and patience with me. And that's all I have to say. Thanks very much. Bye.
Thank you very much for your comments. Appreciate that. Thank you.
Thank you, Ruben. Bye. Okay.
Go ahead, Jessica.
Judge, before Jessica proceeds, the task force has requested to present this item at 11:30 this morning. Would you like to have item 8 after the task force presentation, or would you like to go to item 8 now?
No, I'd like to have it afterwards because it'll make more sense. It'll put things in perspective for us. I do want the Public Works, if they're available, because I know that we needed to get JR Construction is excited about starting today, and then I'll talk a little bit about that. But I don't know if people are available at this time, Betsy, to do that item. I believe it's 26, I believe.
We are, good morning, Judge, Commissioners, we are available.
Do you know if you could get JR, because I'd like to recognize him for his contribution. If you could maybe do one item and then get Mr. Rosales on the call as well for your item, Norma, is that okay?
Yes, sir. Item 26.
Okay. If you could get Mr. Rosales on the call. Go ahead, Norma.
Yes, sir.
Did you want to proceed with item 26 then?
Yes, well, only if Mr. Rosales is on the call, because I'd like to be able to recognize him publicly for what he's will be contributing to the memorial. So if we could do one item, and then Norma, if you could see if you could get a hold of him, so we could have the next item, 26 items, with him present.
Okay.
Yes, sir. I will try to get a hold.
Okay, thank you.
We'll
go ahead,
and
Jessica,
go
to the next item.
Number 9. Yes, we'll go ahead and do item number 9 from purchasing. Pursuant to Texas Local Government Code Section 262.024A4, approve and authorize the use of an exemption to purchasing procedures that allows a contract with United Way of El Paso County in the amount of $2,829,081.96 for the purchase of a personal or professional service. Funding is available in Victim of Crimes Act grant.
Good morning, Commissioners. Judge Samaniego. In this item, we are requesting approval for the use of the professional services exemption. It's an authorization granted to the county, which allows the courts themselves to bypass any type of competition so that professional services in the best interest of the county can be put into place. Related to this one, you're going to have to speak to the representatives that are on site from the department. However, this does tie to a VOCA grant that was provided to the county in relation to the August 3rd incident.
Move to approve. Second.
Second?
Commissioner Bettis,
Aye.
Commissioner Leon,
Aye.
Commissioner Stout,
Aye.
Commissioner Robinson,
Aye.
Judge Samaniego.
Aye.
Motion carries.
Jessica, go ahead and go to item 10, please. And then
Yes,
give
sir.
them a little bit more time for Norm, and that way we don't have Deborah having to come in and step out. Okay? Jessica.
Yes, sir. Item number 10, approve and authorize the transfer of 13 surplus county vehicles to San Elizario Marshal's Office and Isleta Independent School District, Del Valle High School, in the amount of $10 per vehicle for a total amount of $130 to be remitted to the County of El Paso. Funds in the amount of $130 will be deposited into account CP Improvement 01 Property Sales. Further discuss the Purchasing Department Interagency Surplus Transfer Policy.
Good morning, Commissioners. Judge Samaniego, Deborah Carrejo, County Purchasing Agent. For this item, I want to take you back to 2017, in which Commissioners Court authorized the creation of the Interagency Transfer Policy, which allowed the County of El Paso to basically stretch taxpayer dollars by transferring our surplus equipment and items, not just vehicles, to other agencies as they needed them. This is an authorization granted to the court by the state, and you allowed me to put a policy into place. And we have Hopeton Staple on the line who could speak to the success of that policy related to vehicles. We've only had requests for vehicles to this point. But since the implementation of the interagency transfer program, dozens have been transferred to various ISDs, townships, and other law enforcement agencies within the parameters of El Paso County. Today, the San Elizario Marshal is requesting favorable approval on the transfer of 11 vehicles, and Isleta ISD is requesting favorable approval on the transfer of 2 vehicles. We set the price that they would pay us at $10. This was not their entire budget, but I would like to highlight to the court that although they do have a couple hundred in their budget to purchase each of these vehicles, there are repairs and things that need to be done to these vehicles to get them into service. And so the agencies are requesting that the Commissioners Court offer the allowance of the lower price in order that they can use the rest of that budget to do some of those basic repairs. And each of these agencies has worked with Hopeton, and he agrees that the repairs are reasonable that they want to make. And so the total offer is based on their existing budget, less the anticipated repairs. At this time, I'm requesting court action. If you approve us transferring these vehicles, we will take care of that and all the paperwork behind the scenes. And once that action is taken, then I would like to briefly update the court on some upcoming policy revisions that are occurring and a request we have had from another agency.
Thank you. You said Hopeton is on the line, Deborah?
I believe he is.
Yeah, Hopeton, if you want to, you come, it sounds like a very collaborative initiative. So just want to hear a little bit about the program.
Good morning, Judge, Commissioners. Hopeton Staple Fleet Operations Director. So this started about 3 years ago to kind of dispose of some of our used vehicles. These are all vehicles that have gone through the court for disposal and is currently sitting in our auction lot. About 3 years ago, we were contacted, I believe, by Countywide ISD. That what kind of started this whole process to buy some of our vehicles that's been set aside for disposal. All these vehicles, again, have gone through the court. There's no economic benefit for us to keep them in our fleet. We've checked between different departments, At this point, if a vehicle is sitting on the lot for disposal, it's because it's of no value to the county. We've had several requests from almost all the school districts, all the local municipalities, their police department, their police departments, the school police departments, their education programs. So at this point, over the past 3 years, we've probably sold probably about 45 or 50 of our aged and disposed vehicles.
Thank you, Hopeton. Move to approve.
Second.
Commissioner Perez?
Aye.
Commissioner Leon?
Aye.
Commissioner Stout?
Aye.
Commissioner Robinson?
Aye.
Judge Samaniego?
Aye.
Motion carries.
And with that, commissioners and judge, I would like to briefly update you on some things occurring with this program. Last year, Commissioner Robinson asked how we were advertising, and it was word of mouth to that point, but we did begin advertising on the purchasing website, and it's out there with the policy and the fact that they can contact Hopeton Staple for vehicles or my office for other types of surplus. And we've actually started getting requests from other agencies, not just within El Paso County limits. And so the policy right now is written so that the Commissioner's Court can transfer anything to an agency or another governmental agency or a governmental subdivision within the county. I wanted to just get guidance, no action, but just get guidance today on whether there was an intent to perhaps allow transfer to our sister counties, our surrounding counties, and a change to the policy. If that is something the court would like to consider or have me do the research on, I'm happy to do that because the policy can be modified in that way. The county does maintain the authorization to transfer to other counties. And there are going to be some prohibitions against the types of agencies within other counties that you can directly give to. But I do understand my first reading of the law is that you could, if you so desired, also be able to give to like Culbertson County and perform the same type of interagency transfer with Hudspeth County. And so guidance on that is going to be important. The other thing you're going to see coming up in the future is based on Commissioner Perez's request that we research and consider being able to donate to nonprofits. The county is allowed to do that. There's authorization. We have that opinion in place. However, putting that into a policy is a little more problematic and will require some guidance from county administration and from the Commissioner's Court themselves. We're working with the county attorney's office right now, and I anticipate a draft will come before you to this policy, which adds in addition to the interagency transfer, the donation portion, and then Commissioner's Court can have total control over how they want to administrate that program. And so with that, I'm just asking for some guidance. No action is necessary on anything I've discussed at this point.
Well, Deborah, first of all, thank you for following up with Commissioner Robinson and Commissioner Perez's request. And Betsy, could you sort of talk a little bit about, give us, put it in perspective for us?
Yes, sir. I think what Deborah is looking for, and based on my conversations with her, is if you have an overarching policy that says we'll open this up to any nonprofit, you will have a wide variety of types of nonprofits that would be able to access these vehicles. We believe that you may want to narrow that down to specific types of nonprofits so that it's not just any purpose, but something that helps either benefit or is related to county services or to a function that the county believes would be beneficial to the community as a whole. So I know that Deborah is making you aware of this. I do think it would help if we compiled some recommendations and brought them back maybe in the next special meeting or within the next few weeks, where we can narrow it down and give you all some specific options to consider. Would that work for you, Deborah?
It would. We have the structure of this ready to go. It was going to come before the court before all the pandemic response. And so I'm only just now picking it up again. So yes, we're actually ready to go with some options, but there is some research that will need to be done, and I will request an opinion, a revised opinion from the county attorney's office, just to make sure all bases are covered, because I want the courts to be able to move forward with the full assurance that they're absolutely doing good things for the community and that our policy isn't holding them back in any way.
That would be
Thank
great.
you. Yeah, I think that
So
would
Judge,
help Betsy to be able to say. Okay, go ahead, Betsy.
No, sir. If you would allow us to do that, to work with Deborah, bring back a few options, make sure they've been run through legal, and then have the court review those options, and we can stagger them to as broad and then maybe some more specific options for the court's consideration.
Yeah, so that'd be very helpful, so we could get a full understanding of what she's discussing, and then the recommendations as well. So I think, are we okay with that, commissioners? Yep. Okay, thank you, Deborah. We'll look forward to your presentation.
I would like to know if it's the court's will to have me also research the donations, not donations, I'm sorry, the interagency transfers to area counties, or if you still want to keep it within El Paso County.
No, I think that would help us to understand what that would mean, and that would give us the scope would be wider, but I think we need to understand what those differences would be. So I personally would appreciate the entire scope of that.
And Judge, if I may.
Commissioner Leon, please.
Yeah, I agree with you, Judge. The only thing, Deborah, is that the county of El Paso, our neighbors, our immediate neighbors, have first priority somehow. Then it will go on to the rest of requesters.
Mm-hmm. Agree.
Okay. Yes, I understand that, and that's part of what we'll be bringing back. What's the order of precedence that the court would prefer us to consider? And that will also necessitate a change even in how we perform the interagency transfers. So absolutely, we'll bring that information back.
Thank you, Deborah.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Norma, are we ready for the item?
Yes, sir, we're ready.
Oh, perfect. Okay, go ahead, Jessica.
Okay. Yes, sir. Item number 26. Approve and authorize the county judge to sign the contract for donated labor and materials for the county healing garden with JAR Construction, Inc. for the El Paso County Community Healing Garden Memorial to be located at Ascarate Park. Further, authorize the county judge to accept the donations of labor and materials specified in the contract. Contract number 2020-0418.
Good morning, Judge Commissioners. Norma Rivera Palacios with the Public Works Department. This contract basically specifies the donation from JAR to include labor and materials. If accepted, they're ready to get started. I'd like to take time and thank JAR Construction for their generous contribution to this memorial, and they are available on the line to talk to the court about this donation.
I am here, Norma.
First of all, what the amount, I know one of the commissioners wanted to know the exact amount of the donation. You want to go ahead and express that?
Okay, let me get you that number, Commissioner, and Mr. Piñon is on the line, and then we'll get you the specific number.
I think the amount is 225,000.
Norma, this is
that was.
Mr. Piñon's on the line.
Okay,
yes.
Mr. Piñon, I just want we'll let you say a few words. I just wanted to introduce the item to just the generosity and the work that has taken place. That really is sort of the hinge pin that makes everything else work. 225,000 is quite a generous, plus his coordination with electric companies, and we'll be honoring them as well as we go through some of before and after the August 2nd, ceremony that we'll be having, or the groundbreaking we'll be having on that particular day. It was very important, like two phases. One is, what do we do between now and August the 2nd, and then what happens from August 2nd into the rest of the contract? And both are very assertive. The first one, we wanted to show a semblance of the fact that, that we could see something, that people could go by and understand that this is real, and at least the essence of the wall and what it's going to look like. And so they've agreed to do that. I did speak to Mr. Rosales over the weekend, and he's very excited about being able to display to the public. And then we'll be talking about some of the details of that event. I think it's going to be extraordinary. We've said it over and over again, that first anniversary is very important. It's the foundation of how our community is going to be remembered, and it's our foundation of what's going to happen when we reach that 5th anniversary or any anniversary, because it's that first is really something to show how we felt as a community and the coming together. The healing garden obviously is something that I've stressed that it's for the victims, but it's also for the entire community, that anyone can go there, feel good about being there, having a sense of remembrance, and being able to move forward, and that we come out better from this situation, and that we would never be identified by the shooting, but how the community came together. So, Mr. Piñon, I want to thank you, and on behalf of your company, for everything that you guys are doing. So I'd like for you to say a few words, Mr. Piñon.
Hey, Ricardo, it's Joe Rosales. Can you hear me?
Oh, okay. But thank you. We're glad that you're here. I was hoping that you would be here, and that we would publicly be able to thank you for all the coordination and the generosity of something that is so important for our community. Go ahead, Mr. Rosales.
Yeah, we are very blessed and lucky to be part of this. As we all know, this is such a tragedy. And being a native El Paso and homegrown, and my family from here, and my daughters and all my employees, we're all excited to do whatever we can to help this become a successful memorial for these family members that lost these people so tragically. And we're ready to start, Judge. We're ready to start, and we're thinking that the footing should be completed by early next week. So that will give you the formation, the 190 feet of the wall, so you can see where the wall is going to go. Maybe we can even get a little bit of the wall in before the August 2nd date, but for sure the footing will be in there.
Well, thank you very much. Once again, we look forward to working with you on this phase up to August 2nd, and then the completion. And we thank you also for your coordination and being able to get more donations. This topic also is including that we have, there's others that are going to be donating, that I've already contacted several, material and so forth, and we wanted to make sure that it moves smoothly. And we also wanted to know that the community, sometimes we put the burden on the community for things that we want to do, and I think this one truly shows that the burden is not on the taxpayer, but on these amazing donations. Once again, Mr. Rosales, thank you for your collaboration, and thank you for moving forward. The reason I brought it up is because everybody was so early, was that everybody wanted to get out there to Escarat and start the process. So that's why I moved it up to the first one of the first items, because they're pretty antsy about going out there. So once again, we thank you. We'll be informing the Commissioner's Court, as we move forward. And I know Commissioner Stout and his staff are also participating and going to participate more to be able to make sure that we have a very successful event. Other United Way, others are participating. This is truly a collaborative led by us as Commissioner's Court, and I feel very proud of the commissioners and, what we represent and what we'd like to see going forward. So special thanks to that support. Norma, your team has been amazing. I keep hearing some great things from Mr. Piñon and Mr. Rosales about your staff, about Lydia and Veronica and the passion. All I said is I put a little seed and you guys make it into an elm tree. So that's the way it's always been. Great work from Veronica and Lydia, yourself, Norma. Thank you very much for your team. Thank you.
Thank you, Judge. On behalf of my team, I'd like to thank you for your support. I'd like to thank the donors. I think we're very excited about this project, and I think the court will be too, and the community too. Thank you so much. And just to confirm, the total donation for JAR construction, it is $225,000.
Thank you. Move to approve.
Second.
Commissioner Perez?
Aye.
Commissioner Leon?
Aye.
Commissioner Stout?
Aye.
Commissioner Robinson?
Aye.
Judge Samaniego?
Aye.
Motion carries.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Norma. Thank you, Mr. Rosales. Thank you, Mr. Piñon. Betsy, is there any order of preference? You've got some information as to who can do what. And so if you would lead us a little bit, Betsy, as to the next item, which would be best for you at this point?
Judge, if you'd like to go ahead and go back to item 11, and we could proceed in the agenda until about 11:30, and then the task force will be ready to present item 7A.
Okay, and then we'll do those two, and then we'll go for our break, okay? I'm assuming about 12:15, 12:30. So you can let your staff know.
Yes, sir.
Thank you. Go ahead, Jessica.
Yes, sir. Item number 11, auditor. Pursuant to the Texas Local Government Code Section 114.023, 114.024, 114.025, and 114.026, please accept the attached presentation and the interim financial report for the month ended June 30th, 2020. The interim financial report is located on the intranet at http://www.epcounty.com/auditor/publications/monthlyreports.htm.
Good morning, Judge Commissioners. Edward Leon, County Auditor. This is the update of the monthly financial report for the month of June, fiscal month 9. We can go to the next slide, please. Okay, this is the executive summary. All funds, revenues, expenditures, year to date. Also, it also has the life to date funds also included in the all funds. And then general fund, we'll be focusing on the general fund expenditures, revenues, expenditures as the main focal point. Next slide, please. The condensed financial report for the month ended June 30 of 2020. It's published on Sunday prior to the presentation to the court. Includes budgeted funds, multi-year funds, and basically represents the fund balances, the year-to-date budget, expenditures, encumbrances, and available budgets remaining in all the accounts. Next slide, please. As far as revenues, a summary of revenues by fund type. These are all the funds that we report with emphasis on the general fund. Month-to-date actuals, year-to-date actuals. The general fund actuals for the month of June was $6.9 million. Year-to-date was about $267 million. And as I said, we're going to be focusing on the general fund for the most part. Next slide, please. General fund revenue sources year-to-date. Basically, we're going to be talking about revenues for FY20 compared to FY 2019. The breakdown for 2020 year-to-date for the revenues collected by fund type compared to the prior year. The main emphasis I'm going to be talking about is property taxes increased by $23 million due to the increase in the rate in new construction and increase in taxable values. The increase was about $1.6 million. Sales, 23 million. Sales tax increased by 1.6 million. The June payment in comparison to the prior year declined about 469,000. That was the second decline, but it was less than the prior month. And we were pleasantly surprised because we thought the expectation was going to be a lot bigger of a decrease. The revenue is expected to come in still over budget by about 1.5 million. We'll be looking at it month to month to see where we end up. But overall, if you take actuals compared to the prior year, the actuals are going to be down about 2 million. But budgetarily, we're looking good. Charges for services decreased by about 1.6 million. The majority of all of these are because of the COVID-19 impacts. Tax collections are down, county clerk fees are down, district clerk fees are down, DRO. Just the impact of less individuals being able to get service. Interest is a major item. Although it's down 852,000, it's interesting to point out, or it's important to point out that the decline year to date, even though it was 852 or 36.6%, the important note is that 766,000 of that, or 89% of the total decrease, occurred between March and June. And that's because of the Federal Reserve reducing the rate, the Federal Reserve rate, which affects interest rates directly. The majority of all the others, fines, intergovernmental, they were also down because of COVID. And we're going to be seeing that continuing through the year. We've been looking at that with our projections. Next slide, please. General fund revenues by source. This is just the budget actual comparisons for month 9. Shows that the revenues collected compared to the estimate for the year were 75% through the year, but so far we've collected 89.34%. And the main reason for that is that the bulk of our revenues are property taxes. We get those between December and February. And I'll say that the analysis here excludes $81.2 million because that's designated fund balance reserves to balance the budget, and it skews the analysis of budget actual if they're included. Next slide, please. This is general fund revenues by source. And it just shows you basically 88% of revenues are from taxes, 72% was ad valorem, 13% is sales and use tax, and 2% is other taxes. Next slide, please. Focusing on charges for services, revenues comprised 8.43% of revenues year to date, of which 56% was related to the sheriff and 12% to the county clerk. Next slide, please. Focusing on fines and forfeitures. Fines and forfeitures, 50% was collected by JPs and 34% by the Council of Judges. Next slide. Intergovernmental revenues, 35% was general government, 25% was the sheriff, and 23% was county attorney. Next slide, please. This is revenues by category and department. So of the categories, it shows you which departments are bringing in a significant amount of revenue within those categories. And it shows under charges for services, the bulk of it is sheriff. Under fines and fees, forfeitures, it's JPs and intergovernmental. It's spread between general government, sheriff, and county attorney. Next slide, please. This is a 3-year actual revenue comparison, and really only focusing on the major revenues, which are property taxes and sales taxes, and basically shows that we're on an upward collection indicator. I mean, for the last couple of years, we've been having a better collection rate as we go through. One of the things that we're going to see, I guess, from going forward, we may see some of these revenues going down, but overall collection rates are up, and it's been improved. All I can say is prior to COVID-19, I think revenues were on the upward trend more than they ever had been in the past, and I think that's one of the indicators of why our revenues are still staying more positive than we originally anticipated. Next slide, please. On expenditures, expenditure summary by fund type, and I'll focus here just on the general fund. $19 million for the month and $209 million for the year. Next slide, please. General fund expenditures by type. As we've talked in the past, personnel and fringe benefits is the most significant portion of our budget, 75.86%. was expended for salaries and fringe, or 159 million. It was an increase of 8 million over the 2019 budget. Operating expenses were 38 million, or 18% of the total expended. It was an increase of 824,000 over 2019. The capital outlays expenditures decreased by 636,000, mainly due to less equipment acquisitions during the year. Transfers increased by 7.9 million, and the bulk of that was we had a road and bridge transfer for road paving, 3.3 million, and then the small capital increased. It actually doubled. It went to 3.3 million, but that number is actually reduced because in the budget cutting options, you transferred some of those funds back to the general fund as part of the budget cutting measures. The next slide, please. General fund expenditures year to date, you can see that the expense level slightly less than the prior year, 58.99% versus 60.5% same time this time last year. Next slide, please. General fund expenses by function, just to show of the funds that have been spent, 58.99% of the budget so far. It shows you by function how much expenditures have occurred so far. 55 million in general government, or 52%. Public safety was 92 million, or 68%. And then other functions, 10.5, or 29.3%. The one for public works, the reason that one is a lot. The reason the budget's still remaining is because we didn't have any major payments relating to flood storm water improvement and for the airport as compared to the prior year. Next slide, please. The percentage of general fund expended year to date, it just gives you a perspective here of public safety accounted for 44.09% year to date expenses. General government was 26.51%. And the administration of justice was 24.33%, and the remaining 5.07% were for other functions. Next slide, please. Public safety as a component, you can see that the sheriff's department was 82.26% of that particular area, followed by juvenile probation, which was 12.68%. Next slide. Focusing on general government. You can see there that general government is 39% was other departments, and 1% was general non-department related. Next slide, please. Administration of justice, all other departments was 37%, district attorney was 25%, and then the county attorney was 14%. Next slide, please. Other functions was made up by other departments was 46%, medical examiner was 18%, then Escalate was about 15%. Next slide, please. Fund balance. This is the projected fund balance. I collaborate on a regular basis with county admin and budget and fiscal policy. I think our differences are minimal. We're on track. We know that these numbers are subject to change. We will be getting the mixed beverage third quarter payment at the end of this month, so we'll be able to have a better projection on where our numbers are and if we're over or under. Hopefully we'll have some positive results, and we'll be looking at the sales tax over the next 2 months. I'll be doing 2 more projections of revenues through the end of the fiscal year. But overall, I think as the county administrator mentioned to you all in the budget hearing on last Thursday, that the county's in a good position. We're probably in the best position we've ever been for a number of years now. The county's been very fiscally responsible, and we're trying not to overreact on the revenue projections. And I think it's worked out that way. Originally, we thought it was going to be worse than expected, but then again, we don't know where we're going down the road with the pandemic, and because it's been spiking more than normal. But we'll be monitoring it very closely and providing you a monthly update and updates on a regular basis as necessary and warranted. With that, next slide. If anybody has any questions. And that's all I had.
You're muted, Judge.
You're muted, Judge. Sorry. I was just asking Commissioner Perez, anyone any questions? I know that the general fund is very important and key moving forward. So thank you, Ed, for that presentation. Appreciate it. Thank you. Jessica?
Thank you.
Well, I think we have to
I move to accept the report. We have to
Oh,
accept
I'm
the
sorry.
report.
That's,
So
you're absolutely right. Move to accept the report.
Okay, do we have a second?
Commissioner Stout moved to accept, and I think Commissioner or Judge Samaniego seconded that.
Okay. Commissioner Pettis?
Aye.
Commissioner Leon?
Aye.
Commissioner Stout?
Aye.
Commissioner Robinson?
Aye.
Judge Samaniego?
Aye.
Motion carries.
Thank you very much.
Item number 12. Item number 12, litigation, justice, and law enforcement. Approve and authorize the county judge to sign the notice of grant award to accept the Texas Veterans Commission Fund for Veterans Assistance grant in the amount of $300,000 awarded to El Paso Veterans Treatment Court Program from July 1st, 2020 through June 30th, 2021. No county match is required. Contract number 2020-0607.
Good morning, County Judge and County Commissioners. Silvia Serna, Veterans Program Director, and we are requesting your approval to accept the notice of grant award from the Texas Veterans Commission in the amount of $300,000. And this is for the grant cycle starting July the 1st of 2020 all the way through June the 30th of 2021. And this is for the El Paso Veterans Treatment Court, and it will fund 3 full-time employees and 1 part-time employee. Are there any questions?
Motion to approve.
Move to approve. Second.
Commissioner Pettis?
Aye.
Commissioner Leon?
Aye.
Commissioner Stout?
Aye.
Commissioner Robinson?
Aye.
Judge Samaniego?
Aye.
Motion carries.
Thank you all very much.
Sylvia, thank you so much. You and Judge, what you do for veterans at that court is, as you know, very impressed and amazing what happens in that court. So thank you for seeking those grants and for your continued work with veterans that are going through these difficult times. Thank you very much, Sylvia.
Our pleasure, Judge. Thank you all very much, and y'all stay safe. Bye-bye.
Likewise, thank you.
Thank you.
Item number 13, approve and authorize the COPS Office grant award for the El Paso County Sheriff's Office in the amount of $2 million for 16 school resource officers with a cash match of $688,742 from July 1st, 2020 through June 30th, 2023. The Clint and San Elizario Independent School Districts are in agreement to keep these new positions and to retain the SROs over a 4-year period to include the required match. Contract 2020-0580.
Good morning, Judge. Good morning, Commissioners. Commander Ryan Urrutia, Commander of the Patrol Division for the Sheriff's Office. We are looking for acceptance of this grant. This is going to be a 16 hiring positions. They're going to be within the San Elizario Independent School District and the Clint Independent School District. Clint has elected to place school resource officers within every campus, and San Elizario has them within the high school and the middle school. This program is a strong program. It's built strong partnerships within our community and is seeking reapproval through both districts and the community we serve.
Motion to approve.
Second.
Commissioner Pettis?
Aye.
Commissioner Leon?
Aye.
Commissioner Stout?
Can Judge, can I ask a question before we finish
Absolutely.
voting?
Absolutely.
The match. Who's providing the match? Is it the county, or is it the actual school districts that are providing the match?
The school district is picking up the match for the first 3 years, as well as the 100% match on the 4th year.
Okay, so it's basically the county is just helping to get the grant, and the school districts are paying for the officers.
That's correct, Commissioner. Right now, the school districts are paying 100% for the SROs that are in place. So they will pick up the grant. The contracts will be re-amended, and we will put these in place with the matches that are outlined in the grant.
Okay. I'll vote aye.
Commissioner Robinson,
Aye.
Judge Samaniego.
Aye.
Motion carries.
Commander,
Thank you, Judge.
thank you so much. This is a great collaborative and another element of our involvement in the community. Very proud of the deputies and what we do in that collaborative. Thank you, Commander.
Thank you, Judge. Thank you, Commissioners.
You take care, okay?
You too, sir. Thank you.
Okay. Item number 14, economic development. Receive a presentation from the El Paso Chamber of Commerce regarding observations, programs, and efforts taken to support the El Paso business community in response to COVID-19.
Good morning, Judge and Commissioners. Andrea Hutchins here with the Economic Development Department. I am joined this morning with two representatives from the El Paso Chamber of Commerce, Mr. Jerome and Mr. Vogelwein. In line with what we had been doing over the last few weeks, which is really just kind of coordinating, communicating community efforts in response to COVID-19 and their direct impact on the business community, we had asked the El Paso Chamber of Commerce to come on and kind of give the court an update as to some of their observations and some of their programs that they have put in place to assist businesses, especially those small businesses, with moving forward and hopefully staying in business despite all of the issues that we're facing. So at this point, I will go ahead and turn things over to Mr. Jerome.
Thank you, Andrea, and good morning, commissioners and Judge. How are you today? I hope you're well.
Very well, thank you.
I think this is a great opportunity. Thank you. This is a great opportunity for us to share some of the things we've been doing. And I think it's important for you to know as well. We do rely on the county to, and Andrea and her team to make sure that we understand what we're doing is meaningful. This is obviously with COVID, it's been unprecedented. Even, for example, I think the first 4 weeks this started, we fielded over 1,000 phone calls from local businesses on how to get coaching, how to get PPP loans, et cetera, et cetera. And so to sort of recount that with you, what we're going to do is we're going to walk through a short presentation. I'm going to ask my colleague Ian here to take you through that, and I'll be here for questions and any comments that you might have. So Ian, I'd like to hand it over to you, and maybe you could walk the judge and the commissioners through a quick presentation.
Absolutely. And good morning, Judge and commissioners. Thank you for the opportunity to update you all on what we're doing. Can everyone hear me okay?
Yeah, sure can.
Okay, good. Sorry, I have speaker issues occasionally. So as you can see on our slide, right when we started looking at a potential shutdown, we went ahead and launched the El Paso Businesses Standing Together group on Facebook so that businesses around the community could support each other, in addition to providing us with a channel to reach out to folks who were affected. And that's been very successful. It's a fairly large group now, and it has taken a life of its own. It's doing what it was intended to do. It's allowing people to, as they learn how to cope with this crisis, be able to share that knowledge with others. We've tried to add to that base of knowledge by curating over 60 Facebook Live interviews with some of you, Court, and as well as some other local leaders and some professionals who hopefully are able to give some wisdom to folks so that they can weather this crisis. We've really tried to focus most of what we're doing these Facebook Lives on the crisis and what people can do to reopen safely. And one of the things that we've done in addition to that is really try to find, I mean, this is an incredibly difficult time for a lot of business. We try to find some positive threads in there, and what are the business opportunities that are out there that some of our community can pivot to in order to strengthen and make their businesses more sustainable. So we continue to do that. Obviously, even in times of crisis, there are opportunities for people to strengthen their businesses. In addition to doing that, we launched something we call the Business Solutions Center. What we were realizing is we were being inundated with phone calls from the business community looking for help and support during this time. And it was a very natural thing for us to, I think, focus our resources away from some of the other things that the chamber traditionally did and towards providing this kind of one-on-one business support. And we try to focus on connecting people to resources within the community and also to provide coaching. You'll see that one of our major focus areas is providing quality training to businesses. And there's a reason for that. I mean, one very important component of quality training is developing that sustainability in your business so that you can weather a crisis like this. So we think it's a very appropriate type of training that we can offer our business. We also provided a lot of consulting with regards to the PPP and trying to help connect, member businesses and businesses from outside of the chamber to banks in the community so that they could get their PPP loans processed. We also recognize that a lot of businesses are struggling during this time, and so we've endeavored to make as much of our business coaching free for affected businesses. And then next slide. So another thing that we focused a lot of resources on within the chamber is trying to develop a coherent and adequate advocacy response to this. Obviously, things are changing constantly on the landscape for how to deal with this crisis. And so we try to keep our member businesses informed, and we try to help our legislators and our business leaders figure out, what is the best way to navigate when there isn't really a coherent national response right now. One of the things that we did is we formed an economic recovery task force with the mayor. We were able to supply that task force with a lot of great and intelligent business leaders. We've been trying to supply our legislative leaders with some good intelligence through constant surveying of our members. All of our positions, all of our policy positions have been adapted to the new COVID reality. In regular meetings with all of our elected officials, including Congresswoman Escobar, to make sure that we know what they're doing and they know what we're working on. One thing that we're really proud of doing is we put together a PSA campaign with the El Paso Museum of Art to highlight the CDC guidelines for safe business reopening. You'll see billboards around town that remind businesses to tell customers to wear masks, wash their hands, and follow some of those other guidelines to make sure that we're not spreading the disease. This is something that we'll be pushing out on social media constantly and through other channels, because we don't want business to have to shut down again. And really the best way that we can do that is to make sure that everyone is doing their part to keep their customers safe and to keep their employees safe. We have a number of other local advocacy projects going on. We've got a new position paper that we're working on to examine liability for businesses as they move forward. There's a lot of uncertainty as to how businesses can not just keep their employees safe, but also make sure that they keep their businesses safe. We continue to be involved with the Commissioner's Court and the City Council to find the right economic development projects for the time that we're in right now, something that could provide us with a good stimulus boost so that we don't fall behind, The good news about El Paso is we're a very resilient community, but we have to keep, we can't rest on that. We have to keep finding key projects that'll help keep us going in this hard time. And I apologize if you hear something in the background. My son, we work together, so you'll hear some German lessons. And finally, a little bit about what we're doing on the state and federal level. We, as I mentioned, we work with the Congresswoman to make sure that we've got our transportation projects moving along, because those are a huge boost for the community. We continue to talk to the governor to try to make sure that we don't lose out on that transportation funding to other cities. They are not resting, so we can't either. And we also continue to work with our state legislative officials to make sure that other things don't fall through the cracks. I don't know if you want to add anything to that, David?
Well, I think it was a pretty good representation of what we've been up to. And I would say that although we've covered a sort of broad perspective of the kind of work we're doing in terms of business support, as well as mindful that you as county commissioners would like to know what we're up to on the public policy side as well. But I do think the majority of our work at this point is very focused on business support, particularly for small businesses. The Business Solutions Center and our coaching activities and things like that are very much designed to help folks that are trying to stay open. We're finding that probably, I think the unemployment rate's running around 15%, and it's fairly representative of the number of companies that are closing and I think going out of business. But what's interesting to note is another third of them remain vulnerable. And we define that as a business with less than 27 days of operating capital. And so we're trying to focus a lot of the activities that we have and the partnerships that we have with the various entities we work with, the county obviously forefront in that, to make sure that we're in a position to help these companies. As I said, for example, or Ian and Stephen, I should say, just referenced a moment ago, coaching, like, for example, in quality is not just about how to deliver a quality product, but it is about the resilience of the operation. These are the kinds of things we're trying to highlight, and we wanted to make sure you were aware. So thank you. And we're open to any questions or comments or thoughts.
Well, David, Ian, thank you very much for that presentation. David and I spend a lot of time. We've had a lot of conversations on some of the needs, and we understand, I think, very clearly that small businesses have been our backbone, but we also understand that a lot of them are very unlikely to survive unless they get the coaching, the mentoring. We talked a lot about pretty much like with Workforce Solutions, that we need to move into the new era. What's going to happen out there? What happened before COVID is going to change drastically. So we've had some great conversations. In all honesty, David, one of the things that I would like to see is that there's more of an inclination towards the county, so that we feel that the chamber is not an extension of the city, but an extension of the entire county. I know that you said D. Margo's task force, and it's supposed to be city and county. I'm very much involved in that. We co-sponsor that. The task force gives us reports to both the mayor and myself. So we just want to be able to know that we can engage and support and feel good about the objectivity of the county. The county has been extremely hit hard. I keep expressing that where we've been hit the hardest is in the county. Most of the marginal businesses trying to survive and the smaller businesses are out there in the county. So we just want to make sure that there is a clear understanding that we've supported the downtown development quite a bit in our initiatives and in our economic impact, all these situations, but we expect the same thing in the county area, that as we get involved in more county initiatives, that there is that kind of support and then that kind of focus. I've said it over and over again, we can wait for the downtown area to eventually impact Fabens, Tornillo, in these areas, or we can work in unison and also, start doing things from the county towards the middle. And that's been something that I feel that the very proud commissioners have had some incredible initiatives. Our public works, our parks, all of these things that are happening in the county. So we're very much interested in, this partnership, with the understanding that you do have also a special eye out for the county, the businesses, and then be able to sort of let us know what are some of the things that the chamber does out there in the county. I think it's untapped. I don't think they understand the chamber at this point. I think the city sort of businesses have a clear understanding, but I'm not sure if the county does. And so we're really pushing hard for the chamber to expand its efforts and have some focus, specific focus into the county. So anyway, we and I, David, have discussed some of these items, but I want to know that publicly, we do want to be a big role of the chamber's success, and I think we could do that as long as we have some interest in our initiatives in the county.
Well, let me, if I could, very quickly, because by no means would we ever want to insinuate that we look at the county as any kind of different partner than what you are, which is spectacularly important to us on a couple levels. Let's just think, for example, on transportation, we consider you guys to be the lead. Much of what we do on the military affairs, we do with you, and even the economic development side. I think the things that we have done with you folks already to start looking at Fabens and the UTEP relationship, I think is not only interesting in the context of this region, but I think even at a national level. So we by no means, when we say El Paso, we mean the county as much as anything, and certainly in terms of the things we've been able to progress, some uniquely important things. But I think that's also why it's important that we have the meeting that we do today. We want to be sensitive to your concerns, as you know, Judge, and I think the kinds of things we wanted to bring forward with Andrea to work on would also help cement and solidify the work the Chamber is doing in the county in areas like economic development in a way that we haven't done before. So we actually look at this as an opportunity to push forward and even do better. And we are sensitive to the comments you make on the role of the county and think it's important, and that's why we're here.
Thank you. And I do appreciate the military, especially a lot of initiatives, but the way you've engaged me in the military has been exceptional. You guys have a tremendous relationship. I don't think anybody understands the impact of Fort Bliss and what it means to El Paso to the extent that you do. So I just wanted you to bring forth that, David, this relationship, Fabens, is going to be sort of, I mean, it's just, to me, it's such a pivotal point for the county and some of the things that are happening in the county. So I just wanted to emphasize that relationship is very important. And like I said, sometimes maybe specify some of the things that you're doing for the county so that other people understand that there are some great things happening between the chamber and ourselves, and just wanted to reinforce the importance of the county as playing a big part. Thanks to Commissioner Perez, that relationship with transportation and MPO, and we know that we've taken a lead in that area as well. So I want to thank you, David, for your presentation. We've got a great partnership moving forward. Great things are going to happen between the chamber and ourselves. Thank you, David.
Thank you, Judge. Thank you, Commissioners.
Thank you, Ian. Jessica?
Thank you.
I'm sorry, Andrea, if you could apologize. I cannot leave without some comments from you because you understand the whole dynamics. And so, Andrea, tell us a little bit about what do we need to do here.
No, absolutely. I figured after the next presentation, you wouldn't want to hear anything more from me. So no, I honestly just want to thank David and Ian both. They are a tremendous support to our business community, and they are doing so much on a daily basis. And it's just so important that, as you mentioned earlier, Judge, people are more aware of what's going on. I think that sometimes, there's all of this behind the scenes administrative work and advocacy work and things like that occurs. And so, it's just really important that small businesses and large businesses alike are aware of what our chamber in general is able to do. So just appreciate you both for all of that hard work.
Andrea, thank you for that liaison, whether it's the military or the chamber. Thank you for what you do to keep us focused and moving forward with so many great partnerships. Great work from your team as well, Andrea. Thank you.
Thank you, Judge.
Okay, Jessica.
Yes, sir. Item number 15, discuss a Chapter 381 agreement with the El Paso Chamber of Commerce regarding support to local El Paso businesses and further provide direction on an addition to the contract which would support at-risk businesses due to issues created by COVID-19. Funding is available in General Fund Economic Impact Initiative.
Good morning, Judge, Commissioners. Andrea Hutchins with the Economic Development Department. As mentioned in the previous presentation, we have a great relationship with our local Chamber of Commerce, the El Paso Chamber of Commerce. And back in February, the court received a presentation from the Economic Development Department and had authorized the Economic Development Department to move forward with the creation of a Chapter 381 agreement between the El Paso Chamber of Commerce and the Economic Development Department to create a business retention and expansion program. This would have allowed the El Paso Chamber of Commerce to serve as an extension of our office, which, as you all know, is a relatively small office, to be able to service the thousands of businesses that we have here in the community. We put that contract on hold because we were kind of concerned at the time when COVID had first kicked off. It was about the time that we were supposed to be bringing the final agreement back to you all for signature. As a matter of fact, Mr. Jerome had even signed the contract, and I believe it was the week after the shutdown that we were supposed to be bringing this item back to the court. So I just want to share that kind of timeline with you all for background as to why the project stalled. We had some concerns because a major component of this contract was supposed to be a series of roundtable discussions, and I'll discuss a little bit more and remind the court what that means. But we were a little bit concerned as to how we were going to be able to execute the contract fully. And so our office has been working with the El Paso Chamber for the last few weeks and really solidifying a remote plan, if you will, to be able to accomplish all of the things that we had originally set out to back in February, and then even more so, now based on COVID-19. So if we could go ahead and go to the next slide, please. So this is really just kind of an overview of the presentation that we gave in February with some of it cut down. But as you can see, business retention and expansion plays a very important role in job growth. National statistics show a huge economic impact of existing jobs, which we are feeling now more than ever. So, as much as $500,000 on average, being put back into the community for every 15 individuals who are employed. That is a huge impact. So I just want to remind the court of that. And then, as you can see, business retention and expansion, according to our friends over at the International Economic Development Council, is most successful with high levels of effective communication through programs like loans and workforce initiatives. These programs have been put in place through the Commissioner's Court over the last few months to support our local businesses through programs that we are working with the El Paso Hispanic Chamber of Commerce and then also Workforce Solutions Borderplex. This initiative through the El Paso Chamber of Commerce would really kind of put the bow on top, if you will, to be able to collectively support our local businesses. So as a reminder of the court, when we talk about business retention and expansion, there really is a significant amount of information gathering and processing, which is now more important than ever with COVID-19. What we saw as a business norm, and this was discussed earlier this morning during the auditor's presentation, there was a lot of upward movement and upward growth and trends. And so, there's a whole different set of business tools that we need to be able to support growing businesses than what there is to support support new businesses or businesses who are maybe reinventing themselves. And so we identify that those needs and those tools, if you will, through a process of information gathering. And that's really one of the most important pieces of this agreement with the Chamber is the assistance for that information gathering and analysis. Next slide, please. So the tools, again, that we had just discussed, are going to be incredibly crucial when we emerge from COVID-19, not only in recruiting new businesses, but in order to assist existing businesses. As discussed during our strategic planning session in February, the toolkits that will be produced from this particular program will allow us to produce smart incentive programs tailored toward each individual specific industry. So these are a couple of the main tools in the Chapter 381 agreement that we would be looking at pursuing. Most importantly, I want to point out is the 10 small targeted focus groups. We would be utilizing these groups to create the toolkits and also provide us with additional information about existing economic development incentives, white papers, aimed at identifying appropriate incentives and toolkits. But again, I really want to point out that these would be industry specific, which I think would really set us apart. And according to our friends over at the Borderplex Alliance, would be most advantageous for them to be able to recruit new businesses as well. Next slide, please. So when we talk about existing businesses and creating quality, competitive businesses, quality training is something that comes up on a regular basis. The Quality Texas Foundation, for those of you who may not be quite familiar or who may not remember, it is a nonprofit organization that is aimed at basically creating competitive businesses throughout the state of Texas. But some of these quality certifications are necessary in order to do business and in order to gain state and federal contracts. So this type of training is extremely important for those businesses who are wanting to participate in medical device manufacturing as well as other types of federal programs. Next slide, please. So the Quality Texas certification training we brought up because that is one of the main, priorities, if you will, outside of the communications piece that the Chamber would be assisting us with, would be to assist small businesses with the Quality Texas workshops and certification trainings that would be necessary to be competitive for companies like Motorola and for Microsoft. Next slide, please. So again, as a reminder, and this is the exact same build out, if you will, for the cost portion that we have brought to the court and you all had approved back in February. The original $36,000 would be going toward those large focus groups that I had mentioned with the white paper outcomes. And then we would have an additional $8,000 that would go specifically toward Quality Texas training so that we can help our local businesses become more competitive at a state and national level, even locally as well. Next slide, please. So kind of a new piece of the agreement that the Chamber has asked for you all to make a consideration on is the lack of access to capital and consulting services for COVID businesses is something that the Chamber has found over and over again through communication with its staff and its members. And I believe it was mentioned a little bit in the prior communications that there are a number of businesses that are kind of on their last leg, if you will. And part of the issue is that, so many of them, they may be really good at producing specific widgets, but there could be pieces of running a business that they maybe don't have the necessary training on, whether it's finance or marketing or legal. And so what the Chamber is asking for is an additional fund beyond that $44,000 that would allow them to be able to conduct outreach, marketing, finance, legal, insurance, all of those things to help businesses that are maybe on their last leg or that have been identified through the Chamber's existing business outreach to be at-risk businesses. Next slide, please. So those at-risk businesses, are really a focal point of the aforementioned in the last presentation, Business Solutions Center. The Chamber is asking for $50,000 to support the Business Solutions Center. And I'll let them, Ian or David, do either one of you want to kind of talk just a little bit more? I know that you had mentioned that the businesses had approximately 27 days before shutdown and that type of thing. But is there anything that you all want to add specific to the Business Solutions Center and why that's important?
Well, I would just say that it's very much designed for short, confidential business response, whatever it is. So we wanted to give them a one-stop shop. If you could imagine, when this crisis first hit, we would get phone calls, emails, 5,000 people on our Facebook account suddenly, things of this sort. We were had a massive amount of need that we all were confronted with. So we've tried to organize it so we have a core group of people that can answer all those questions, triage them, and get them in front of the right people to make sure they're followed up upon. So, how do I get a PPP loan? We had 600 or something like inquiries like that in the first 4 weeks. This is obviously tapered off a little bit because PPP's already run its course a bit, but we're still getting a lot of questions on how to get financing and close information gaps. That's what this is primarily designed. We don't leave them. Once they're in the system, we take care of them until they get an answer and try to make sure that they have the support they need. I think to remember too is sometimes it gets lost in the messaging. We are the largest business organization in the city and the county by far, and we also have large and small companies that are part of it, the largest membership on both sides of that. So this is important to note because very often large companies are in a position to help smaller ones because they have the experience or the wherewithal to do so. And small companies give us a very good indication of what's happening in the economy. So it serves as a great way to learn what's going on, but it also gives us a great opportunity to make sure we can bring all the coaching activities, other member support and things to bear on questions they have. And just as an example, I recently had one company that provides food service just got a great big award for a business, and they were very worried about how they could cover the increase in the inventory side. A loan would have sunk them, and they didn't have money to do it. So they were very interested in how to support this big bid that had come in, because it would make the difference of honestly keeping them open for a month or two. But they didn't have an access to capital. So we worked out a way with them to go ahead and put some deadlines around their investment on the side that would allow them to get some money in advance to cover some of the costs and roll it out. And that's something they hadn't conceived. And that came from the Business Solutions Center team sitting together and helping put together that plan and also supporting them rolling out. That's just one example out of many, but I want to make it tangible for you so you understand what you're investing in. And I think, again, just to underline it, I think doing this kind of work with the county is something that we're really feel very strongly we'd like to do. The county's been a leader in the government response with us, and we'd like to get it to be as tactical as on the ground with the small businesses we've been discussing. This is a great way to do it, we think.
Thank you,
David, just a quick question. Is the window of opportunity, has that gotten sort of closed as far as helping you and I've talked about how important it is, and one of the things that is missing in the small businesses is their connectivity to funds and being able to survive and not understanding about, they don't have the resources. They're so busy trying to make the survival mode sort of situation that they don't have time or opportunities or, like I said, resources to be able to understand the funding. Have some of these windows of opportunity closed, do you feel? We need to shift differently, or are we still able? A lot of business have approached me thinking that whatever was out there, it has happened, and that it's going to be difficult going forward, that there's more opportunities. Could you talk a little bit about that, those windows of opportunity that might have passed us and then those that are coming up?
Yes, I think, for example, PPP has been a big help, and I think the federal government's looking at doing that again. CARES money has flowed into the county and the city and Texas and things of that sort, that has all been very helpful. But for small businesses, the fundamental situation remains, I think, at two levels. Is that one is not only do they have trouble getting access to capital, and they do still, they are also have information gaps. And so we feel what we're putting together with you helps us address both. Not having to tap into our foundation and being able to give money, just like, for example, free coaching is a big advantage, because normally, for example, for a year of coaching for a small business, we would charge for this. Usually in the ballpark of about $500 or so. Right now, just depending, we're doing it for free, and we want to continue to do that because we don't want access to information to be a problem for them. So in other words, I can go ahead and tell you this is how you read a balance sheet and things like that, but you can also teach yourself other interesting issues that you think in terms are important, like inventory control and things like that. We could work on a short-term basis to fix the problem, but we also want them to understand how to do this in a longer term. The thing about this too is we often don't think about it, but one day this crisis will be behind us. And we're trying to make sure the businesses here in El Paso are not just crafted to get through this crisis as it currently is construed, but also be strong for the future. We were saying this community is resilient, and it is. We think if we help them now and build them, a foundation that's fairly strong, they'll be in a much better position for tomorrow too. And so all that thinking goes into this discussion. But I will say small businesses are stressed, and they're going to need, we think, more help. But I will say this also, maybe as one final comment, because there's so much to say. I don't want to monopolize the whole thing, but if we're going to allow businesses to open, they have to do it responsibly. And that's why we also feel very strongly about wearing the mask, washing your hands, social distance. If you're ill, do not come in. And one thing I would also comment on it, if you are ill, please seek out help. This tragedy is horrible, not only in terms of its direct effects, but people not getting treatment for heart disease, strokes, cancer, and things like that is because of their concern about COVID is something that also has a huge cost. So trying to get the message out so people, when they run their business, are not just doing it financially responsibly and have good information, but are also responsible about their employees and their customers. All of that is what this is about.
David, and I thank you for that. You said something very important, that is their ability to be ready. And I think one of the collateral situations or collateral benefit is that sometimes small businesses tend to try to open without being prepared, and that becomes critical because if they fail or there's incidences where they're not, they're not helping us with a containment, but the opposite of that, then it looks and it's frowned upon, and then it makes it more difficult for other businesses or for orders to come in to, sort of restrain more than to be part of the opening of the economy. So I do know a lot of businesses trying to open before they're ready, and that has created an issue. The bars were, I think, an example. Had that been conducted properly and they had gone through the right process and done everything that they were asked to do, that might have been different. And that put us in a situation, the governor and everybody else, to say we'll shut down the bars. And there's more things. We got the spas now being looked at for. Some are doing great, but they might suffer because some of the other spas are not doing as great, or the gyms are not doing as great. And are having difficulties on following the orders. So that helps a lot if they're available, information is available to them. Could you talk a little bit about affordability of the membership for these small companies, or how that's going to work, David, for the smaller companies to be able to be part of the membership, or is this going to be opened a little beyond the membership?
Yes, most of our programs are open beyond the membership at this point. We haven't determined any time to close them, but we think that during a crisis like this, we should be open to everybody. And so we do things obviously for our membership. We've called all of them directly. We speak to them. We survey them obviously, and we try to make sure that they are first in line for a lot of what we do. But I would hasten to add that we do not feel like during this crisis that we should make membership operationally important in this context. Everybody who needs help, we will help.
Thank you. Andrea, were you going to comment? I don't know if I saw your hand go up or.
No, sir. I was scratching my head.
Oh, okay. Thank you. Well, with this new technology, you're right there.
If you're ready, I can
like
go ahead and move forward unless other members of the court have questions before I do.
Thank you. Commissioners?
Okay.
I have a couple of questions if I.
Sure, Commissioner Stout, go ahead.
Thank you. Thanks, Andrea, for bringing this up, and thank you, Mr. Jerome, and I appreciate the presentation. Just had a couple of questions. So the services that are going to be provided have to do with financial services, and it talks about legal services and things like that. So are these services going to be provided by in-house staff at the chamber, or is it kind of more like a referral service? Do y'all have, for example, like you're talking about legal services, do you have a Texas licensed attorney on staff that can provide those services, or are you going to be referring them out of, to somebody outside of the chamber?
It depends on the nature of the question, but we do have a Texas attorney on staff. But that is not, a lot of the questions tend to be the kinds of things like that we can host through an open panel or do a roundtable and things like that, where we can have multiple attorneys and bankers and things like that online. And we find that's a very effective way to address some of those things. But but I do think some of the questions are so unique and complex that we have to address them. And if we find that we are incapable of addressing them, then we will refer them to others if we think we need to. But we have not found a large number of questions like that. Very many of them, particularly small business questions, are how do I grow my business? How do I keep my business open? How do I get a PPP? Things of this sort. So they're fairly important to us to make sure more that we're there. But you had a comment, I think, so I'll let you answer as well.
Yeah, as part of the Business Solution Center program, we will be putting together a board of expertise around things like insurance, legal, financial, and that way we can always fall back on their expertise. There's a lot of businesses within the chamber that have expressed interest in being able to provide assistance, and for whatever reason, there's a disconnect between people being able to find the actual professional help that they need, and so we'll be able to bridge that divide.
Okay, thank you for that information. So another question I have. So you said that you're going to be making these services available to members and non-members, and I was just wondering, how are you going to, how are you going to market the services to non-members?
Well, it's the way we've been doing it all along. We have a website and a Facebook presence that has grown to be fairly significant. That we make aware that these services are available, such as coaching and everything else. We also will be promoting it, which we have been doing anyway, but we will continue to promote it through all our other channels also, including things like op-eds and things of this sort. So we we actually are not finding that we have any trouble with customers at all. In fact, is sort of Ian was mentioning, and so we've been trying to, and we would rely on the support of organizations like the county to help us to make our response to that even much more professional, where we do have organized councils that help us respond. But we have, I think, so far been doing, I think, a very good job at both ends. And since the beginning of the crisis, it's been free and open to everybody. And we have not found that to be an issue for promoting it has not been hard. People are finding their way to get the help that they need. It's been on the TV. We've been in the newspaper. We have been on the social media. So it's something we wouldn't shy from either, though. We'll continue to promote it and to push it out there. We think it's extremely important that it's all hands on deck right now to help businesses, particularly through the time until we get a vaccine. And that's where I think would be a big inflection point we'd need to come back and talk to you about. But right now, everybody's focused on helping the entire business community. We don't want one person left alone.
Thank you. And I was wondering, up to this point, do you all have numbers on how many businesses you've actually served through the Business Solutions Center?
We do. The very first month, like, for example, I quote, and we'll have to get you on where we are up to date at this point. I don't know as of today, but we do keep track of it on a weekly basis. But just to give you an idea, the very first month we had 1,000 phone calls come in. 600 of them were around financing for PPP. 300 of them were how did they get coaching. And so, and that was on a variety of coaching kinds of subjects. But that'll give you an idea just what 1 month looks like.
Okay. I'd like to request if we're going to be doing this to be able to have, a pretty accurate accounting of how the money is being used and how many clients are being helped. And I don't know if you have an idea on, as to how many members versus non-members have been helped. But if we're going to do this, going into the future, I'd like to understand what those are, because whenever we're talking about giving money to organizations, we always ask for some type of accounting as to how that money is being used, the services that are being provided, and kind of what the deliverables are. And so I hope that's something that y'all are amenable to, because I think it'll be helpful for us to be able to justify the expenditure. And so
I think not only are we amenable, we look forward to it. We think it's important to be held accountable and appreciate it.
Okay. Well, I thank you again, Mr. Jerome and Ian, for your work and for the help that you're providing to businesses. And I appreciate the partnerships that we've always had, and hope to continue to have strong partnerships in the future. And thank you for what you're doing.
Thank you, Commissioner. Any more comments, questions from our commissioners? Andrea?
Yes, sir. So if I could just, for the final slide, wanted to get some final direction from the court. As we had mentioned, the original $44,000, I felt like it was appropriate to bring that back to the court and just let you know that, I feel like at this point we are at a good place to go ahead and continue to move forward with that contract, and why there had been a delay, and just that we had been, maintaining communications with the chamber. But at this point, we do feel like we're ready to move forward and successfully execute that. However, However, I did want to also open that up for, any comment or changes to the agreement, as we're bringing it forward or moving it forward. And then also, the direction for the additional $50,000, which we do believe could be a CARES expendable fund. And I see Christina moving on that one. So that is my my office's interpretation of that potential. So I don't know if Christina has feedback that she would like to add to that, but we do believe that could be a CARES expendable fund.
Hi, good afternoon, or excuse me, good morning, County Judge, Commissioners. Christina Sanchez,
just
Assistant County Attorney. And so, go ahead, Judge. Go ahead, Judge.
No, I was just going to say that on the 44, I'm really glad how you made those adjustments. I think we had agreed on certain items, but I think the adjustments that were made, I think it does deserve us moving forward on that one. Just want to make that comment. Great adjustments that took it into consideration what we had discussed, but with this COVID crisis as well. Thank you. Christina, go ahead.
Yes, just two issues on the contract for $44,000. We will go back because I understand that we had looked at that, I think, back in February. So we just want to make sure that if there were any other proposed changes, that we at least have that opportunity to look back on that. So that's what I'm asking, at least the department staff, so that we would have opportunity to do. I'm not seeing a contract number there, or if the intent was to bring that back to the court, I guess, for final approval. And then the second issue, okay, so we'll bring it back to the court for that final approval?
Yes.
Okay, great, thank you. And then on the second issue with regards to the additional $50,000 for the concept that was discussed today. So we have looked pretty closely at the CARES Act funding, and there is certain criteria, obviously, that has been listed. We've been doing our due diligence to make sure that we go through that. And so we would, of course, just welcome that opportunity to have that review as well. There is a specific criteria that was based upon by the department, by the Treasury Department's reports that had been issued both in on May 28th, May 4th, as well as in April 22nd. And really what their guidance provides is that the programs at assisting small businesses with the cost of business interruption caused by required closures, tailored to assist those businesses in need of such assistance. So I'd like, again, that further opportunity to do that evaluation on that program scope, just to ensure that, at least based on the guidance and criteria that we have, that we can make that final assessment to say it would qualify for CARES Act funding. And so we'll definitely do that in conjunction and work very closely with the department. Thank you.
Thank you, Christina.
Thank you, Christina. So I guess at this point, you'll be bringing this back to us,
yes,
Andrea?
Yes, sir.
On
That
both
is the
items,
plan.
right?
If the court is favorable of moving forward with each of the individual programs, we would bring them back individually as well for approval. Because we would be potentially looking at a CARES Act expenditure for the one, we believe that they need to be a separate agreement. So moving forward, because the other, the $44,000 agreement was, as I had mentioned previously, near execution, we can get that back to the court relatively quickly. I believe that the attorneys would probably need to just take a second look at that to make sure everything is okay, and then we'll put that back on the court's agenda at the very soonest to get final approval for that. But as far as the $50,000 program, definitely want to give Christina the opportunity to look at that and make sure that that is a CARES Act eligible expense. But it sounds like, from what I'm hearing and or not hearing in the way of comments, that the court is potentially supportive of both programs, and so that's really what we're looking for. But if I missed anything, please definitely let me know.
Judge. Okay, thank you. From Commissioner Leon?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Jerome. Great presentation, and I'm glad that we're deferring the $50,000 until we're sure that that's coming out of the CARES Act money. The other funding, the $44,000, is that coming out of the general fund, or is that also going to be looked at to see if we can take it out of CARES Act funding?
Andrea, if I may address that. Commissioner, that won't qualify for CARES Act funding because we budgeted it in the Economic Impact Fund. So this would be coming out of our Economic Impact Fund. This is budgeted. It's not a new expense to the Economic Impact Fund. It's something that is already budgeted. And because of that, specifically under the CARES Act, it would not be allowed.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Betsy. And because of the situation we're in right now, just to let the court know that I would not be, even though that's coming out of the impact funding, I would not be supportive of either of them if we cannot take it out of the CARES funding. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner.
Judge, this is Commissioner. So I have one more question on the 44,000 that we had that we had approved previously back in February. I may have missed it, and I'm sorry if I did. But what is the timeline on the deliverables for that one?
The timeline on the original proposal was that we would have 1 year. That would allow one roundtable session per month, along with the time frame to put together the policy papers that would be necessary for basically presenting to the court the recommendation for any potential economic development policy updates. So we would be looking at a full year. And please do keep in mind that when this program was brought to you all originally, this again was supposed to be an extension of our business retention and expansion program. And so we're really looking at the feedback from this particular program to be able to carry on our economic development incentives program and hopefully make it a robust one when we come out of the COVID crisis. The hope is that we won't be in crisis forever, and at some point that we're going to, really be looking at a strong, not only business retention and expansion program, but also a recruitment program. And so, as I had mentioned before, this is very important to Boardplex Alliance and their recruitment efforts, as well as the Chambers of Commerce, when they look at bringing in new businesses and expanding local business, is that we are able to not only be competitive with our incentive agreements, but that we're also able to do something that other communities either may not think of or just maybe don't focus on, that can set us apart.
So the clock on that started in February, or it's gonna restart after we redo it.
That was part of the reason that we held the contract back. We really were concerned with, that being the main component of the, or one of the main components of the Chapter 381 agreement. We wanted to ensure that there was not a clock running during a business shutdown. And so that's, like I said, part of the reason that we held the contract to begin with, but believing that, when the clock starts running is actually after the contract is executed. So if we are able to bring this back to the court the first part of August, it would be after that point that we would start the 1 year time frame.
Okay, thank you so much for the information. Appreciate it.
Great clarification, Andrew. Thank you. Okay.
So I mean, Judge, I'm supportive of moving forward with both, and I think since we had planned to do the BRE contract before COVID and take that out of our economic development impact fund, I think that's fine. And then it seems to me like the other would be qualifiable as CARES, but I'm willing to move both either way.
Thank you, Commissioner Stout. I'm very supportive as well.
Commissioner Robinson.
Commissioner Robinson, go ahead.
Well, while I be supportive, I would prefer that we wait till we get a clarification on both issues.
Okay.
Particularly use of the CARES fund.
Exactly. Yeah, I think we agree that CARES fund's going to push that second one forward. The first one, I think it's something we agreed on, we voted on, and it made some changes because of the situation. And of course, I'd like to have it continue.
Yeah, my preference is that we get both of them clarified and then we move forward.
Okay, thank you, Commissioner Robinson.
Thank you.
So Andrea, can you,
Item-
I think would be good to have it back on the agenda next week if possible, and then we could determine based on the information we receive, so that everybody's clear on what how this is going to happen.
Absolutely, sir. We will do that. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you.
Jessica-
David, Jan, thank you very much for your presentation, your time, and we look forward to a great partnership moving forward. Thank you.
Thank you. Have a wonderful rest of your day. Thank you.
Likewise. Jessica, I think we're ready for
Thank you, Judge. Yes, sir.
Task Force.
We'd like to go ahead and move to item number 7, presentation. Item 7A, receive a presentation from the El Paso United COVID-19 Transition Task Force regarding short-term recommendations.
Good morning, Judge, Commissioners. I'm Betsy Keller, your County Administrator. In May, we discussed a concept of bringing a contractor on to help advise the county regarding our response to COVID-19 and for the best use of our CARES Act funding. And this was to help us move from a state of emergency to a more prepared operational response. At the court's request, we then met with the city to discuss the best path forward for a collaborative tool. And during our meeting with the city, Chief D'Agostino recommended that a task force be formed. This led to Commissioners Court establishing the El Paso United COVID-19 Transition Task Force, which is composed of many of our region's most brilliant and caring minds in public policy, public health, and medicine. This dedicated group has met over 30 times in the past weeks as a whole and in subcommittees to develop short-term recommendations. They're continuing to meet regarding mid and long-term recommendations, and they'll be bringing those forward to the court at a future date. And in addition to their willingness to serve our region in this additional capacity while responding to a pandemic, I am further impressed that these leaders not only make these recommendations to you as policymakers, but they offer their continued support for several of these recommendations, and they continue to evaluate and improve the plan as conditions change. Without any further delay, I want to turn it over to Commissioner Pettis. I don't know if he wants to say a couple comments before the team, or if he's ready for us to have our co-chairs, Dr. Alozi and Dr. Ocaranza, start to present.
Go ahead, Commissioner.
There's a lot of information, so I'll be very brief. Judge and Commissioners, I just want to really express my thanks to Alozi and Dr. Ocaranza and all the task force members that was comprised of top experts, not just from our region, but I think from our nation. They dedicated a tremendous amount of time. They took this task force very seriously. They attended, in some cases, 4 meetings a week, each lasting between 1 to 2 hours, to provide public policy officials at the city and the county level with sound recommendations. These are the short-term recommendations that they feel will be most impactful in the immediate term. But I just want the court and the public to be aware of the tremendous public service that they provided our community during this very difficult time. They were very generous with their time and their expertise. There was also other groups such as Battelle that provided their expertise, and also, of course, we had staff, Betsy and Nicole Ferrini. I also want to thank Joaquin for my staff as well, who was helping on the staff side to facilitate many of these meetings. But it's just tremendous public service that they provided to the community of El Paso.
Thank you, Commissioner, and thank you for your contribution as well and the time spent as well. So thank you for that. Go ahead, Betsy.
Okay, Miguel, can you please pull up our slides? Great. Dr. Alozi, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Betsy. Thank you very much, everybody that is here. As I hope you know, since you asked me to be co-chair, my name is Dr. Oguchi Kalozi. I'm the Chief Medical Officer at Del Sol Medical Center. Been in this community 10 years. This is now my home with my wife and my 2 children, 14 and 10. And so, as Betsy sort of mentioned, with the help of the co-chair, Dr. Carranza, Patel, Dr. Brennan, and a host of experts and community members, not just from El Paso, but I think it's important to note from Las Cruces, from William Bowman Army Medical Center, and from Juarez, we sort of sat down and started thinking about what are the things that we need to focus on. And this really is a presentation of the short-term recommendations that we've come up with. But I also think it's important to understand that these are fluid, right? Some of these things that we may even talk about today, the reality is when we met last week, Wednesday, there's at least 2 or 3 things in here that the data has actually shifted since Wednesday, right? The South Korea data around going back to school has been really intriguing to sort of read and noodle on over the weekend, and that may actually push various decisions that will come in the coming days and weeks. And so again, these are the initial recommendations. Hey, Betsy, do we have the members slide? Or there we go, thank you. Next slide, please. And so these are the task force members, myself, I have way too many initials up there, but my co-chair, Dr. Carranza, a host of other people from around the community that put in their time and really sweat equity around a lot of this conversation. And so very, very grateful to them. I know some of them are on this call right now. And so thank you to those who have been able to take the time to join as well. Next slide, please. So when we met, one of the things, and I think I'm turning it over to Dr. Carranza in a second, but when we met, one of the first things that we wanted to do was really define why we were doing this, right? And so I'll hand it over to my co-chair and he'll kind of go from there.
Thank you very much, Dr. Alosi. And echoing what Dr. Alosi said, good morning, commissioners and judge. It is an honor and a great pleasure to be part of this task force, and also a meeting with region experts, as Dr. Alosi said. And we have representation from many backgrounds. And these recommendations will continue to improve and will continue to move forward as we move forward with the pandemic. The fluidity of the pandemic and the dynamic situation is going to make it challenging, but nonetheless is not going to make it less of a recommendation that we're providing for that particular point in time. So when we were meeting, we needed to have a mission, we need to have a goal, and we need to have looking for what is it that we're trying to accomplish with the task force. And our mission, as we stated, is to recommend strategies that decision makers may consider as they work to protect population health and the well-being. And the population, meaning the population of the whole region, because we're not just located within the city, we're in the county, we are 3 states, 2 countries, and it's a very particular geographic situation that we have. And our population has very strong ties with one another. So our objective was to create evidence-based, data-driven, actionable recommendations to inform leadership's consideration on reopening El Paso, responding to the COVID-19 pandemic, and preparing for future public health threats, which is going to be opening the door to not just COVID-19, but we're going to be having challenges as the fall comes in, as the influenza and other respiratory viruses are going to be hitting our region, and hopefully we'll continue address all those threats. Our guiding principles are going to be evidence-based recommendations, as mentioned before. It's going to provide equity, preparedness, resiliency, and transparency. Next slide, please. As far as the process, it was a complex process, as Commissioner Perez mentioned. Everybody was engaged, everybody was ready to be part of a team and provide their expertise that they brought to the table. We all met weekly and many times during the week, and as the large committee as a whole was meeting, we created 4 subcommittees so we can have a little bit easier workflow and a better understanding of how we're going to be putting together all the recommendations if we bring all those expertise together in those subcommittees. The subcommittees that we created were in the communication, data, preparedness, and testing and contact tracing. We synthesize information from multiple sources that were gathered from peer review or other forms of literature, city, county data requests. And also we met with community stakeholders, which was very helpful and informational. Public schools, private business operators, even lawyers came to give us good advice, and disseminated survey to collect also some other forms of information. We leverage multifaceted backgrounds in medical and public health, academia, government, and non-government organizations. And the recommendations that have been created are going to be divided in three timelines. One that is a short term, that is within 30 days. Another one that is going to be midterm within the next 6 months. And the long term is within 18 months of the report. Next slide, please. There are several overarching recommendations, and the first one was to create a COVID-specific scorecard using available data. Why? So this way, we're going to be giving information to the public as where we are in the pandemic, what are the indicators and metrics, and giving some more objective way to see the status and how we're going to be advancing or regressing in the way that we're going to be taking action. It provides, as mentioned, a quantifiable method to assess the goals of the reopening stage. And we're going to be adapting the Harvard Global Institute metric and scorecard that we can translate with data from El Paso and make it specific also to that. We will be having some minor modifications to make it more El Paso specific, but that's also is going to be a work in place. We will develop also a more detailed scorecard for decision makers and transition from the scorecard in the pandemic into a different metric that is going to give a healthy community indicator and resiliency metrics for public health initiatives also beyond the pandemic. Next slide, please. And with that, I'll hand it over to Dr. Brennan, who's going to explain a little bit more in regards to the scorecard.
Doctor, you're muted. You are muted, Dr. Brennan.
Are you able to hear me now?
Yes.
Okay, so the scorecard that you can see right in front of you right now, are you guys getting an echo?
No.
Okay. The scorecard that you can see is from COVID local, as Dr. Ocaranza just presented. And that shows sort of a progression across the phases here. So scorecards are really common in public health practice and can be used for a number of reasons. One, to show progression over time or regression if that happens, and you can make decisions based off of where you're at in various phases. So COVID local provides us with definitions for each of these phases, with the highest phase, number 4, being sort of our new normal. If you were to reach that point, and that would be, still using social distancing when out in public and face masks, but the overall response is where you need it to be. And as you'll sort of see here, there is no green phase at this point, and we would really start to reach that if we had a vaccine or once we got to sort of what we would expect to be herd immunity within the community. So right now, we're just still working towards that phase 4, and as Dr. Garanza presented, really trying to understand where we're at the moment, as well as revise the scorecard so that it can be specific to El Paso and really responsive to what El Paso needs at this point and what's realistic for this community. Next slide.
All right. Thank you very much, Dr. Brennan. So as we sort of look at the arc of this presentation, and so we've been deliberate around how we sort of set it up. We've given you our introduction, we've introduced the task force members and the guiding principles. And as you've seen, we sort of said, this is the overarching. And really the overarching umbrella of all of this is, how does anybody, either at the commissioner's court, at city council, and in the community, how do they take all these disparate pieces of information and make sense of them, either to get their internal understanding or to make decisions going forward? And so that's really the scorecard. I think the other thing specifically, and we did this deliberately when we were identifying people to be on the task force, is how do we create ways in which people can engage, right? And unfortunately, this slide is actually outdated, but I think one of the things to understand when we're thinking about ensuring a regional public-private partnership for multiple sectors is specifically identifying those partners, right? So in a comprehensive, timely, and cost-effective manner, how do we enable the key stakeholders that need to be at the table, whether it's the city and county working together, whether it's the multiple universities that we have in our community. And I'll call out UTEP specifically because of some of their equipment around PCR testing, right? And some of that, what they can do in increasing access that we'll talk about when we get to testing. I think also ensuring that we're collaborating or at least talking to our partners in the Mesilla Valley and Las Cruces, Ciudad Juarez, because if we don't know those numbers and we don't know what their spread is, what their mitigation plans are, we can't really plan for ourselves internally. And so I think that's just as important. Next slide, please. Hey, Betsy, I lost your slides. No, there we go. Thank you. All right. And so as we sort of come out of the overarching, then the next thing is, well, how do we prepare for this, right? And so as you can imagine, top of mind, whether locally, nationally, or across the state, locally, statewide, or across the nation, has been schools. And so for those of us that have kids, grandkids, are teachers, have friends that are teachers, it's one of the hot button topics that's out there right now. And I think one of the things that we're struggling with locally and regionally is, how do we really disseminate that information and how do we get a plan? One of the recommendations from this group is to harmonize the process for school reopenings across the region. Understanding that just like buying a house, it's location, 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 SISD may be different from EPISD, specifically because there may be spread that's different in the 79938 versus the 79912. But also understanding that across El Paso, there should at least be a harmonized plan with different triggers based on spread in a school. What happens when we take those guidelines, when a teacher becomes sick, when a student becomes sick? Again, some of the data, the preponderance of data had shown that kids on the average, right, don't get as sick as adults, but it also seems that they can spread just as much, right? And so if you look at the South Korea data showing that 0 to I think 9 doesn't spread as much, about 5%, but 10 to 19 was much higher at about 18.3%. Again, we're going to have to look at that very closely. And so these triggers are going to be important, not just for the independent school districts, but for the private and charter schools. And I think that's really important that those recommendations come out as well. Next slide, please.
Dr. Lupi, real quick on the school one, if you don't mind. Yeah, so I think additionally, one of the recommendations coming out of that is to potentially spin off another sub-task group from our task force that included school officials and other members of the community who might be strongly invested in school and work on those recommendations together to do that harmonization. And that seemed to be very popular within the school districts when we've been talking to them over the past couple of weeks.
Definitely. Thank you very much. I appreciate that. And so if we go to the preparedness 2 slide, which is pulling back up, again, it's providing performance improvement reports. Now you may say, aren't we doing that already? We may be, but I think one of the things that the task force really wanted to sort of call out was using sort of an independent entity to look at all the data across the city, county spectrum and really say, what are we doing and what can we do better as we're going forward? I think, again, as you all know, in the political space, sometimes things don't move as quickly as they need to. And I think by calling in that independent entity, whether it's working with Battelle or another group, they can really sort of coordinate, cluster, and then disseminate that information to see how we're doing in a real-time sort of basis and getting better as we sort of go. And I think one of the things too, and there's going to be enough time for postmortems post-pandemic or intra-pandemic when we get into 2021, is really understanding what we did and what we didn't do well, and how do we improve that for the next time. It may not be a pandemic, but it may be a local epidemic or a local spread of some disease or a tragedy like we faced August 3rd. Next slide, please. In terms of integrating and strengthening communications across the border, again, this is not to say that that communication does not exist already, but I think one of the things that we sort of saw was maybe there's an opportunity to structure that a little bit more, right? And so it's a daily call out or a weekly call out with that information being coordinated in one place. And again, this was sort of the reason for having a member on the task force from Juarez and really understanding what the public health activities are going on there. And it may be a situation where we can learn from Juarez. We can learn from Mesilla Valley Los Cruces, or they may learn from El Paso. But I think ensuring and sort of formalizing that relationship and that collaborative communication relationship is going to be key to this going forward. Next slide, sorry. And then just as much is really looking at a process to model a strategic plan around our public health, funding, resources, and staffing. As you can imagine, not just locally, but across the nation, there have been concerns. And some of that came out with the conversation about the CDC versus Health and Human Services last week. But ensuring that the coordination, the planning, the execution, and the finances go along making our public health department as strong as possible, right? Identifying benchmarking. How do we know we're doing well? How do we know we're not doing well, right? And then how does that information then enhance our planning going forward so we can ensure that, yes, we're responding to this crisis right now, but how do we respond better going into the fall? How do we respond better going into 2021 when a vaccine, as was mentioned, may be available, when neutralizing antibodies and other therapeutics may be available? How do we disseminate and distribute those across the spectrum to healthcare providers in the community? And so with that, I'll turn it over to Dr. Carranza.
Next slide, please. So going into the subgroup of the data, one of the recommendations is to have an increased accessibility and quality of the data that is presented. And as the data is presented to the public, is going to be in such a way that the healthcare workers or providers, decision makers can take a look at the information and make any determination and any decisions regarding to the data that is being presented. There's many ways that that data can be transmitted, but to get a good set of data, we need to collect and recover some of the data, especially from private providers. Many of the private providers, we need to look at how we're going to enhance and get that information that we need to be able to provide the quality data that is being asked for in order to have a clear picture of what is happening around the city. There's a way that we can exchange that information through the Paso del Norte Health Information Exchange to facilitate also that influx and communication of the data in two ways. Also, some of the recommendation was to create a centralized hub for testing information for other kind of data that is going to be gathered and processed as well. And we're going to be ensuring that testing data by CDC Week is going to be presented and reviewed for public health purposes as well. Next slide, please. Next slide, please. There it is. So the second recommendation on the data was to implement a surveillance study to assess the community spread, transmission, prevalence, and also to create some sort of predictive tool. Surveillance studies are really good to have an idea what is happening in the community at a particular time or at a particular place. So it is a very useful tool in public health. How we sample particular group of individuals and how we're going to be looking at how many people have been sick in a particular zip code, in particular area, in particular region, so we can see how a specific virus, infectious disease, any other condition has been affecting our community. So surveillance as a background information and a supporting tool is extremely important in public health, and that was also one of the other recommendations that has been brought up at the data committee. And Dr. Alosi will continue with the following slide.
Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Alcaranza. So one thing, I'm going to sort of go off script here and sort of ask the members, are there any questions so far? I mean, I feel like we've presented a host of talking points, and what I don't want us to do is get to the end. You may or may not be taking notes. Some people just sort of work with this in real time. And so I think it's a fair sort of pause point to say, are there any burning questions that are out there that we need to answer in real time now, and then continue with the presentation? Because I think data kind of flows into testing and tracing, and this is a good natural pause.
Dr. Alosi, I've got several, but I would like to see the entire presentation. I don't know about the commissioners, if they'd like to ask something now, or we could look at it from sort of get the full understanding of the task force and some of the things you're working on. But I do have several comments and questions, but I'd like to wait to the end of the presentation.
Understood, sir. Okay, I can continue in that case then.
Okay.
And so
Thank
if
you,
we
sir.
sort of pivot
Thank
from
you, Doctor.
data, right? And again, we've been really deliberate about this in terms of what's the overarching, how do we prepare, and then the pieces that drive into that preparedness. So the data is one piece. And as Dr. Alcaranza mentioned, we need data to plan. But then part of it is what feeds into that data. And so if we go to the next slide, we're going to start talking about testing and tracing specifically, because those are the things that will then roll into the data that will roll into the scorecard that we talked about in the initial period. And so I don't think it's a surprise to anybody listening right now that we need to expand testing. There's also no surprise that the city and the county have done a great job from where we were in March, April to where we are on July 20th. I think there's an increase, and Dr. Alcaranza can correct me, of over 250% in terms of our ability to test. But we also know that we're now constrained by an average turnaround time that can range from as little as 24 hours, depending if you're in the hospital, to as much as 20 days, as I found out last week with some community persons that came into my independent clinic. And from a disease diagnostic standpoint and a managing standpoint, the reality is this. If we're doing a COVID test and it takes longer than 48 hours to get a result back, we're no longer useful testing, right? Because by the time that test comes back 5 to 7 days later, somebody had a contact 3 to 5 days before, they're already out of their window of infectivity by any known data that we have around infectiousness. And so it's really important that, as well as been done so far, we continue to expand on that, right? Expand private city and county testing resources. There was an announcement last week that some of the smaller places are going to merge into larger places around SISD testing and a host of other things. I think that's important. But I really do want to also call out that the utilization, the partnership with UTEP and Dr. Kirkin's group specifically, and whether it's pooled testing that the FDA has approved as of last week, something that's been going on around the world up until now, but now the United States can do it. These are ways that we can get efficiencies, right? And so if a family of 4 comes in, instead of swabbing all 4 independently, do a pooled test and only bring them back if the whole pool is positive, right? These are ways that we can exponentially factor in the use of our resources even better. And so I think that's really important. And obviously, the establishing mobile testing sites, I think it's exciting in that, from what I understand, in the next 4 weeks or so, the FDA is going to announce some changes in testing that'll be point of care testing that are a lot more mobile. And so I think us as a city and county getting ahead of that is going to be immensely important. Next slide, please. So, and again, support testing strategy development for private businesses and schools. As you can imagine, as schools start to open, UTEP has their own plan. EPCC, as we found out, has their own plan. Some of the other tertiary organizations have their own plan. The schools may not have the resources to actually implement those best plans. They laid out to us that they have a host of plans that they want to do, but none of those plans are free. whether it's the spacing, whether it's testing, whether it's the PPE that's needed. This is where the city and the county may need to support some of our school districts and understand their funding is not going to support actually opening up with kids getting sick, teachers getting sick, them taking that virus back to family members and multi-generational homes, right? And that actually will increase the burn as opposed to reduce it. And so I think that's important for us to create online toolkits as well. I think it's immensely important as we sort of look to see what's available. The city and the county can't always do it on their own. And so private businesses have every right to go and access the tools and the tests that they need to make their businesses safe, especially if we're talking about the economy. They may not know where to find that. And so I think it's imperative or incumbent upon us to provide those resources for them, create an online toolkit for them. And there are resources that already exist, and sometimes it's better to steal than to create newly, right? But put that out there so that businesses have a standard way of identifying PPE, identifying testing. And I think that really becomes important. Ensuring the accurate and timely data sharing. And again, as somebody that works in a hospital, somebody that's a physician in the community, I understand what happens when there's a death. We have to actually do an epidemiologic assessment of it. Was it because of COVID? Was it in spite of COVID? And I think one of the things to call out around testing and leads back into data is what's our excess mortality? Right? If we look at our mortality or our deaths over the same period over the last 3 years, what have we gone above and beyond? Because I think one thing that people often forget is COVID is the driving concern, but people can die with a heart attack because of COVID and not be infected by COVID because they were afraid to come in. And those excess mortalities are going to drive how we engage and how we get people the health care that they need. And then I think last but not least around this is really giving people guidance, right? In a sort of curated manner. How do you interpret a test? How many people have I had that have called me or Dr. Carranza or multiple of the task force members and said, hey, I went to get a test to see if I have COVID and they took my blood. And you immediately know that's not a COVID test, that's an antibody test, right? But because of the misinformation or the vacuum of information, that's what they think is the best test to take, and they're actually being told that that's the best test to take. I think we need to fill that vacuum so that people have one place to go for that information, and it's trusted information. Next slide, please. And then again, around the sort of testing and contact Go for it.
Yeah, so I just wanted to highlight on that last one also. In the report, you'll see some additional resources that we've added in around testing and contact tracing, specifically around testing and prioritizing when you have the low resources or a medium amount of resources, and really trying to figure out where those should be directed. And then, so we provided some examples from other communities that you can take a look at there. And something that the task force would be willing to help do is put that prioritization. And why that might be really important now is when you're thinking about prioritizing vaccine, and when that comes, you know, when we have a limited number of vaccine, which we will, as we saw during H1N1, and trying to figure out who should be getting that first, who should be getting that second. And we'll learn a lot about how we did testing and take that into vaccine distribution. And so that's why it's really important to take a look at this now and to start making decisions that we're going to need in 6, 9, 12 months moving forward. Thank you, Dr. Lewis.
I appreciate it. Thank you. No, that's great feedback and expansion. So again, in terms of testing and contact tracing, again, once upon a time, we talked about test, and then it was trace. I think that when we were getting 20 cases a day, 40 cases a day, up to 70 cases a day, that was a viable process. We're getting 400 cases a day. Our rolling 1 week average, I think, is around 350 last week. I think it's important to understand that we're probably only getting 1 in 10 when we test. And so that 400 a day, that's 4,000 new cases. Do we have the true ability to contact trace 4,000 people? From a manpower standpoint, probably not. but this is where technology can hack that and allow us to really get there, right? And so I think the recommendation from this group is work with the universities in Texas that are doing this. UTEP is doing it. Dr. Kirkin made a presentation around some technology that they're planning to use on their campus. The University of Texas at Austin had a report, I think in Bloomberg or some Modern Science on Friday, which shows that they have a tool that they're actually rolling out across Austin into other places in Texas. Let's contact them. Let's get with them and see how we can use their technologies to assist in that contact tracing effort and coordination. Next slide, please. And then last but not least, from a testing and contact tracing standpoint, really coordinate the community members' ability to access testing, right? And so one of the things that we've heard consistently, you've heard them, we've seen them in the press, is that it's difficult sometimes to really know, where can I get tested? Who do I need to call? Who do I need to text? How do I get an appointment? And so I think because, and I think this council saw this earlier, and we've had a host of reports, because there are so many places that you can go. Is it the City line? Is it the FEMA line? Is it Walgreens? Is it CVS? Is it Walmart? Creating a centralized one-stop shop around these testing opportunities or options that allow people to go online, really clearly click from a zip code, from an insurance standpoint, from a symptomatology standpoint, and there's a host of tree-based algorithms that can be baked into this website or an app. You know, people like apps on their phones, and I think this can really make it easy for people to access and understand, right? And then hire and train those dedicated personnel. And again, no knock on what's being done right now, but we've all had those or heard those stories of somebody that called, didn't get a call back, called for 3 or 4 days, and then with the turnaround time of 5 to 7 days, they're getting a result after they've already infected 11 the people that they've infected over an 11 to 14-day course, and no longer a valid test. And with that, I'll turn it over to Dr. Carranza again. Oh, I think I have one more. My apologies.
Yeah, and while we're switching to that one, I'll also add in on this one to your comment about finding a website that offers all the testing. I think that actually might be another overarching theme from us too, is this sort of no wrong door model. So if we can, creating one website that people know that they can go to, and even if it links to something else or another resource, as we were talking about earlier for businesses, if somebody's already developed it, great, let's just link to it so that everybody knows, like, I'm going to find this if I go to this one website, and then encouraging our partners to link back to us. That no wrong door model helps so much when we're talking about community communication, as well as doing any of these things like increasing testing or contact tracing. All of it's just in one centralized location, and people know they can trust that site to give them the right information.
Very true. Thank you. And then next slide, please. And then the last piece is really incorporating other pathogen testings. And so again, I think Dr. Carranza had mentioned, I've mentioned that as we go into the fall, there are true concerns about what our healthcare outlook is going to look like. It's not just a question of COVID burning through our society. We're also going to have to be faced with other influenza-like illnesses, like influenza, like Haemophilus, like strep, like meningitis, a lot of things that come in the winter. And so ensuring that we have the capacity from a city, county, hospital, and other healthcare partners standpoint so that they have those rapid tests, right? I had a conversation with somebody out of Atlanta last week, and they're already being told that there may be a 3 to 6 month delay on shipping rapid flu tests, because the supply chain is already breaking down in some of the southern hemispheres and in Europe. Us getting ahead of that today will reduce the impact of that in the fall, when we know we're going to have multiple co-infections competing for priorities and diagnostic capabilities. And so with that, I will now turn it back over to Dr. Carranza.
Thank you, Dr. Losi and Dr. Brennan. Excellent presentations. And also with the testing and contact tracing, also something extremely important is the communication. How the communication in public health has to be done is not just public health, but it's a collaborative between many specialties and many non-traditional participants, so we can have a well-crafted message and we can reach our target population that we want to reach with that specific message. we have different messages and delivered in different ways depending on who we want to reach, and that's what one of the recommendations is going to create a fund of a trusted communication specialist, if we want to call it like that, that is going to encompass all these specialties and have the message delivered to the right people at the right time, so we can create the right behavior or the right change that we want to see. We cannot convince people to wear the mask if we cannot reach the people that are not wearing the mask. So that is one of the things that we need to do as we move forward and we continue responding to the COVID-19, but also it's going to be extremely important also to communicate any other public health messages that are going to be present at a particular time in such a way that it will continue creating that change that we really need. Next slide, please. Also, how we're going to be doing those crafting of messages is going to be centralized and coordinating the COVID-19 information and health communication resources into a single place. As Dr. Brennan mentioned, how the testing can be done in a particular place where you have a no wrong door, that also can be done also for communication resources. How are we going to be having resources that people can print or use in a way that is going to be helpful, is going to be up to date, and is going to be implemented in their own small facility or large scale operation business. Also, as we continue moving forward, there might be some other printed materials that we can reuse for a different thing. We can have also links people can click, and other resources like rental assistant, mental health assistant, any kind of assistant that we need to communicate to the public, that they can come to a single place and they can find that information or that answer to their question in that particular place. Next slide, please. Another recommendation is going to be partnering with our community health workers, such as the promotoras. Those are a wonderful resource that have been used for years and years. And those community health workers are of extreme value because what they bring to the table is that close communication with their neighbors. They know exactly what's happening. They're boots in the ground of what is happening at the neighborhood level, that sometimes we need to zoom into that particular place that might be represented a hotspot, and they can also help us disseminate that message that we want to convey to them, how we're going to be accomplishing that, and utilizing those services in such an efficient and effective manner. Next slide, please. Also, how we're going to be reaching those groups where we need to have a change in behavior or the promoting a specific behavior that we want to do is by modeling, especially with leaders, with other people from the community that are well recognized. They need to promote that same message, and we're going to be using them a lot. We will continue having elected officials, faith-based leaders, business leaders, athletes, anybody who's well recognized in the community to give that message. It has developed also the pledge to community leaders about the I took the pledge, and also how we're going to be reaching out the youth, because we're seeing now that many of those positive cases that we see in COVID-19 are in young adults. How can we reach to that so we can convey the same message of prevention? Then that's how we're going to be able to do that in promoting this modeling of public health behavior that we want to promote by these various community leaders. Next slide, please. We're also, another recommendation is establishing a process where we can have a two-way communications where elected officials or leaders can hear from the community what has been happening, what's going to be what has been the concern that they have if they haven't been able to get tested, if they haven't been able to get treatment for the chronic condition. We know that chronic conditions, if they're not well taken care of, they're going to be causing a lot of problems if they get infected. They are considered to be higher risk to developing complications, especially if they develop COVID-19. Many things that can be transmitted to community leaders so they can be translated into policy, into how we're going to be able to assist those that are in need at that time. So that process also is a recommendation to develop a specific way to listen to the residents and community in general. Next slide. So what are going to be the next steps of the task force? Well, what we have presented so far are the short-term recommendations, but we're still working very diligently in developing the mid and long-term recommendations that are going to be presented to you at a later time, and having more thought and more input in what's going to be coming, trying to have a feel of what else needs to be addressed so we can imprint it into all these recommendations. And with that, Dr. Losi, Dr. Brennan, any further comments?
I'll just take one of the things that Patel's doing right now to help develop those mid and long-term recommendations is some of that benchmarking that Dr. Libby talked about earlier, to look at communities that are similar size or face similar challenges as El Paso to see how they structure their response, or their health authority or public health. There's so many different models out there, and looking to see, if any are showing best practices, so that we can present those back to you, and potentially, El Paso develops the next best model for the country on how to do this. I think we definitely have that opportunity. And around the cross-sectional work, I think this task force has demonstrated that it's possible to do, that people are so committed to this, and it's really been an amazing team to work with, to see everybody collaborate in such a collegial way to come up with these recommendations that they have the best of hearts put together.
On my end, I think, yes, I echo the comments of my co-chair, Dr. Brennan. It's been an honor to work, and hopefully we'll continue to do this going forward. And with that, we'll really open it up to any questions at this time.
Well, thank you, Dr. Losi, Dr. Brennan, Dr. Carranza. I guess when you're in the midst of this, you touched on so many important points. A lot of it needs to be communicated to our community because of, just a lot of confusion, a lot of information going back and forth, the amount of data that has to be requested, our numbers and what's happening there. So I just wanted to sort of reinforce a couple of items and request some other things, and perhaps there are a couple of questions that I do have. But I think all of you touched on something that's very important, and I think the community needs to understand that this task force needs to be over and above what's happening with COVID. I think we have a glimpse into this new world that we have and all the dynamics. You talked about what's going to happen when COVID is still going up and we're still having influenza, and we have different types of flus, and what's that going to be like in our hospitals. I can tell you that it's, the task force and this recommendations long awaited. Our commissioners court have been very, waiting to see what is it that we do, how do we position ourselves, and we can't do that if we don't have the expertise. I know that my first attempt at trying to get the governor to understand our situation, our legal team, amazing legal team that we have, but they were concerned. Joan Bernal was the first to say, how do we approach, how do we do policy changes, how do we make recommendations, or how do we address the governor as to what El Paso needs without the expertise. And of course, we will begin to hear how other county judges, and I deal very closely with them, and I understand some of the things and the challenges that they have, but they seem to lean into this, UT Austin and, from a scientific perspective. And El Paso didn't have that. We didn't have that until the task force came about. So that allows us to be extremely more prudent in the requests that we have, and also this uniqueness. Dr. Carranza's talked about it a lot of times, and that is how more vulnerable we might be as a community because of the high indices of health issues that we have, underlying issues. As we see the numbers, we see how often it's an underlying condition. Then it, sort of brings attention to what is it that we need to do as a community. And the only way we need to do that is to understand our community and what it means to our community to have COVID-19, including, being close to Doña Ana, being close to Juarez. What is it that we need to understand, and how do we mitigate, and how do we do the things that we need to do specifically for this community? And I think we're there. We're beginning to understand that our community is unique, and I'll make reference when I get to the communication component, that we can't continue to say we're unique, but then we use generalized strategies or things that other communities are doing. I think people are going to realize this uniqueness that we have is not something that we just made up, but that it's very real. And I think this incredible committee, the caliber, the individuals, the amount of time that you spend is very, very impressive. Get feedback on, some are 3-4 different committees. And, yourselves and others are individuals that have really, really critical roles in other situations other than just fighting COVID directly. So we thank you for that. We thank you for that opportunity. I thank you also. One of the questions and challenges we have a lot is on contact tracing. And contact tracing, after you have so many cases, you do get a lot of individuals saying, well, I didn't get contacted. And, this is, and people are saying, well, how do we make sure that this is valid, that we're able to do that? And I think the idea of going, two things, I think. One of them is being open and candid, that it's gotten to an impossible situation, that continuing to do the things that we were doing with the same resources would probably be very difficult for anybody to convince us that everybody's, we're doing the right contact tracing. When you go into the technology, I think that gives a sense of comfort that it will require technology, because we do have so many individuals that have not been contacted, that have gone through the whole phase of COVID without any contact. And so to me, being open about the fact that we're at a point where technology needs to take place is very important. I have had discussions with Dr. Kirkin, and UTEP has become, as always, and I've always said, if a university leads the charge, we're going to be in a much better situation. And so I think UTEP has stepped up. Dr. Kirkin has a lot to offer. The schools in the last 3 weeks, that has been extremely a complex situation for us in our orders. We're dealing with some that are coming up, and Dr. Carranza has taken the lead, and people have followed us. And I'd like to emphasize, Dr. Brennan, that we do have such a great opportunity to be a role model, such a great opportunity to be that city, that county that stood up and did the right things, brought the right people together. And we're in a huge challenge. How worse would it be if we didn't have this collaboration going on? So the school situation has become extremely important. We've got potential of 200 and what I think Dr. Cabrera said, that it's about 220,000 people that go back into our community. If you include students and vendors and teachers and personnel, And doing that at the time that there's huge numbers and the increase in numbers are at the level that they are, makes it really difficult for us to feel comfortable about schools coming in. Having the task force look at it and understanding that is also, so I thank you when two things that happened that were different from previous weeks, or at least the initial stages of the task force. One was focusing on communication and the other one on schools. So very, very much appreciative of that. Testing, as you said, UTEP also taking a lead there, but we're also very concerned in the county that there seems to be stability in the city of testing centers, but then we don't have the same momentum and the same traction when it comes to the county. So, you're addressing the county commissioners, so we're going to focus a lot on what are some of the things that we need to do, or to identify what are the areas, and you've identified testing as an extremely important. We need to increase it. And yes, I was part of the push where we had very little testing to amazing, sometimes as much as 2,400 a day. It's decreasing a little bit in the county because some of the sites have been moved, or we're waiting for new sites to come together. And so extremely important. Having an independent, comments and recommendations that have nothing to do with either the city or the county or public health, but they have to do with very caring. I think one of the words that were used, or expression about the task force, is very caring individuals, and very talented and high caliber individuals. So very, very important that we have that independent focus. And like I said, finally, I really want to reinforce this communication. If you're in our situation, like the commissioners, myself, and you get all the mail, and you get the emails, and you get the texts, and all of that, sometimes I wonder, are we really communicating? We do the PSAs, we do press conferences, but yet our community doesn't seem to be completely understanding the situation, or there's comments or frustration that they have that really gets us to understand that they're not getting the information. I think the promotoras, and I did talk to Dr. Ocaranza, that's a great avenue that we didn't have, and I think that expresses the uniqueness, and not every community has 150 plus promotoras throughout our community that can convey information, that can bring information to us. And so that to me is extremely important. So I guess, like I said, just recognizing the abilities, the recommendations are great. We're gonna have to, sort of look at them and see how that applies to us. I think one very important thing is that you stay as an ally to us as we move into the orders, as we move into what are the things that we have to request from the governor and public health at a general, level that are unique to us that people might not understand. I know if you read the letter that we sent the governor, if you look at it, and the people that signed it and the individuals that signed it, we were pretty cognizant that what we're going through was going to happen, but we didn't have the data, the information to be able to, in a very scientific way, say, hey, this is El Paso, 3 weeks from now, a month from now, give us a buffer. And I don't think we were able to convince them. Yet the numbers show that our community, because of Juarez in our region and because of Doña Ana, we knew that these numbers were going to be coming at us. Yet we weren't able to have the traction for someone to listen to us. And I know this committee is of that caliber, is independent, is objective. And I think what we can offer is, can we give teeth to your policies? Can we give teeth to your recommendations that are not recommendations that we just sort of, okay, well, thank you, and we can't get them to happen. So we're very in the game of trying to understand what is it that Commissioners Court can do and support that give you the teeth to do the things that we need to do. I don't think there's anyone here in this call that is not aware of how difficult things are going to get with us as we don't mitigate our situation, if we don't support Juarez and what they're having in all of Chihuahua, as a matter of fact, the state of Chihuahua, and what is it that they need to do to help us in this. We've talked about regional presence, and we talk about how symbiotic we are. I don't think we could ever be more symbiotic or understand the symbiotism of what is going to happen in our community if we don't all pull together. So finally, I did write a response letter to the city requesting data, requesting information. And I think the only real question, unless there's certain things I've asked that you guys can address from my comments that are important, but I know that the task force itself requested certain data. And so my real question at this point is that your recommendations are based with some request for data that I'm not sure you've gotten that data, and how that's going to impact your recommendations, because either you haven't gotten the data or it's very recently that you got the data, and how do the recommendations align with a request for data that you have asked for. And I know that in some cases you haven't gotten all the data that you need in order to make these recommendations. So I don't know, Dr. Losi, Dr. Carranza, or Dr. Brennan, if you could address this request for data and where you are with that request and how comfortable you feel, and were some of these recommendations made prior to getting all the data that is required for you to make these recommendations?
You want to go first, Dr. Carranza?
Go ahead, Dr. Losi, and I can talk for you.
All right. So first of all, thank you very much, sir, for those comments. And I think in terms of the data, I'm not necessarily sure that there's any data that we didn't get that would have changed our recommendations. I think that the request for data went out and we got some answers and some things weren't answered. I don't think it was deliberate, but just some things weren't answered. And the way I look at this around data, right? We had a day where we had presentations from the city data group and the county data group. Obviously, they have different numerators and denominators, and so the data looks different. But I think what's really clear is the trends, right? So reasonable people can disagree around the 1% to 5%, but there were clear trends in the data that overlapped and matched each other. And so understanding that data, we were able to make the recommendations, right? Now, will sort of more granular data help us fine tune those recommendations and be really clear? So if in 2 to 3 weeks, this group comes back and says, task force, we noticed that you recommended this. What's this based off of? Or we need more guidance around where we should potentially spend money, or where we should potentially put more manpower and female power into, right? That kind of data, getting more granular, will allow us to answer those questions. And so I'll turn it over to Dr. Carranza from there.
Yeah, thank you, Dr. Losi. And in regards to, again, going back to the data, there was a very good presentation that the whole task force received in regards to the data that has been gathered, all the numerators, denominators, everything that has been captured by the city was presented to the task force, and those recommendations are based on that. Continue moving forward. That flow of information will continue. There might be some of the data requests that it might not be in the city's Department of Public Health, and it will be also provide if the task force is requesting a specific data that we don't have. But on all the work that has been done in regards to capturing the data, putting out the process data that has been done, it will continue to be done in a timely manner and as requested by the task force, and moving forward we'll continue doing the same. providing and communicating data, and not just the data, but communicating any kind of finding has been also a priority that has been done and has been given to the public, so it can be very well informed, and it can also create a behavior change in the way that we need to for the public health interest as well. So we'll continue doing that, and that's also one of the pressing issues that we have been doing as far as public health. When we put out a data, it's done with a specific purpose of informing the public, but also creating that cohesiveness between the community and all the stakeholders, so we can continue moving forward as a team or as a tandem, and not individual silos that are going to be moving independently, because infectious diseases, pandemic, and many other public health threats had to be tackled in such a way that we're going to have to be all inclusive, and everybody needs to pull together so we can get out of this together.
Thank you, Dr. Ocaranza. Very important.
I will say this too, right, in terms of what Dr. Ocaranza mentioned. I think it's important to note that from a data standpoint, right, that the city has been responsive, right? So I know that I've probably been what's the political term for it? I guess it's called a PIA. That's a technical term. I'm not sure what a better word to put it to the city when I've asked for positivity rates or 7-day rolling averages, or just some things that weren't necessarily on the dashboard or the website, but I think help people get ahead. Because I always truly believe that, right? You got to over communicate and you got to under reassure, right? That you don't want to reassure people when the data doesn't speak to it. And by over communicating, people have more information than they need, and that actually helps them. And so I think kudos to Dr. Carranza on his end for enabling that to the city to have that data be transparent and clean. And so I appreciate that.
Well, thank you for that clarification. I do appreciate that. Commissioners, any comments? Great presentation. Like I said, lots of things that I was looking forward to, and being able to dig in a little further, look at the recommendations a little further, and I know the commissioners will do the same. And like I said, lots of clarification that we'd like to get that information out. A lot of people, like myself, waiting very, patiently trying to understand the workforce, sort of zeroing in from all that work that has been done to a strategy, and I think you guys have laid out some of the strategies that we need to look at. It's going to be easier for us to incorporate that into our strategic planning, because our strategic planning cannot go without understanding of COVID and what's going to happen going forward, and where does the county, what's our role in this entire situation, and then what's our role in a community that was heavily impacted? If you see the numbers, our county was very heavily impacted. A lot has to do with health. That not only now, but what do we do about not being such a vulnerable community? So I think a huge lesson here is it's not just COVID, it's what we discovered about our community. And one of them is that we're very vulnerable. Because of the diabetes and high blood pressure and all the other situations that we have, and that we need to address those. That, like I said, it's not just about COVID, but we need to address what we've discovered going forward. And I see the task force as an extremely vital component to this health focus versus disease focus and prevention as well. So any comments from commissioners?
Yes, Judge, I've got a question.
Thank you. Oh, yeah, go ahead, Commissioner Leon.
Thank you, Judge. Doctor, it's a great presentation, and what a great roadmap this is. And as was stated earlier, it's going to be very fluid, subject to a lot of changes as we move into the future. So I do appreciate, just as it's been mentioned, the tremendous amount of work and hours put into this to to give us this kind of quality work. I've got a quick question that I've received some calls over. When you have a person that's tested positive and his job requires him to test over and over until it comes back negative, when they test over and over, are those counted as one test, one positive individual, or from the information I'm receiving, it may be counted as several, along with a possible person that, a female that gave birth, was positive, has gone home, cannot bring her baby home until she tests negative. So I think this person may be going every day to get tested. Are these tests added, or is it just one person?
Well, Commissioner Leon, if I may answer. There's different elements to the question that are a little bit difficult to understand, but we'll try to make it as simpler as possible. As we do testing, we count tests as tests done, but when we have somebody positive, we need to, it's a very labor-intense process that takes place when you have a positive result. This is done to prevent counting those positive results and doubling or tripling by having the same positive result in different test dates. We have a single person, and as we have the positives, we have a database that needs to be double checked to make sure that it's not counted double. And that's the way that those positive individuals are not counted as double. As far as testing, we continue doing testing, and as you know, there's a capacity to do testing on many people. There's people that are requested to be tested more than once, and there's people that have been exposed multiple times, and because of that exposure, needs to be retested and tested. And many people are definitely very careful, and they want to make sure that they're still negative. We have seen evidence that positive tests can remain positive for weeks and weeks and weeks. And we're seeing that this is not an exception, but it's something that can happen quite often in many individuals. So the decisions made by continuously having a positive test has to be done between that individual and their medical provider as how they're going to be moving forward, treating or having any other medical decision in regards to the continuous positive test on that. So I hope that I explained a little bit in simple words how the process takes place when somebody tests positive for multiple times.
Yes, sir, you did. Just so I can get it straight in my mind, if one person has, let's say, 6 tests and they all come back positive before he can go back to work, is that 6 new cases, or is that counted as one?
It's only that individual person that counts as only one case.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you, Commissioner. Well, once again, we want to, Commissioner Perez, please.
Judge, thank you again to the task force members, and we again very much appreciate your work. And Judge and Commissioner, I think it's incumbent on us now to do all that we can to implement these recommendations. And I don't know if I guess Betsy, I guess my question would be directed to you. When we look at the resources necessary, whether it be from CARES Act funding or other sources, how long would it take, I guess, realistically, to develop some of these? And I know people are very anxious about the school year coming up. So when it pertains to things like the scorecard, when it pertains to communication, when it pertains to increasing our capacity for testing and contact tracing, what's a realistic timeline to implement at least some of these recommendations?
Commissioner, thank you for that question. I do think we need to work closely, continue working closely with the city on these recommendations. This will be presented to City Council tomorrow, and I expect that this week we will meet with the city and talk about our approach to these recommendations and how we can best implement them, and to get a really more exact idea of how much resources we're going to need and how much time it's going to take to implement some of those. Some of these are already underway. Some of these are already being worked on. I'm gonna expand, for example, on the contact tracing recommendation. One of the issues with contact tracing is all private providers or local providers of testing have a requirement to notify the health office of a positive test result. Dr. Ocaranza and Office of Emergency Management just this past week sent out notices on that requirement, just reminding everybody of that requirement. So, because as the judge mentioned, sometimes people don't get contacted. Well, when public health doesn't contact them, it may be because the test provider didn't notify public health of the positive result. So we need to work through and look at each one of these recommendations, where they're at, and what resources we'll need to deploy them fully. So I imagine over the next probably week to 10 days, we'll work with the city to iron out who can do what and what's already being done. And then we'll be able to bring back recommendations to the court using both CARES Act funding and for the long term going forward, what kind of needs we're going to have operationally. We've already established a public health budget for FY21 based on our partnership with the city. They've already given us our FY21 budget, but there's some potential changes there or additions depending on what comes out of these recommendations and what resources are needed.
I think we're very fortunate to have Betsy such an integral part of the task force. And so I think that's going to be extremely favorable, and having Commissioner Perez on the task force as well, I think is going to be really favorable to keep the momentum going and be as timely as possible on following the recommendations. How they lead into strategic planning might take a little bit longer, but I think the immediate Betsy sort of focusing on, we need to get together. I would believe very quickly a special meeting for us to be able to go through the recommendations, and after you look at them and your team looks at them, how do we move forward quickly? Nothing worse than they work that hard and then we just sort of sit on these recommendations. So I have no doubt, Betsy, that you'll keep us moving forward, and that we're very fortunate to have you and the commissioner on that panel. So I'll leave it up to you, Betsy, to move us forward, find time with all the commissioners and myself to have a meeting in the very near future to move, to discuss these recommendations and funding and so forth.
And Judge, if I may,
sure,
perhaps our weekly updates should be more tailored or more focused to the progress.
We lost your audio, Commissioner. We lost your audio.
I apologize.
There you go.
I was going to say that our weekly meetings, our weekly updates on COVID-19 perhaps should be tailored toward these recommendations in particular. That way, if there's any funding or any other action that's necessary on the Commissioner's Court side, that action can be taken on a weekly basis. Betsy, I don't know how that sounds to you, but the task force really did work very expeditiously, to get us to this point, and I do think it's incumbent on us to try to implement these as quickly as possible, to give meaning to these recommendations and to ensure that to maximize the public health benefit. So I don't know if that's a transition that we can make on a weekly basis if that requires further action, but I do think that we should be more focused again on the specific recommendations and their progress towards implementation.
Commissioner, that would be very helpful if we had it made it part of the weekly COVID-19 updates, so that there could be action on any items that we need approval to either use CARES Act funding or policy changes that we'll need from Commissioners Court. That would be very helpful.
I think that's a great idea. Just sort of realign ourselves to how we're doing on the recommendations would be extremely valuable. So Betsy, if you could help us with that, be great.
Yes, sir.
Thank you, Betsy. Thank you for all your work, Betsy.
That's my
well,
pleasure.
Thank you very much. Go ahead. Okay. No, thank you very much, Dr. Carranza, Dr. Brennan, Dr. Losi. Just we're very, very impressed and appreciative of your presentation and everything that you're doing, and we look forward to our support from the county and our relationship with the city. Dr. Carranza has been the glue between us and the city, trying to keep us moving forward in tandem, and very appreciative about that, Dr. Carranza. And also, we don't forget Chief Rodriguez and everything that he has done, Chief D'Agostino as well. Quite an effort from a lot of people, but I think it's timely, and I think obviously everyone knows that it's extremely critical that we do things quickly, not hastily, but quickly, so that we can address this increase in our numbers and some challenges coming at us from here on out. Once again, thank you very much for that presentation.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Jessica,
And Judge, at this
I
time,
would like to
yes, sir.
take the opportunity to take a break at this time.
Okay, sure. For how long would you like, sir?
I would say 45 minutes. If that's too much, are we okay with 45 minutes, everyone? I know we got a lot of stuff, but we do need to. That'd be okay, commissioners?
Okay.
Sure. Okay. Yeah, 45 minutes. Thank you.
Okay. Okay, Commissioners Court will now recess for 45 minutes.
Hi, this is County Judge Samaniego. The 2020 census count is incredibly important for El Paso. It helps our school, healthcare, food and housing programs get the money they need.
This is County Commissioner Vince Bettis for Precinct 3. With your participation, the programs that support affordable housing, public education, and affordable health care can receive the funding they deserve.
This is Commissioner Carl L. Robinson, Precinct 4. Without you, these programs could not be successful.
This is Commissioner David Stout. Participate online, by phone, or by mail. Everyone in El Paso County must be counted, even children and babies. Your responses are safe and required by law to be kept confidential.
Hi, this is Commissioner Carlos Leon from Precinct 1. Let's come together and fill out those 2020 census. Together and fearless, we count.
The County of El Paso Public Works Department is offering sandbags at no cost or requirements to the public. The sandbags are outside of the facilities and are available 24 hours a day. The location of the county facilities are the following: the Road and Bridge Fabens Warehouse, located at 1331 North Fabens Street in Fabens, Texas, 79838. The Road and Bridge Canutillo Warehouse, located at 191 Canutillo Avenue in Canutillo, Texas, 79835. And the Road and Bridge Montana Warehouse, located at 14698 Van Lane, El Paso, Texas, 79938.
Don't wait in line, pay online. Visit the Financial Recovery Division website at http://www.epcounty.com/budget/financialrecovery.htm to make your payments online or find out more about our kiosk locations. We now accept payments on misdemeanor, felony, and justice of the peace cases.
You can now watch Commissioners Court meetings on YouTube. Go to youtube.com and search for El Paso County Commissioners or El Paso County, Texas. Subscribe to our channels to see our latest videos.
Did you know the County of El Paso's Purchasing Department is responsible for ensuring that all items and services needed by various county departments are purchased in the manner required by the state of Texas? Whether through formal sealed bids or smaller dollar quotations, the county purchasing team is dedicated to finding the best contracting return on your taxpayer dollars. Additionally, the purchasing department is responsible for the tracking of inventory within the county and properly disposing surplus through public auctions. For questions about how to become a vendor and compete for county contracts, or to learn more about public auctions, please contact us at telephone number 915-546-2048.
The 346th District Court Judge Angie Juarez Barril started the El Paso Veterans Treatment Court program in 2012 for veterans and active service members that have been arrested and charged with a felony or misdemeanor criminal offense. To be considered for the specialty court, the statutory criteria includes be a veteran or current member of the United States Armed Forces, including a member of the Reserves, National Guard, or State Guard, and suffer from a brain injury, mental illness, or mental disorder, including PTSD, or be a victim of military sexual trauma, all occurring or resulting from military service. Call Sylvia Serna, Veterans Program Director at 915-546-2119, or email her at sserna@epcounty.com for any information.
Did you know that the County of El Paso's fixed asset control and inventory disposal is handled through the Purchasing Department? Throughout the course of each business year, the county holds live public auctions to dispose of aged equipment, vehicles, furniture, and other items that are no longer needed. To find out about upcoming auctions or to learn more about the county's inventory disposal process, contact the purchasing department at telephone number 915-546-2048.
Hi, this is County Judge Samaniego. The 2020 census count is incredibly important for El Paso. It helps our school, healthcare, food and housing programs get the money they need.
This is County Commissioner Vince Bettis for Precinct 3. With your participation, the programs that support affordable housing, public education, and affordable health care can receive the funding they deserve.
This is Commissioner Carl L. Robinson, Precinct 4. Without you, these programs could not be successful.
This is Commissioner David Stout. Participate online, by phone, or by mail. Everyone in El Paso County must be counted, even children and babies. Your responses are safe and required by law to be kept confidential.
Hi, this is Commissioner Carlos Leon from Precinct 1. Let's come together and fill out those 2020 census. Together and fearless, we count.
The County of El Paso Public Works Department is offering sandbags at no cost or requirements to the public. The sandbags are outside of the facilities and are available 24 hours a day. The location of the county facilities are the following: the Road and Bridge Fabens Warehouse, located at 1331 North Fabens Street in Fabens, Texas, 79838. The Road and Bridge Canutillo Warehouse, located at 191 Canutillo Avenue in Canutillo, Texas, 79835. And the Road and Bridge Montana Warehouse, located at 14698 Van Lane, El Paso, Texas, 79938.
Don't wait in line, pay online. Visit the Financial Recovery Division website at http://www.epcounty.com/budget/financialrecovery.htm to make your payments online or find out more about our kiosk locations. We now accept payments on misdemeanor, felony, and justice of the peace cases.
You can now watch Commissioners Court meetings on YouTube. Go to youtube.com and search for El Paso County Commissioners or El Paso County, Texas. Subscribe to our channels to see our latest videos.
Did you know the County of El Paso's Purchasing Department is responsible for ensuring that all items and services needed by various county departments are purchased in the manner required by the state of Texas? Whether through formal sealed bids or smaller dollar quotations, the county purchasing team is dedicated to finding the best contracting return on your taxpayer dollars. Additionally, the Purchasing Department is responsible for the tracking of inventory within the county and properly disposing surplus through public auctions. For questions about how to become a vendor and compete for county contracts, or to learn more about public auctions, please contact us at telephone number 915-546-2048.
The 346 District Court Judge Angie Juarez Barril started the El Paso Veterans Treatment Court program in 2012 for veterans and active service members that have been arrested and charged with a felony or misdemeanor criminal offense. To be considered for this specialty court, the statutory criteria includes be a veteran or current member of the United States Armed Forces, including a member of the Reserves, National Guard, or State Guard, and suffer from a brain injury, mental illness, or mental disorder, including PTSD, or be a victim of military sexual trauma, all occurring or resulting from military service. Call Sylvia Serna, Veterans Program Director, at 915-546-2119, or email her at sserna@epcounty.com for any information.
Did you know that the County of El Paso's fixed asset control and inventory disposal is handled through the Purchasing Department? Throughout the course of each business year, the county holds live public auctions to dispose of aged equipment, vehicles, furniture, and other items that are no longer needed. To find out about upcoming auctions or to learn more about the county's inventory disposal process, contact the purchasing department at telephone number 915-546-2048.
Cesar? I'm sorry, Miguel.
Yeah.
Yes, everybody's back on.
Okay, thank you. Apologize.
Okay, go ahead, Jessica.
Commissioners Court has reconvened into regular open session. Item number 8, County Administration. Discuss and take appropriate action regarding El Paso County's preparation and response for COVID-19.
Judge, we have Dr. Ocaranza and we have Chief Rodriguez on the line. If you'd like us to start with their updates.
Yes, please. Dr. Carranza, my goodness, you're going to be part of the county real quick.
I'll be honored.
Thank you.
And I'm
Thank you for being with us.
Working closely with all of you, and I'll continue doing the same.
Thank you. Go ahead, Doctor.
So, I'm going to give you a summary of what has been happening as far as the COVID-19, and we're going to go in sections to make it a little bit easier to follow the data. Initially, on the positive cases, we have seen a sharp increase in the cases that in the middle of June to the middle of July has increased in about 400%. It's been a very sharp increase and continue seeing an increase on the cases. And we have put that data as far as the 7-day rolling average, which gives us a little bit better understanding of what has been happening. And it takes into account those peaks and valleys on the information. But overall, we have seen a very sharp increase on positive cases. For the last 2 weeks, also, we've had a continued increase, and it's been over 50% on the positive cases that we have seen. If we give the data per capita, still we continue to see that increase, and the cases have been, right now we're at 34 cases per 100,000. Our infectivity rate has increased, and the doubling time has also decreased, because we're seeing a lot more spread of the virus throughout the community. That is also seen with the testing that have been done and the positivity rate. On the testing, our positivity rate at the end of CDC week 29 went up to 13.33%. And 2 weeks ago, we were at 8.3%. That's also a very sharp increase in the positivity rate, which tells us that we're finding those positive cases, but it's not because we're expanding the testing, it's because there is a lot more disease out in the community. Our average testing for per 100,000 population is 255, and even on previous week, on CDC week 27 and 28, we had reached levels over 300 tests per day per 100,000. On the hospitalizations, we continue seeing an increase on the hospitalizations, and we know that the older the people are, the more chances you're going to end up in the hospital and you're going to be developing complications. And unfortunately, first we see the positive cases, then we see an increase in hospitalizations, and then we start seeing an increase in the deaths. The hospitalizations, we continue seeing an upward trend on the new admissions and also the ICU admissions, as well as the ventilator or people that require ventilatory assistance, meaning they require to be on a machine to help them breathe. As we know, COVID-19 greatly affects the lungs and the capacity to absorb the oxygen, and the ventilator also helps us with that. On the cumulative testing, we also see a very sharp increase, and it gives us an overall idea as a whole picture on how this COVID pandemic has been overall with time. Out of CDC 24 on the cumulative testing, we had a positivity rate of 7.42, and we're not at the end of CDC week 29, which increased overall to 9%. So that gives us again a very overall idea that there's a large increase in the positive cases. On the deaths, we continue to see a linear growth on the mortality rate, but on the case fatality rate, it has been diluted some because of the amount of positive cases that we have had. But that should not give us a sense of security, because we're continuing seeing an increase on the deaths due to COVID-19 that, added to the existing mortality of other causes, it definitely has put some strain in all the services that are related to the death. Our doubling time on the deaths has increased, which is a very good indicator that we don't see very fast increase on the deaths. And on the case fatality rate by age, the older we are, the more the chances there are to pass away due to complications of COVID-19. We know that underlying conditions at the time of death, hypertension and diabetes, are the two main ones. And we see that 9 out of 10 people that have died out of COVID in El Paso have had some underlying medical condition. We need to continue stressing the importance of controlling those underlying conditions, and the importance also of having healthy living habits, like eating a lot more fiber, doing some exercise, staying or sleeping the right amount of time. And all those good habits are going to prepare the body in case we get infected. As far as the contact tracing, most of the positive cases that we've been investigating are having to have a high risk exposure, and those are the ones that are also coming back positives. We continue sending the message about the best way to prevent the transmission of COVID is going to be by wearing your mask, social distancing. If you don't need to go out, don't go out. And also very good hygiene practices, like washing your hands often, not touching your face. And very, very, very important, one of the best recommendations that we continue giving the people is that if one person in the household becomes positive or becomes infected and is positive for COVID-19, the whole household needs to consider themselves that are positive, and they all need to remain at home. Not because one person doesn't develop symptoms means that they can continue doing normal activities, because that can give rise to a lot faster transmission of the virus around the community. And that's what has happened with a lot of the young people, since they are the vast majority that may be asymptomatic. They have a mild to moderate disease. They feel that they can continue doing their normal activities, going to work, going to do some shopping, etc., and that's going to promote a lot faster transmission rate on the virus. During the weekend, we saw a large number of positive cases, and out of those, nearly half of those cases were between 20 and 30 years of age. We continue to see that trend, and we will continue very hard to push our preventive message, targeting those people that unfortunately are going to be the ones transmitting the virus, to the ones that can develop those complications and pass away from the COVID-19. And with that, I will pass it on to Chief Rodriguez so he can explain a lot more about the testing and what has been happening around the city and the county.
Thank you, Dr. Chief. Go ahead.
Chief Rodriguez, it shows you as unmuted. Yep, you're unmuted again.
If you can give us just a second, Judge, sometimes there's a audio issue. Just one moment.
Okay, thank you, Betsy.
I'm going to try your phone number, Chief.
In the meantime, I'll be happy to answer any questions.
Well, those that weren't available for the task force report, that was an excellent report, brought us up to date, a lot of different information I think we were all needing to clarify things. And I just had a huge sense of confidence that we're really headed in the right direction. A lot of people working on the situation, and it's so many moving parts. Sometimes there's things like, are we getting the data? We're not getting the data, and I think that it was clear that we request specifically what we want, we're going to get it, and if we're not, we'll be told why and when. So I think it was a huge step, and I hope you could convey that. I know that Commissioner Perez will do that as well, and Betsy, but Dr. Carranza, to convey to the task force how pleased we are, how appreciative we are of their work, and that we are going to look very diligently as to how we could support, either by resources or funding or whatever we could do to keep the momentum going in the right direction before we get our second wave or more complications. We really need to flatten the curve so we could have that we could discern one from the other. I think the hardest thing would be if we're going up and we have these other challenges at the same time. I think that's going to be hugely complicated. So thank you, Doctor.
Thank you, Judge, and also I would like to recognize the hard work of Betsy Keller and Nicole Ferrini, who's been exceptional, and they've been working tirelessly throughout the whole process. Among other responsibilities that they have, they've been great and instrumental at keeping us all in check.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Do you have other stuff?
We have Chief
Do you do
Rodriguez.
other stuff, Betsy? Of course he does other things, right? Besides COVID, but sometimes it seems that way.
I think Chief Rodriguez is ready, Judge.
Okay, thank you.
Chief?
Go ahead, Chief.
Good afternoon, Judge, Commissioners, Ms. Keller, and Dr. O. Thank you for, again, allowing us an opportunity to present. I'll be covering the testing. So we continue to expand our number of testing sites and testing capacity for El Paso County. Our partnerships continue to broaden accessibility for anyone and everyone in our community who wants to be tested. Our testing program is led by the Department of Public Health in coordination with the Office of Emergency Management to collaborate with a diverse list of partners for both our public and private sectors. A few that we're happy to announce is La Fe Clinic. We started conversations with them on getting their process in place so they can start testing at their various clinics. We also are working on the next generation partnerships with the school districts on giving them the clinical capability to do in-house testing. Many of those relationships we already have for those that assisted with the drive-through, and we already have that process in place. It's just a matter of moving it into a clinical setting. Also, our cluster management team continues to do tremendous work to do on-site testing for the various clusters that we have within the community to assist in that effort. So our continued partnerships with the Texas Department of Emergency Management in the state of Texas and their new contractor, that transition occurred on July the 15th. With that transition, there were some logistical issues that we saw when they first did that handoff. We've been working closely with the state and the vendor to remedy some of those. And what we discovered was once they increased the capacity from 250 to 500 per site, and they also went appointment free, we quickly discovered that those sites we pretty much had outgrown them for that level of service of 500 a day. So over the weekend, we worked closely with the Texas Department of Emergency Management and the vendor to create 2 mega sites. We announced that on Saturday. So we effectively shut down the 4 existing sites that we had at the various city facilities. We closed that on Sunday so we could work on putting together these 2 mega sites. These mega sites are consolidating we're essentially consolidating 4 different sites into 2 mega sites. Those mega sites, the first one is at the Valle Verde campus with El Paso Community College. They've been great partners since we reached out to them, and we're able to work out all the logistics to get that operation going for today. Socorro Independent School District, great partners, immediately jumped on board, ready to help the community in our testing endeavors. So we were working with them also yesterday and over the week to get that process in place that effectively started today. So all mega sites opened this morning on time. They're improving their process, and hopefully we're going to get good numbers from them as we move forward. The Tobin facility, the nation's Tobin, continues to be available for the public. That's still open Monday through Saturday, and that one had a very good footprint, and it can absorb a lot of vehicle traffic. So that one we left in place. So those are the 2 significant updates. We still have our partnerships with Walmart, CVS, Walmart locations. They still have the 3 various locations throughout the city. One on Woodrow Bean in the northeast, on North Zaragoza Road on the east side, and at North Mesa on the west side. So we still have that partnership. CVS has their various locations throughout the city, 3 different sites. Those are still available. And Project Vida and Centro San Vicente likewise have provided some of that coverage in the rural jurisdiction areas. Centro San Vicente has set up their first testing site in Tornillo, and they're working closely with the school district there, so they're providing that coverage. We have Project Vida that has their central location here, and they continue to do great work. They're open Mondays, Tuesdays, Wednesdays, and Fridays. And then La Fe Clinic, we're excited about that partnership and the additional accessibility that's going to provide to some of those underserved jurisdictions. We are working with the Texas Department of Emergency Management and the new vendor to begin the rural testing, just like we had with the Texas military. That'll begin on the 29th of July, and working closely with our schools, Clint, Anthony, Independent School District. They provided some coverage last week to fill in some of those gaps, and then Clint also provided coverage out in Horizon to help fill some of those gaps again. But we will have rural testing out in the outlying jurisdictions beginning July the 29th. And with the new vendor that's contracted through the state, they are going to be providing a 14-day schedule, so that'll give us a little bit more consistency on testing countywide. So overall, that we continue to press forward. We're looking at expanding capacity beyond the existing sites. With the city, we're looking at establishing another city-run drive-through. We currently still have our original one out by the airport. We've added additional lanes there. We also included additional improvements on the appointment line. We now have a call center set up, and individuals can wait on the line and make their appointment. They don't have to call multiple times to get someone. So now they call in, and the call will be taken. We're also working on a online registration solution that will become available shortly, and people can also make appointments online. And so we're also looking at making an additional drive-through that's going to be city-run, and we're working on the planning and the logistics and staffing for that. So other than that, unless anybody has any questions, that's those are my updates for in regards to testing.
Chief, thank you. When people, I've been getting calls or texts about long lines. How real is that as far as, is it some locations? Because I don't know, there was some confusion with the food banks, but somebody called me and said that they were, mile back, or that it was taking 3-4 hours. How true is that? And then you're saying, that'll get better because we're going to get new testing sites. But is that accurate to say that the lines are backing up a mile and so forth? I got a little confused with some of the calls over the weekend.
No, sir. No, there is some accuracy to that for sure. We know that we had extensive wait times at the state facility. So it was the 4 that we had set up: the Marty Robbins Memorial Park, the Don Haskins Rec Center on the west side, and the Pavo Real Rec Center. So when they transitioned this last week over to the contractor, and they went to the no appointment. That caused some issues, and then also we essentially outgrew those spaces because of when they were done by appointment, it was very orderly, and you had your reserved time, and people would show up based on that appointment. But when the state contractor went away from the appointment, then you had a lot of people showing up very early in the morning to get their space in line. So, but even on the logistical side and the process side, the spaces weren't meant to take that high level of volume. So that's why we shifted over to the mega sites. The mega sites provide a bigger footprint. They allow for more space for additional vehicles, multiple lanes, so we can increase capacity and get more throughput and total volume. So that's the idea behind the mega sites. And so those other 4 sites that we had, those are going to be closed, and we've consolidated all those resources to the 2 mega sites. That does not include Nation Stoughton. That one remains open, and we're working on the efficiencies there to improve that throughput.
Thank you, Chief. And I'm very cognizant of the incredible dynamics and moving parts of this whole situation. So I just wanted to get that clarified. Thank you, Chief. Great work.
Yes, sir. Thank you, sir.
Betsy?
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, Judge, if you want to give your update at this point.
Well, I think I've done enough of that. Just real quick on the, we talked about the task force and our alignment with the county. I think that's really important. The schools have become, a big challenge as to when it's going to happen. Moving target as well. We were thinking the 18th. Now people are talking about October. So there's still a lot of confusion about the school districts and how that's going to happen. So I'll be working closely with Dr. Ocaranza and some of the new orders that he needs to place forth because we've got so many changes and challenges. And we did get information on that there's a difference between what we could do and the orders that Dr. Ocaranza has and private schools or religious schools particularly are not inside that order, and so that we got to look at that situation as well, and then support it. Obviously, support that there's going to be differences between the private schools or the religious schools and the public schools. So we're looking at that. So still, I've said that the next that the next 2 weeks are going to be very telling as to what's going to happen. And so a lot of things, a lot of changes. We're going to see where we're headed and how much challenging or whether all the things that we're doing are addressing our concerns. So I think the next 2 weeks are going to sort of tell the story of what's going to happen here in El Paso and in this region. So That's all I have for today, because we've gone through so many other elements of COVID. We'll move on at this time.
Thank you. Commissioner Leon?
Yes, I've got a few things, not that long. The constables continue to work hard in assisting both with the Sheriff's Department and Police Department. And as you may know, the JP courts have gone back into session. There's several things that they are doing now, along with evictions. And as a matter of fact, JP Herrera is on the line. He wants to be able to speak about what they're doing now as compared to where they were a few weeks back. Judge, are you available?
Yes, sir. Thank you, Commissioner. Thank you for the opportunity to present to the court. Commissioners, Judge Samaniego, Ms. Keller, good afternoon. So by way of kind of a passing what's going on with the JPs, I wanted to give you an update as to what's gone on since COVID, all the hearings that we've had, the issues with non-emergency hearings, and going back into session since May 19th. We were allowed to do so by the Supreme Court. So as of now, all JPs are operational and open. That's going to vary from JP to JP. Some offices will telework, some will be all in office, and some do have a hybrid of those two programs. So for example, my court will run a skeleton crew throughout the week. I'm unable to provide how a detailed report as to each court has been impacted by COVID, but I can share some light on some of the issues that we're facing here at JP3, and I would say that is indicative of what's going on across the board with all the other JPs. So talking about some of the moving forward, some of the setbacks that we're facing, the new procedures, as well as a backlog of cases. So we were here at JP3, we were closed from March 18th to June 1st. If you recall, the Supreme Court said we could go back into session with non-emergency hearings after May 19th. So we were able to resume all emergency hearings, and eviction cases started on June 22nd. During that hiatus, from March 18th till about June 1st, my court had to reset about 1,100 hearings. And also to give you an idea of what's gone on in comparison with pre-COVID, as well as to our operations now. For example, in a month where we were pre-COVID, back in October 2019, I was able to have 200 contested hearings. Last month, we had 100 hearings. So we're out operating about half capacity as far as hearings are concerned, keeping in mind that we're under the operating procedures implemented by the El Paso County, and that remote hearings is the best practices. We went from having in-person hearings to telephonic and Zoom hearings. What this has done for my staff is it has put us under a great deal of strain in that we are having to coordinate with litigants. Before, we were able to send out a letter and just expect somebody to appear in court. Now, what our letter does say in regards to notice of a hearing is that they have to contact the court. So that's going to take a lot of coordination, a lot of time and preparation for those cases to actually come to court. And that's going to go anywhere from sending out a letter to about 10 to 15 minutes of coordination between email as well as telephonic conferences with the clients. So we're going a lot slower. We are focusing on customer service as we deal with litigants. We're trying to present cases while practicing remote distances. Things are going a lot slower for all JPs. Additionally, one other thing I want to bring up is that we are remaining in compliance with best practices, remote hearings and social distancing. I know we put in some orders from Plastic Shield specifically to JPs 4, 5, 6, 1, and JP 7, and those places still do not have plastic shields. So we'll be following up regarding that. And I'm available for any other questions. That will conclude my report.
Judge, thank you very much. Appreciate it. We haven't heard from JPs, but I understand that, as you said, that some are handling some of the cases in person, but most of them are virtual. type of situation. So appreciate you hanging on and giving us that information.
Yeah, just
Thank you,
want to real
Commissioner.
quick, thank you, Judge Herrera. Always a pleasure to have you, and really fortunate. JPs are really a integral part of our system and in the community. And you guys are doing everything that you can to align yourselves with the Council of Justice and what they're doing there. And it's very complicated, but we thank you for the effort that you're placing. And thank you, Commissioner Leon, for bringing them to light. We don't have a lot of opportunity to thank them for all their work. So on our behalf, Judge Herrera, thank you, and the rest of the JPs that are working on aligning ourselves properly as part of the county team. Thank you.
Thank you.
Judge.
Thank you.
Judge.
This is Commissioner Stout. I was wondering if I could ask Judge Herrera a question.
Sure, go ahead.
Judge, you still there?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, he's there.
Okay. I just can't see it. Thanks for the update, Judge Herrera. I heard you say that the process for evictions has been reinstated since June. I think you said June 22nd. Are you seeing a lot of eviction cases now? And I think I'm still very worried about the economic effects on our community when it comes to obviously job losses and not being able to people to be able to pay their rent and I wonder if there's something else that we could be doing to try and mitigate or try and help these folks that maybe having a tough time and looking at the prospect of being homeless.
Thank you. That is a great commissioner. That's a great question, Commissioner. So in regards to that, we did start on June 22nd having hearings. I would say that in my court, I've seen a small uptick in the amount of cases that are being filed. Nothing too great that I would say it's just completely different as before. The courts, in regards, I know there is some funding that is available through the county as well as through the city, and we've been approached by different groups from the county, from the city, as well as private groups as well in regards to making that information public. The JPs, as any other court, we cannot get involved in plea negotiation or in regards to negotiations in resolving a matter. So bringing those issues up in court is about the funding. That's something the court can't do. That's something that typically happens prior to having court. I have told any of those groups that want to make that information available, we have an informational table out here, and if they would like to provide anything out there to any of the litigants that come in so they can peruse prior to court. I know it makes it difficult because we are having out of court hearings. It's still available because we still do get litigants, whether they be landlords, whether they be tenants, still come to our court.
Do you Judge Herrera, do you all as JPs, do you have the authority to for example, I know that I think statewide there, or maybe it was national, I can't remember if it was state or national rule that there was a moratorium placed on evictions. And do you all have tools? I mean, do you have the authority to be able to do those, to put a moratorium on evictions, or is that something that the county judge might have? I don't know if you know the answer to that.
I'm not sure that if the county judge does have that authority. I know I see legal on, but the JPs, we do have some leeway in regards to the Texas Supreme Court and what we've been allowed to do. That is available to us as a collective of the JPs. So we can do that. The moratorium, it does involve the CARES Act, and I think those cases can be filed. They can put notice, I think July 25th, and we can't have an eviction hearing on those matters until August 25th. We've had some public interest groups who are looking to help educate the justices of the peace in regards to that. I have had cases in my court come up regarding that, and we've had to dismiss those hearings in regards to those moratoriums. So to answer your question, yes, it is within the JP's authority. I cannot speak as to the county judge's authority. Hopefully that answers it.
Hi, Commissioner.
Okay,
Commissioner, this is Christina Sanchez. Would you like me to chime in?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yes,
Hi,
please,
Christina Sanchez, Assistant County Attorney. Go ahead, Judge.
No,
Sorry,
I was just
Judge
going to say,
Samaniego.
independent of what Christina talks about, the cooperation we got at the front end from the JPs was amazing. They were able to wait off, and then they didn't rush into the evictions. They did everything that they could in order to allow, sort of align themselves with our order, but also not take off on the evictions like they could have. And so independent of what we can and cannot do, and Christina will address that, but the cooperation at the front end was extremely well received and very much appreciated. So go ahead, Christina.
Hi, Judge. Yes, as Judge Herrera just mentioned, the Supreme Court back in, when this issue first started in terms of the stay-at-home orders and the evictions, the Supreme Court of Texas had issued those guidelines and those rules that essentially did put a moratorium on evictions for a certain period of time, and then they extended it. That was lifted back in June, I believe. And then at that time, what the order said is that if any JP, if they wished, could continue to move forward with that process, those procedures and those processes. So it was left up to them to decide. They don't have to, but they could. I know some other jurisdictions in Texas, for example, had continued their moratoriums. I don't know if any still existed, but they did put those timeframes in place individually. And again, that was up to each of those individual jurisdictions. As in terms of having that implemented in a county judge's order, we see those as two separate roles, if you will, where you have the direction and the authority that's coming out from the judicial branch. That is very, in and of itself, that is their purview, their role, their guidance that they're able to provide. And so that jurisdiction has always been provided to them and to whether or not they want to continue with that. So as far as that being included in a county judge order, it is my opinion that would be overlapping into the judicial process and into those rules that have been set forth by the Supreme Court. But again, those provisions and those rules have been left at the discretion, if you will, to the judiciary as to whether or not they can continue to that. And they did have that moratorium in place for some time being, even when those news orders had come out back in May and into June. So that's a very quick recap for you, Commissioner Stout.
Thank you, Christina.
Thank you, Christina, and thank you for the clarification, and I each JP has their own jurisdiction and their elected officials, and I definitely respect that. But I would also respectfully advocate that maybe the Council of JPs look at possibly extending a moratorium on evictions until things are a little bit better and the economy is working a little bit better and we're open a little more widely, because I still feel, even though we've opened back up a little bit, there are a lot of people we continue to see unemployment requests for unemployment benefits occurring and going up, and we're doing a lot as the county to try to help people with rental assistance and utility assistance and food assistance, but there's so many different angles that we can hit this and try to provide people with relief, and we're also spending a lot of money on the homeless population, and what we really don't want to do is create a situation where we're increasing the number of people that become homeless, and therefore we have to then start spending even more money because we have a larger homeless population because folks are getting evicted. And so anything that the JPs can do you know, that they have authority to do that could help with this situation, I strongly advocate for having those conversations. If they're not already happening, they may already be happening, but you know, that's another way that we can help folks in our community and help ourselves as well here at the county when it comes to the money that we are having to spend on this issue. So, Judge Herrera, I know if you all have the opportunity to talk about that, if that's something that you are amenable to, I would really appreciate that. You know, I think it's really important to try to provide that type of support.
We will absolutely discuss it. Thank you, Commissioner.
No, and I agree. And Judge Herrera, if anybody can understand is Commissioner Stout, so I don't know if they need a little bit of a testimonial from him or others as to how the complexity of what happens when, you know, when someone's evicted and how much money we save by them not getting evicted, or anything that we could do to help you with your discussion with the JPs. And of course, legal also can be very helpful. So whatever we could do to support you as a resource, we would be glad. And I know Commissioner Stout would be very, you know, ready to be able to talk about the complexity and how these whole things can be much more expensive if we don't do them right at the front end. So thank you, Judge Herrera. Always a pleasure.
Yeah, and I want to echo the judge's sentiments earlier. You know, the council JPs and the JPs, you know, you all jumped into action very early on, and I appreciate the work that y'all have been doing up to this point.
Thank you.
And thank you, Judge Herrera, for holding on this long. We appreciate it. To
Yes,
continue,
sir.
I've also had a conversation with Chief Roger Martinez, JPD. I have reported that there were 3 detainees last week that had come down with COVID. 1 has recovered, 2 are still testing positive, and they're still in quarantine. So the numbers are not going up. Something that is new to me, I hadn't heard this before, but I understand that somebody can be positive with COVID, but yet not be contagious. So when we had Dr. Carranza on the line, I should have asked him. But that's what Chief Martinez has been advised. They still, though, remain in quarantine, like I just said. But there's something that I'm going to have to make some phone calls and find out about that. And lastly, we have somebody from the Sheriff's Department online holding on to give us some information about the SO.
Is it Tom Whitten or?
I don't know if it's a sheriff or Chief Whitten.
Chief Whitten, I believe, said he would be on it, but are you on, Tom? Chief?
No, I kicked him out of his chair. This is Sheriff Wiles.
Oh, okay. Good replacement.
The mic is yours, Sheriff.
Go ahead, Sheriff.
So the report that I provided you this morning by email, you have probably already noticed the reduction of active cases at the downtown jail, which that's very good news. We did the mass testing at the annex. We've gotten all the results back except 188 that we're still waiting on. And you'll see in comparison to last week, those numbers went up. But there's a total reduction of 67 active cases. So that's kind of what we were looking for, is that if we did the mass testing and we were able to identify who was positive with the COVID, we could isolate them better. And now that we have the tests available, rather than having to wait 14 days and hope that they were negative before we moved them to the annex, now we'll actually be able to test them once we know they're going to be staying in the facility for any length of time. So that'll be a big benefit to us. Unfortunately, I do have some really bad news. We had an employee pass away on Friday. He did test positive for COVID. He's a male in his 70s with underlying health conditions. He's a civilian employee that works at the downtown jail. He's a cashier that works the graveyard shift, dealing with bonds and commissary money and things of that nature. So we're dealing with that issue, and that's pretty much where we're at right now, if anybody has any questions.
Sheriff, we're all very sorry about your loss. Our condolences to the family. One of the things that I read some time back is when an attorney needs to speak to a detainee, does it have to be in person, or can they, and is it a routine that they do this telephonically?
Yes, sir. We've made arrangements to do that by phone. So if they don't want to come into the facility, we can make arrangements to put the individual in an attorney's booth with a telephone, and they will have a communication with their attorney.
So that'll avoid the contact that that would possibly bring in an infection. So they're separated. They can do that over the phone, and for the most part, if I understand it correctly, the inmates that you do have that do test positive are quarantined.
No, they are definitely quarantined. Luckily, we had some empty floors downtown, and as we started the mass testing and these individuals were coming back positive, we had to open the floors so we could spread them out and separate them to prevent that from being passed. So you can see while we still have 188 more tests waiting to come back with the results, you can see a reduction, and we expect that to continue. We're never going to be able to stop the ones coming in through the front door that are positive because we're going to accept them, but we think we've got a better handle on the individuals that we're actually detaining and keeping them from getting it while they're in the jail. And there's a lot of things that we've eliminated to ensure there's no contact with the outside. Now, certainly our jailers have to come in and they interact with the inmates. And if they happen to catch the virus and bring it in, there is a potential they could give it to an inmate. It's something that we have to watch real close. We do have a screening process every day when they come to work. But quite frankly, this thing's such a moving target. For instance, the jail commander of the jail annex came to work every day, no fever, no cough, no sore throat. He tested positive. We got the results back on Friday. We sent him home. So he actually was fine. And potentially you could have an employee like that who's working on the floors. Now they wear masks, and so did the commander actually, but the employees wear masks and they clean their hands and sanitizers available. We require them to maintain the 6-foot distance. So I guess what I'm trying to say is there's so many unknowns with this virus. We can't anticipate every potential chance for transmission, but we've done a lot to eliminate those chances. We stopped visitation even before the governor mandated it. We've put phones in to allow the attorneys to visit with their clients by phone, including the public defenders. We've been doing court hearings through the electronic means. So there's a lot of things that we've done to eliminate contact, but there's some things we just can't eliminate, and that's, of course, having jailers on the floors checking the inmates as required by the state. And that's where the potential, I think, comes in, where you could have a transmission, but we'll continue to work on that and monitor it as best we can.
Okay, thank you for your time, Sheriff. I appreciate you holding on.
Oh, not a problem.
Great job, Sheriff. Thank you.
Judge, do you mind if I ask a question?
Absolutely. Go ahead, Commissioner Stout.
Thank you, Judge. Thank you, Sheriff, for joining us, and my deepest condolences to the employee that passed away, to his family, to you all there that worked with him. That's such a such a tragedy that we've lost one of our own, and I'm very sorry to hear that. I just wanted to ask you. I know you went over some, a lot of the things that have been done that you're working on, and I appreciate all those steps that you're taking. But I just wanted to know if there has been any major changes in the way things are being handled, within the last 3 or 4 weeks since that first case occurred, and then kind of the large. The ballooning in cases that we've seen, since we now know that it's that the virus is very prevalent within the jail, and it's not just. I mean, there are people coming in from outside that may be bringing it in, but also, I understand that there's been some spread within the jail as well, and so I just wonder if there, what if any, further actions have been taken, or are we, is it basically the status quo? Are we doing the same thing that we were 3 weeks ago?
No, it's not status quo. The main change that's been made is the testing of inmates who are going to be staying in the facility. Before, we would just confine them for 14 days and then ship them off to the jail annex. And then we started seeing the numbers at the annex. So now, when every inmate who's booked is going to stay in the jail, they're tested. They're actually given a test on day 3 or 4, and then we'll know for certain whether they're negative or positive. If they're negative, they can be shipped to the jail annex with some reassurance that they don't have it and they're not going to spread it to other inmates at the annex. Those that test positive are then held downtown. And the second thing is opening up those additional floors has allowed us to spread the inmates out even further to provide for increased isolation and quarantining, so we don't have any additional spread there in the downtown jail. So those are pretty much the major changes that we've made after we started seeing the numbers increase. And it appears to be working, because as you can see, the numbers are dropping, and we anticipate this will continue now that we've completed the mass testing and people are starting to recover.
Okay, thank you very much, Sheriff. Thanks for the information. I appreciate it.
Thank you, Commissioner. Thank you, Sheriff Wiles. Great job. Thank you.
Thank you.
That's my report. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Leon and Betsy.
Commissioner Pettis?
Thanks, Betsy. I don't have anything further than this morning's task force update.
Thank you, sir. Commissioner Stout?
Yes, Stout? Let me pull up here. So I want to start out by talking about the homeless community. So during our call last week with the homeless community, folks were very pleased to learn that that the Commissioner's Court had approved the additional $1 million to help continue the Delta Center operations, and so they're very thankful for that. Thanks to the court again for supporting that. The Haven and the Welcome Center have been operating with city funds, and the money that we kicked in is going to help keep things going until the project transitions into a longer-term solution. That's it's going to be funded with CDBG dollars from the city. The collaboration continues to be the name of the game with the homeless community. So far, there have been 10 positive COVID cases among the homeless population in our community, which is, only a sliver of what is happening, drop in the bucket compared to what's happening in other communities. And so we're very proud of that. With some of these cases, we've had the positive cases transferred directly to hotel-based quarantine, so the community spread and for it among folks living in the shelters has been small. My office and city officials have been in contact with some constituents who want to find out more about the Delta Center and why we have the homeless population living there. So we're communicating with them and making sure that people understand that it's a temporary solution, even as a transition task force for the Welcome Center eyes, possible locations for a long-term location. The United Way received a batch of donated hand sanitizer in smaller bottles. They also have some field medical kits. So if any organizations need hand sanitizer or could use medical kits, I understand you can contact the United Way for those. The manpower issue, moving on to the food bank, the manpower issue there continues to be an issue, continues to be a problem. They sell folks from the Get Shift Done program and from Workforce Solutions Borderplex, but without the National Guard, it's been more of a struggle for them. It means that they cannot serve as many families. So they're exploring alternatives, including distributing food from the Coliseum and providing people with shopping carts full of food they can take and put in their trunks. Albertsons donated some carts, and so this takes away from the imperative to have volunteers to load the trunks. Though with folks who have mobility issues, it does create different challenges. We will have another food security task force meeting Wednesday, and I'll be there for that. We're working on a regional food security plan. Part of that is helping the food bank get caught up with some infrastructural needs, but there's also a policy element and collaboration element that are going to be very important. On the hospital side, Chief Rodriguez has mentioned, of course, concerns about staffing in the past and as opposed to the bed capacity. And after speaking with Jacob Cintron, in terms of UMC, that concern would be mostly in the event of a surge. If we ended up having to use all of the bed capacity and having to have additional bed capacity, so if they had to build something, would have to build something out. Del Sol had some problems recently where they were diverting emergency and trauma patients, but UMC has not seen anything like that. And so, as you all know, this is still a very fluid situation. As you heard, they have a higher number of COVID-19 patients and have had more of them referred from private hospitals to UMC. But as we've heard from Mr. Cintron last week, less than 15% of them were actually on ventilators, which, as you know, is a good sign because Jacob tells us that once folks are put on a ventilator, the survival rate is about 10%. So that's about all I have for my update. I don't know if anybody has any questions, but thank you for the opportunity.
Thank you, Commissioner Stout. Also, thank you for recognizing Cintron and the hospital and what they're doing. Just excellent work by them. Thank you, Commissioner. Go ahead, Betsy.
Yes, sir. Commissioner Robinson?
I have nothing to add at this time.
Judge, just before we close this item, I wanted to respond on Commissioner Leon during Commissioner Leon's section that Judge Herrera mentioned some concerns with plexiglass being installed. Our team was waiting for some materials to come in. Those recently came in. They started work on the JPs again, I believe, late last week, and those are underway, and Norma is aware and staying on top of that. Also, the Chief Rodriguez, and I'm sure Commissioner Leon will want to follow up on this directly, but Chief Rodriguez was explaining that when someone is at the point where basically they would show that they have the antibodies, that's where it still looks like they test positive for antibodies, but they're no longer actively positive for the active virus, I believe, is when they would no longer be contagious. But it would definitely encourage us to connect Commissioner Leon with Dr. Ocaranza for follow-up on that. And that's all
Absolutely.
We have under this item, I believe. Miguel, is there any other slides or is this it?
That's the only slide that was here.
Judge
Thank
Betsy.
you, sir.
Sure. Go
Yes,
ahead,
sir.
Commissioner Leon.
Real quick, thank you, Betsy, for looking further into it, and I will give them a call because that's the first I hear that somebody may test positive but not being contagious, and also that it's probation parole week. I forgot to mention it, so our heads up to probation parole employees. It's put on by the American Probation Parole Association. So. Judge Chief Martinez, sorry, I forgot to mention that during my report. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. Go ahead, Betsy.
Thank you, Judge. Thank you, Commissioners. Go ahead, Jessica, to item 15. I'm sorry, item 16, please.
Yes, there will be no action for item number 8. Item number 16, under Economic Development, with a correction from the County Attorney's Office. Discuss and take appropriate action regarding feedback received from the Economic Development Administration on a grant to fund construction at the Fabens Airport and direct staff on updating the grant proposal. Contract number 2020-0509.
Good afternoon, Judge and Commissioners. Andrea Hutchins with the Economic Development Department. In June, we brought to you the opportunity to apply for a $5.5 million grant. This grant was through the Economic Development Administration for the construction of Fabens Airport. The reason that the Economic Development Administration was offering these grants, basically it was a construction grant, but due to COVID-19, they were not only reducing the potential grant match for the county, but in some instances they were waiving matches altogether. And that was how we brought you the grant in May initially, and then again in June for approval. This grant would bring about the immediate construction of not only the hangars, but it would also bring about immediate construction jobs, which is incredibly attractive to the Economic Development Administration as we look at economic recovery. This grant would also allow for the expansion of aviation, aerospace, and defense opportunities through UTEP as well as Fort Bliss. We worked with the Public Works Department, grants, and the Rio Grande Council of Government to put together an application by the deadline, which we did reach, which was June 30th. This particular grant received letters of support from Blue Origin, which is Jeff Bezos' company in Van Horn, the Rio Grande Council of Governments, ARMS, as well as the El Paso Area Chamber of Commerce. Originally, as I mentioned, there was no grant match. The Economic Development Department received a phone call last week from the regional administrator, Robert Pichet, who, if you all remember, a few months ago, addressed the court with various Economic Development Administration opportunities. During that phone call, he let me know that there was approximately 15 grant applications received from other communities where they were not requesting a waiver of the 20% grant match, which we had done. He was concerned that that would make our grant not only non-competitive, but non-considerable. So he made the recommendation that prior to the committee meeting through the Economic Development Administration, that we try to include the 20% grant match to make us more competitive. That would come out to approximately $1.1 million for construction. And I do want to point out to the court that if we should decide to move forward with providing that grant match, that $850,000 of that $1.1 million is available from previous bond funds that would be restricted to use at Fabens Airport only. The additional $250,000 required could be paid for out of economic impact funds to make a total of the $1.1 million for the match. And Jose is on the line as well if you should have any questions specific to the $850,000 or construction. So at this point, I will stand by for questions from the court.
Yeah, I'd like to hear, Jose, would you go ahead and add your comments? You always have some great insights to this. Thank you.
Thank you, Judge. Commissioners Jose Landeros with the Planning and Development Department. As was mentioned, the $850,000 is from the 2016 bond refinance issuance that made some funding available for improvements at the airport. Currently, we have that money set aside for construction of one hangar, but we've identified the possibility that the remaining balance of that bond issuance may not even be enough to construct the hangar that we'd like to see. So by partnering with economic development and this grant submission, we feel like we could definitely leverage that funding and turn it into something to actually construct not just one, but a few hangars at the airport facility. Based on the timelines that have been shared with us, in the event that we don't receive the funding, we still have our hangar under design, and that design will be complete soon, and we can then start to expend those funds by the our goal is by the end of the calendar year. So we do have a plan to move forward with grant funding or without grant funding, but we feel this is a good way to turn $850,000 into just over $5 million. So we are in favor of it, and we have coordinated very closely with economic development, and happy to take any questions that the court may have on any of the construction plans or the design plans of the hangars.
Thank you, Jose. Just how does UTEP play into the situation? That there are partners. I don't know. Maybe I missed something that you might have said, but how do they come into play with this particular grant?
So we've been in close communication with UTEP regarding their long-term plans for the aerospace and engineering department. So we've spoken with Dr. Jadori at length. He did take a look at the grant application and provided some additional input into the application. One of the hangars, a component of that hangar, will be to provide potentially some training space for our friends over at Fort Bliss and for separating service members, not only from White Sands, Alamogordo, as well as Fort Bliss. And then even we've had some talks with the folks at San Angelo to do some training at one of the hangars in particular. So to kind of make it an aerospace and engineering and aviation hub. So that's kind of where the future of UTEP comes in, is really that training component. So at this point, we don't have funding for them, and they're not going to necessarily be an awardee of any of the funds, but we would be providing space for them as well as Western Tech and EPCC to expand the programs that they're offering to our separating service members at a regional level. So again, it wouldn't just be Fort Bliss, it would be more of a regional focus, which is part of the reason that we received the letter of support from Blue Origin, is because we're really looking at the expansion of Fabens to kind of be a job creator.
Yeah, this is such an incredible partnership. I mean, you've got Blue Origin, and you've got Fort Bliss, UTEP. It's just so important. I think it's, like I've said so many times, it's that pivotal point of starting to do something in the county, especially in aerospace, and I don't know, it just lends itself to so much opportunity, so many opportunities going forward. So I'm very supportive of making things go in the right direction, and so I'm hoping that it's a favorable by our commissioners court as well.
I move to approve.
Second.
Commissioner Perez?
Aye.
Commissioner Leon?
Aye.
Commissioner Stout?
Aye.
Commissioner Robinson?
Aye.
Judge Samaniego?
Aye.
Motion carries.
Okay, thanks, all. And if I could just add briefly, not only do we really just appreciate this from the Economic Development Department, but we mentioned several partners. I plan on a weekly basis adding information about how this grant is moving forward, as well as our broadband initiative in our highlights each week, because I couldn't agree with you more, Judge. This is such an important component of economic recovery, and so I really do appreciate your support with this grant.
Thank you. Great idea of keeping us posted on that. Thank you. Go ahead, Jessica.
Okay. Yes, sir. Item number 17, Health and Social Services, with a correction from the County Attorney's Office. Approve and authorize the county judge to execute a subrecipient agreement between the County of El Paso and the United Way of El Paso County in the amount of $2,829,081.96, with funds from the Office of the Governor Victims of Crime Act grant to fund the El Paso United Family Resiliency Center to assist in community recovery efforts due to the August 3rd, 2019 mass shooting incident. Grant term is September 1st, 2019 through September 30th, 2021. Funding is available in SG, CR, ELP, RC20 operating expenses, contract number 2019-0736.
Good afternoon, Judge, Commissioners. Carlos Marquez, Operations Manager with Community Services Department. This agreement is with the United Way for the $2,829,081.96 to provide victim services and recovery services in the response to the mass shooting on August 3rd. United Way has led the efforts of recovery services since the aftermath. Shortly after, the United Way and County partnered and opened up the Family Resiliency Center that's located within the Family Youth Services Center. They have begun services to the community in anticipation of the grant award from the Office of the Governor. The Office of the Governor has awarded the grant on April 22nd, and the court accepted it on the April 27th. United Way procured for community partner services, and they have now engaged with all the providers that are needed for the full services, and we are ready to execute this agreement with them. It'll be retroactive from September 1st, 2019, so that they can start getting reimbursed for all their efforts since the aftermath. We have representation from United Way and our county grants on the line, and I would like to open the floor to Erica, who will expand on the item.
Good afternoon, Judge. Good afternoon, Judge and Commissioners. Erica Ortega with Grants Administration. So to add on to what Carlos said, the County Auditor's Office will be overseeing the reimbursement process for the FRC and ensure the county and United Way are in compliance with program guidelines as well as general state and federal grant guidelines. Irene Valenzuela and her staff will also ensure we are meeting programmatic objectives and goals for the grant. So this grant will come to an end on September 30th of 2021. And so a few months prior to this grant ending, El Paso County, of course, in collaboration with United Way, will be working on a renewal grant to allow us to provide these FRC services for an additional 2 years. We also have Ryan Kerr with the County Attorney's Office, who drafted the subrecipient agreement, as well as Deborah Zuluaga with United Way, in case there are any questions that they may be able to answer for this item. So with that, I will leave it open to any comments or questions you all may have.
Deborah, you want to comment on the item?
So, good afternoon, Judge. Good afternoon, Commissioners. I just simply want to say how much we appreciate this and are very humbled by this opportunity to take on something as important as the healing of our community after such a tragic event. We really want to thank Ms. Keller and Ms. Ortega and Ms. Valenzuela for all their hard work, and of course, Chief Rodriguez at the city, who has been working with us. And I especially want to give a big thank you to Christina Lamore, our Vice President for Community Impact, who has been working very, very hard on this. And we really do feel that in partnership with the county and with our other partners, including Emergence and many other local faith-based and healing organizations, entities, and individuals, that we will make our community a better place through this and after this, and especially been working very, very hard on the Day of Remembrance events, especially during this time of social distancing, and we want to make sure that we are working very closely with all our partners, to including the county, of course, and you, Judge, to make sure that we recognize the importance. And we just want to thank you all, and we're looking forward to working together to heal our community.
Debbie, we all knew about United Way, but my goodness, from August 3rd last year to now, what you have done, well, it just highlights all the things you have been doing all along, but they became more visible to our community. Christina has done an amazing job. The partnership has been amazing. I know myself and Commissioners Court want to thank United Way for the amazing, every step of the way. Every time you look, the United Way is in one way or the other trying to help out and trying to help our community heal, or doing something else, whether it's with a food bank or any other place. So we want to thank you. And Erica, thank you for amazing job of supporting and the resource for grants, which was just a great team effort. So Debbie, thank you for being on.
Thank you, Judge.
Always
And I also want
pleasure.
to really set special thanks to Commissioner Stout. Commissioner Stout is serving on the Family Resiliency Center Advisory Committee and has been absolutely instrumental in providing counsel to the United Way and really being able to provide us some great insight. And so I really want to thank Commissioner Stout for his leadership on the Family Resiliency Center and especially on the Day of Remembrance activities.
Thank you. Thank you, Commissioner Stout.
Thank you.
Very well deserved.
And thanks to Deb and to United Way. I echo completely the sentiments of the judge. Working with y'all has been a pleasure, and you have some great staff and some great things going on. And
thank you.
You know, it's in great hands. Thank you.
Thank you.
So I'll move to approve.
Second.
Commissioner Bettis?
Aye.
Commissioner Leon?
Aye.
Commissioner Stout?
Aye.
Commissioner Robinson?
Aye.
Judge Samaniego?
Aye.
Motion carries.
Thank you, Debbie.
Thank you.
Erica.
Thank you very much, Commissioner. Thank you, Judge.
Item number 18, pursuant to Texas Election Code Section 43.007B, hold a public hearing to discuss the possibility of the County of El Paso's implementation of a countywide polling place program. Could we please have a motion to open a public hearing?
So moved.
So moved.
Second.
Commissioner Bettis?
Aye.
Commissioner Leon?
Aye.
Commissioner Stout?
Aye.
Commissioner Robinson?
Aye.
Judge Samaniego?
Aye.
Motion carries. And just for information, we do have two guests signed up to speak on this item.
Good morning. I'm sorry. Good afternoon, Commissioners, Judge Lisa Wise. I'm going to go over a presentation similar to what we had been doing in our public meetings, discussing the countywide polling place program, and then take the comment as we go. So as you know, the idea of the countywide polling place program, or the vote centers, is something that we've been talking about for a couple years now. And we are actually just about to send in our application for the November 2020 election. So we've been busy the last couple of weeks really trying to get this application put together. And one of the first things that we've done was to put together a committee so that we can make sure that there are members of the of El Paso County aren't underserved, and gather as much feedback as we can. So the members of this committee obviously start with myself as the elections administrator. I am the facilitator. We have a representative from the commissioner's office, as well as LULAC with Miss Lizette Ardady. Miss Lily Lamone is going to be the representative from the El Paso County Democratic Party. We are still waiting on a name from the Republican Party, as well as the League of Women Voters. I spoke with the President Carol Wallace today. She's working on getting us a name from the board. We have Miss Eleanor Coldwell from El Paso Council of the Blind. And then we are still waiting for the names from both UTEP and EPCC, the Center for Civic Engagement, and then the Student Senate representative. So what I'm just gonna go over real briefly, and I know we've talked about this several times and even recently on what a vote center is. And for the public hearing purpose, I'm going to go through this presentation. The vote centers are a voting option, which gives the voter the ability to cast their vote at any polling site on election day, similar to early voting. The program was first implemented in 2006 in the state of Texas. A bill was passed in 2005. Lubbock was the first county to participate and deemed successful. There's now over 50 counties who operate under this vote center model. I can have the next slide. When we start to talk about vote centers, a lot of people say, yes, I'd love to go to vote centers, but don't consolidate and close my library or my school or my rec center. So the question we get asked a lot are, can I still vote in my precinct? And the answer is yes. You're committing, and I've committed, both the Commissioner's Court and the Elections Department provide more voting options for voting on Election Day, which means we will keep all the polling sites that we can use on Election Day open and add some additional sites to that. So if I could have the next slide. And so the other question we always get, well, will there be additional sites available on Election Day? And the answer is yes. These are generally questions about early voting locations that we may use that may not be used for Election Day because we already have a public building or something inside that precinct. However, now with adding some high traffic locations, we'll be able to use some of our sites on Election Day that we usually use only during early voting, such as Bassett, YWCA West, Marty Robbins, those types of locations. If I could have the next slide. So as we've discussed in the past, in order to offer vote centers as an option, we must apply to the Texas Secretary of State. And that application process requires us to conduct a public hearing, which we are doing right now, and then also to meet several technical requirements. If I can have the next slide. Those technical requirements we began to implement a couple years ago here in El Paso County, so most voters have probably seen them already. The electronic poll pad, which is a requirement we implemented in 2018. Either a DRE or ballot marking device system, which we purchased the ballot marking device system in 2019. Most voters have used that by now. It's the device that you vote on that actually produces the paper ballot. And the final technical requirement is the updated curbside ADA equipment so that it can produce, again, any ballot style at any of the vote centers. And we will be bringing those out for the November 2020 election. Next slide, please. So this is kind of an abbreviated timeline of what we've done and where we're at. Submit the intent to participate to the Texas Secretary of State. We've already done that. We've given a couple different overview presentations to you, the Commissioner's Court, establishing the committee. We also had some virtual public meetings last week, and now we're at the public hearing stage, where we will talk about the future site selection, which basically is that we'll be meeting with the advisory committee, and any additional sites that we want to add, we will be going through that committee, getting their input, making sure things like ADA compliant, parking, available on public transportation, that type of thing we'll be discussing when we do meet with our committee. We're also going to talk about the outreach efforts, which we'll talk about on the next slide, and then also some community feedback. So once we are done with this public hearing, we're almost ready to submit the final application. The next item on the agenda is to gather a letter of support from the county judge. There are some other elected officials who are writing letters of support, but the application requires one from the judge. I'm planning to submit the proposal on Friday, July 24th. And then hopefully we'll know within 7 to 10 days whether or not the Secretary of State's office is going to allow us to participate. Once we do, if we do get the green light and then we do participate in November, we will have another public hearing similar to this where we'll go over turnout and any issues that we may have had or any public feedback that we may have gotten. And again, the county judge will submit a letter requesting successful designation from the Texas Secretary of State. Next slide, please. If we are approved for the program, these are some things that we're going to be doing for the outreach and community and doing some of the community activities. The press event, we'll have a large press event announcing that. We've already started working on a vote center logo. The vote center locator on our mobile app, similar to what we have already during early voting, which will let you know not only the closest vote center to where you are to your location, but also the wait times for those locations. We're going to be putting vote center flyers on obviously social media and any public spaces we can get. We do have money set aside to do an advertising campaign in both English and Spanish. We're going to have some exit surveys at the vote centers on election day to get feedback from voters on whether or not they thought that model worked well and their feelings on that. We'll continue to have community meetings and other public outreach events. One of the other things is that we'll have notices posted at each vote center of the nearest four vote centers. That's required by law. So if you do go in on election day, you'll be able to see what those are. Any questions or feedback, if anyone has, they can contact me directly. We have been getting some feedback, and all of the feedback has been positive. Basically just, some questions on, again, can I vote at the location in my neighborhood and those things like that. But basically just comments that, yes, we love to vote early and have all those selections, those choices, and we can't wait to do that on election day. So this is just my information. If there's anybody who would like to contact me, give any feedback, we will have updated information on our website as soon as we find out whether or not we've been accepted to participate. And I wanted to open it up to, I'm not sure if anybody's on the phone here to do public comment, members of the committee, if they wanted to say a few words at this point.
Yeah, we do have two public comments, Lisa, but I don't know if you have anybody from the committee that would like to speak as well.
I'm not sure. One of them had mentioned they would call into public comment, so I'm not sure if that's. I'm not sure who's on the phone with the public comment.
For public comment, we have Rocio Fierro Perez and then Eleanor Coldwell. In that.
So Ms. Coldwell is a member of our committee from the Paso Council of the Blind. If could we have her speak first?
Eleanor Coldwell.
Absolutely.
Yes. Hi. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Eleanor Coldwell, and as a visually impaired person, I'm very happy that Ms. Lisa Wise invited me to be on her committee because I'm very interested in the accessibility voting, but I'm also very interested in educating the entire community and of voters so that they can have the knowledge that they need to make confident decisions when they go into their polling places to vote. So thank you so very much.
And Eleanor, thank you for taking the time and being here with us and letting us know your views. Thank you so much. Appreciate that.
Thank
Who's
you.
the next public comment?
Rocio Fierro Perez.
Good afternoon, Commissioners Court, Judge Samaniego, and Ms. Wise. My name is Rocio Fierro Perez. I am the Vice President for the Student Government Association at El Paso Community College, as well as the Field Manager for Texas Rising. And so I'm just here today to support item 18. I think it's very important that voting be accessible, especially during this pandemic. I think it's a great idea to make sure that people are able to vote at any location on election day. We want to make sure that people have that opportunity and aren't restricted by having to go to a particular place. So I completely support this. So does Texas Rising, the nonprofit that I work with, as well as El Paso Community College. We are in complete support of this, and we really appreciate the work that you're doing, Ms. Wise. We think it's great, and we look forward to working with you for the upcoming election in November. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Rocio. Thank you for your comments and your time.
That is all that we have for public comment, Judge.
I'm happy to answer any
Lisa?
questions that the court may have. I know we've discussed this several times, but if there's something new that's come up, I'm happy to address that.
Before we hear comments, if there's any, Lisa, I just want to thank you. I know you have one of the most difficult, sometimes thankless job, but what you did during the elections and trying to get things rolling and moving with COVID and all the challenges that came about, just want to thank you for your extremely hard work and your whole department. I know that lots of late lights and nights and weekends. And so just want to make sure that you understand that we're very appreciative of the time that you put into the effort of getting your elections out with this COVID challenge right in the midst of everything else that you do. So thank you for that.
Thank you. Thank you, Judge.
Commissioners, do we have any comments or questions for Lisa? Okay, well, Lisa, go ahead.
I don't have any questions, but I also just wanted to thank Lisa Wise for all the work that she's done on this. You know, I brought this up to her office probably 2 years ago, and it's kind of been a you know, rocky road in some areas, but I'm glad that you know, this is finally coming to fruition. I mean, I'll definitely echo what Rocio from EPCC and Texas Rising talked about. You know, when it comes to, you know, trying to make sure that we're counteracting any you know, voter suppression and making sure that we, you know, empower and enable people to vote even more. And so, you know, I think this is a very strong step towards that. And you know, I'm glad that El Paso County is moving in this direction. And so, thank you, Lisa, for all the work you've done. I know I've nagged a lot and pushed you a lot, but you know, I think this is all going to be very very beneficial for our community.
Thank you,
You're
Commissioner.
welcome. Thank you.
Thank you, Lisa.
Okay, at this time, could we please have a motion to close the public hearing?
Okay, motion to close public hearings.
Second.
Commissioner Perez?
Aye.
Commissioner Leon?
Aye.
Commissioner Stout?
Aye.
Commissioner Robinson?
Aye.
Judge Samaniego?
Aye.
Motion carries. Item number 19, discuss and take appropriate action regarding El Paso County's participation in a countywide polling place program and authorize the county judge to sign the attached letter to the Texas Secretary of State.
Good afternoon again, Lisa Wise, El Paso County Elections Administrator. The final part that we discussed in the previous presentation was that one of the things the application requires is a letter of support signed by the county judge, and so that's what's attached for your review, so that he can sign that, I can sign off onto that, and then we can submit that with the application. I'll answer any questions if you have any.
Motion to approve.
Second.
Second.
Commissioner Perez?
Aye.
Commissioner Leon?
Aye.
Commissioner Stout?
Aye.
Commissioner Robinson?
Aye.
Judge Samaniego?
Aye.
Motion carries.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Lisa.
Item number 20, Public Works. Receive a presentation from the Planning and Development Department, Transportation, Planning and Engineering Division on the Fabens Airport Business and Development Plan.
Good afternoon, Judge and Commissioners. I have the honor of bringing this final presentation for the Fabens Airport Business and Development Plan to you this afternoon. This was an item that we initiated quite some time ago and has now come to a conclusion. This is effectively a policy and infrastructure document that gives us a blueprint moving forward for how we should invest within the airport. It was used as a reason to help justify and explain the need for additional hangar space on the grant that economic development just presented a few items ago. So it's a very useful document that we've already begun to put to use, and I look forward to definitely working with all county staff on implementing the next few years. Before I turn it over to Mr. Paulsgrove, who is our consultant, I did want to especially take time to thank Mr. Sal Alonso, Ms. Reina Mayorga, and Mr. Daniel Marquez, who are in our Transportation Division and Planning, who have worked very tirelessly over the past few months to ensure that this and other studies that are concluding are moving along in spite of everything that's going on with our community's response to COVID-19 and the health pandemic. So this would not be possible without the hard work that they do on the daily, and I wanted to make sure to give them that acknowledgement. So with that, I'll go and turn it over to Mr. Nathan Paulsgrove, who is with Garver, who will take over the presentation.
Thank you, Jose. Good afternoon, Judge and Commissioners. I hope you and your community are well, and thank you for the opportunity to speak with you today regarding the results of the Fabens Airport Business Development Plan study. My presentation to you today will review the results of the study and discuss some of the key priorities for the airport moving forward. As the slide before you shows, I always like to touch on what the purpose of the project was. The purpose of the Airport Business Development Plan was to create a tool that would set the strategic direction for the Fabens Airport from both a policy and an infrastructure perspective. And that's a little bit unique. Many times when we talk about airport planning and developing a plan for the future of an airport, we primarily just talk about infrastructure. What are the future runways and taxiways and aprons and hangars need to look like at the airport? But something that's often missed and is just as important is what do we need to do from a policy perspective to help cultivate growth at the airport that can be used to justify needed expansions in the infrastructure that the airport has. And so this business development plan focused on both of those items, looking at the infrastructure, the runways, the taxiways, how those need to change in the future, but then also from a policy perspective, a marketing perspective, what do we need to do to help increase activity out there and drive us towards needing those changes? Next slide, please. This slide provides an overview of the Airport Business Development Plan process. I won't go through this in detail, but what I'll focus on are the three main phases of the process, which are notated along the top of the graphic in the white text with the maroon background. The very beginning of the Airport Business Development Plan process is an intensive data gathering effort. We visit the airport, we meet with various stakeholders, and we gather a lot of information about the airport itself, its current operations, the condition of various facilities and infrastructure at the airport, et cetera. And then we also gather a lot of information about the community, socioeconomic information. We look at things that could drive aeronautical activity at the airport, such as economic development or partnerships with various institutes or companies that maybe have an aviation aspect to what they're doing that could be key drivers of traffic at the airport in the future. So at the end of that data gathering phase, we have a foundation laid of understanding what the airport is and what the community looks like and things that could impact the airport going forward. And that leads us into the analysis phase, the next phase, where we take what we've learned in that data gathering, and then we begin to review it and determine what does this mean as far as future infrastructure and policy improvements at the airport. So that's what that at the top of that second phase, you see strategic facility and policy improvements. In that phase is where we're developing detailed development objectives for the airport. So changes such as, the runway needs to be extended by X number of feet, or this particular type of policy needs to be developed for the airport, et cetera. We identify those and establish development objectives there. Those are ultimately used to drive what you see at the bottom of that analyze phase, which is the strategic development plan. And that's where we take those various development objectives and then we start looking at alternatives for how we can make that a reality. So to give you an example, if we were talking about we need to add 1,000 feet of length to a runway in the strategic facility and policy improvement section in the strategic development plan, we would look at, okay, what's the best way to add that 1,000 feet? Would it be to add 500 feet to the east end and then 500 feet to the west end, or 1,000 feet all at one end, or some other combination thereof? At the end of that strategic development plan task, we have what we think the future of the airport will look like from a development perspective, what we call the preferred alternative. Once we have that, that's used for the foundation for the rest of the planning phase that you see, where we develop the capital improvement program, which, as Jose said, is that kind of step by step. Here's what we need to do in the future to move our airport forward. Next slide. So these are the key policy and facility development objectives that came out of that data gathering process, but then also that first part of the analyze phase. The very first one all centers around, it's that first grouping of 4 bullet points that you see there, all kind of center around the need to be able to accommodate larger aircraft. Right now, due to the runway length, the airport is primarily being utilized by smaller aircraft and some twin-engine turboprop aircraft and some small jets. But to be able to attract the larger mid-sized to large corporate jets that are more indicative of commercial operations, cargo operations, et cetera, there were several things that we identified that were needed. A longer runway. We needed to establish instrument approach procedures, which are basically flight procedures that allow aircraft to land when the weather is poor. And there were several existing design challenges that needed to also be remedied. So those were some of the key drivers from the airside perspective, the runways and taxiways, and what we identified as needing to be incorporated into this plan. Also, we identified the need for additional hangar space, both T hangar space and box hangar space at the airport to be able to accommodate future aircraft there. And then from a policy and a marketing perspective, we identified a number of different things. One, building a social media presence for the airport. One of the things that we've seen kind of in planning work across the board is that pilots are very active typically in online social media groups, and whether it's Facebook or Social Flight or some other platform that they're using, they stay connected and they find out what's going on and they plan events to go to together. And it's how they many times gather information about what's going on at an airport. And so building a social media presence was something that was key, that was identified. And then another part of it was developing what we call airport governing documents. There's the 2 most standard documents that you see on this, or the ones you see on the screen there, airport rules and regulations, which are basically kind of your standard safety, security, and conduct rules for an airport, as well as minimum standards, which are more for commercial businesses and their development and making sure certain levels of service, insurance, et cetera, are met at an airport. So those were the key development objectives from both a policy and an infrastructure perspective. Next slide, please. So the next thing I wanted to walk you through is the alternatives process. Now, you may remember we presented back in November the alternatives that had been developed and actually presented the preferred alternatives to you. So some of what you see in this slide and then the following couple slides are going to be things that that you may remember and having seen before. So the alternatives process is where we take those development objectives that I just showed you, and then we start figuring out, okay, what's the best way to meet these objectives as far as planning the future infrastructure of the airport. And so in step 1, we'll develop some initial alternatives and review those, and then do a series of public outreach events where we will gather feedback from a small steering committee first, and then the public at large about here's the various alternatives, which ones do you think serve the airport best going forward. And then ultimately the goal of that is, once we have that feedback, is to select the preferred development alternative, which is the one that's used for building the CIP. Next slide, please. The alternatives are done in 2 primary areas. Airside alternatives, which are runway, taxiway development alternatives, also focuses on the airspace around the airport and the instrument approaches that you heard me mention earlier, as well as the terminal landside area. That's where we look primarily at hangars, at the apron areas, landside access into the airport, such as roadways, and then roadways to navigate to various airport facilities, et cetera. So next slide, please. So what you see on the screen now was the preferred airside alternative that was decided on when we presented this back in November. I'll just touch on a couple of the highlights of this plan. So the probably the key thing in this airside alternative is the existing runway 826, which is the one that you see there kind of going from the left to the right on the bottom of the screen, is extended in this alternative to 5,500 feet. That's going to allow you to be able to serve some of those larger corporate jets, mid-sized corporate jets that would use your airport. It also includes the establishment of instrument approach procedures for each end of the runway, which allow your airport to be used, like I'd mentioned before, when the weather is poor. It also includes a slight shift in the runway, where we're actually moving it about 280 feet to the west to provide a little bit more clearance there between the end of the runway and Fabens Road and the development that's up there at the intersection of I-10 and in Fabens Road as well. Ultimately, one thing that this alternative also includes is the protection for a crosswind runway, which is the runway you see kind of going more towards the top and bottom of the page. If you remember, this is a runway that will probably not be needed in the near term, but for long-term planning purposes, we want to consider its development and reserve space for it from a planning perspective to make sure that it's accounted for in the development that we do complete near term. Next slide, please. This alternative was the preferred terminal landside alternative. So the red shapes that you see are proposed hangars. The yellow that you see is proposed vehicle parking lots. The purplish color that you see is proposed aircraft apron space. And then the green is proposed roadway space. So this alternative provides you with the potential to develop 8 box hangars that are in the general area where the existing hangar is and where your immediate access is off of Fabens Road into the airport. And then on the opposite side of what was previously runway 1634, it allows for the development of 5 T hangars. Over there are 5 sets of T hangars, I should say, that'll actually give you a total of 44 T hangar spaces over there as well. The reason this alternative was the one ultimately selected is because your the companies, the organizations that tend to use the box hangars tend to be the ones that have larger deliveries and things that need to come in. So we wanted to make sure that the box hangars were provided with the best roadway access to be able to get in and out of the airport easily. Next slide, please. So with that as a foundation, with those preferred alternatives selected, we use that as the basis for developing the capital improvement program. Like Jose mentioned, the way we do this when we develop a capital improvement program is we break it down kind of into priorities based on time frame. So what needs to be done near term, what's more of that midterm 6 to 10 years away, and then what's really a long-term thing that, again, we want to plan for, but it's not something that we probably need to take action on immediately. The short-term priorities for the airport replace the existing fuel farm. It's an older facility and only has avgas or 100 low lead fuel that's used by small piston aircraft, and so eventually are needing to upgrade that to a newer system that also provides jet fuel is something that's critical. Installing an AWAS system, that's a weather observation system for the airport that gathers weather information and reports it to pilots, was something that was identified as a short-term, near-term priority. Having that, one, improves pilots' ability to be able to operate at your airport safely, but it also allows you to collect better weather data about the airport so it can help inform decisions going forward about different infrastructure needs at the airport. Land acquisition for the runway extension, obviously that's something, extending a runway something that takes time. And so beginning the process of acquiring land that's needed for that. And then, of course, the apron and hangar developments that were talked about earlier were a critical thing. And I do want to take a moment before I go farther to really applaud your all staff for their work. While we were in the process of finalizing the CIP, they were already starting to think about how to move forward with these items and how to make some of these short-term priorities, how to make them a reality and getting them moving forward. And so really applaud their effort in that area. Midterm priorities would be actually extending the runway, establishing the instrument approaches to the existing runway, and then doing additional apron and hangar expansion. And then the long-term priority, as I mentioned, would be to ultimately develop that crosswind runway. With that, next slide, please. I'll take any questions that you may have.
Nathan, thank you for recognizing our incredible team. We know that, but thank you for recognizing. We always feel so good when they're involved. Wanted to ask you a question. Is there a way that when you look at some of the things that you want to do, such as larger runway and instrument approach needed, and several design challenges to be needed, and the hangar, of course, is the other one. Is there a way to understand what the market bears? What's the demand out there? And if we do X, what's the potential of the usage? Will there be any connection to, what we're missing out, or what we could bring into Fabens if we did these changes? Will there be some information to allow us to understand the impact or the return on our investment?
It's a complex question, so I'll try to kind of break it apart into various components. So from like a hangar demand perspective, I'll talk about that first. There's a number of different things that you can look at to kind of gauge whether a certain facility is needed now or needed later on. One thing that we always recommend is that, airports keep track of when they get calls for, I'm interested in developing a hangar at the airport, or I'm interested in renting a hangar at the airport. Documenting that interest can be a good tool to help understand what the market is interested in, or what their interest in your airport is. You can also, when you get more to the larger aircraft, corporate aircraft, one of the things that I always recommend is really staying in tune with your Chamber of Commerce, your economic development folks, because they're the ones that usually are really tied in with businesses or prospective businesses and knowing what their needs are. Because we've seen it before where, a particular let's call it a company is going to, interested in moving somewhere or interested in developing somewhere. And the airport is one of the things that they care about, and what can it do and what capabilities does it have. And so kind of documenting that interest is a good foundational way to understand it from a hangar development standpoint, what you need to be able to support what demand is in the area. Moving more towards the airside facilities and focusing on that, there's a couple different things that you can do. Again, kind of going more towards the corporate side, staying tuned in with economic development, the Chamber of Commerce, to understand, who's using, what business aircraft are already using the community, and whether there's the potential for certain improvements to actually help them use Fabens, maybe as opposed to another airport, is something that we've seen. I was on staff in San Antonio for a number of years at the airport, and one of the things when they extended the runway at the GA airport there is they would get letters of support from local businesses saying, we fly in, but if you make this improvement at the airport, then I'll go use this airport because of that improvement. It'll enable us to use it. So that's something that you can use to help kind of gauge the demand for some of those aeronautical improvements. Some of the others are a little bit more cut and dried, such as the need to establish instrument approaches. That's becoming something that's just more of kind of an industry standard. Pilots expect it when they go into airports because it provides them I won't say a guarantee, but a higher level of comfort that they'll be able to use the airport if something happens with the weather while they're in flight and the weather conditions change. The existing design deficiencies, those are ones that are more driven by FAA standards and the need to be able to resolve certain challenges that you ultimately want to be able to improve, to be able to enable you to have future growth and development at the airport. So I hope that answers your question, Judge. I know that was probably a long-winded answer there.
No, that does. And, you know, we understand the research component to it and aerospace and the partnerships. And we also understand, I mean, we have a really competitive situation that by having Santa Teresa, and my hopes would be that we would be able to understand what part of the market can we get, you know, where can we be competitive, what part of the market can we get by doing things different, but also attracting people to that site. I mean, there's been discussions about how it's part of our tourism, you know, smaller planes or even larger planes flying in there and being able to have access to that part of our world where our missions are and a lot of the historic attractions are at. So that was my, you know, how do we make it attractive? I love the fact that it's a combination of that research and some of the hangars being used for research and so forth. But I like the fact that it's going to be a full functioning airport at the same time. And I did speak to, you know, when I spoke to both our ex-president Natalicio and now Dr. Wilson, both were very interested in having that dynamics of having the potential for research, but also that it becomes very accessible, you know, that we could use it for corporations to fly in. As we develop more and more in that part of the world, we want to make sure that the accessibility and the potential of its usage is there. So that's what I was interested in, just, you know, how do we see ourselves in the market? You know, how would we compete? And I don't mean the word compete as in competition kind of, but that we would be at a point where it would be valuable for planes to fly into Fabens that normally might fly into Santa Teresa. And I know there's certain fee situations and structures that we need to address, and some legislative issues that we have to work with as well. So I was just very interested in that dynamic. But Nathan, thank you very much for the presentation.
Sure, thank you.
Jose?
Yes, Judge, I wanted to just add to Nathan's response. We've begun compiling that list, that very list of interested parties who have said, we'd love to fly into Fabens, but X. And that allows us to take the technical data that has been produced by this report and then marry it with real world situation and demand, and then come up with a solution moving forward that allows us to really target our investment for infrastructure. And so if we were faced with a decision to extend the runway or begin to offer a new type of fuel, for example, you know, where do we, and we only had the funding to choose one, where do we make that investment, right? Are there opportunities to increase flight and activity with one over the other? So we have begun to compile that. I think with the completion of this document, we'll have even more buzz around about people now knowing that the county is seriously committed to the ever expanding activity at the airport that really goes beyond the aerospace research that is ongoing right now. We hope to expand with our partners at UTEP, but also start to look at more general aviation activity that just allows us to have a really multi-functioning and very busy airport out in Fabens.
What was that the sound of an airplane coming in, or that?
Must have been, yes, sir.
I heard some noise back there. Yeah, Jose, I want to thank you. Let me give you a benchmark that's real easy to, that way you know where you're at. Dr. Wilson has a hangar at Santa Teresa. And I tell
Yes, sir.
her,
We hope to
one
make
day
solutions
we'll
to
have
our
a
first
hangar
tenants.
for you. A little bit more reasonable, but we'll have a hangar someday. So I want that to be our benchmark, because I reminded her that UTEP is in Texas, El Paso County. So anyway, thank you for that, Jose. Thank you, Nathan. Really looking forward to it. I think everybody in Commissioners Court, Betsy, Andrea, Jose, we all know this is a great project, and it's going to place us a little better on the map by having all the facilities and everything you guys have discussed. And it's starting to look like, reality, as Jose said, as things begin to develop and there's interest. Communities beginning to understand that it's real, and they're taking it serious, and I think that's where we're at a great place right now.
Thank you.
Thank you, Nathan.
Thank you.
Item number 21, discuss and take appropriate action regarding the request from the Village of Vinton to participate in local match required for design services for the Valley Chili Road reconstruction project.
Good afternoon, Judge and Commissioners. Jose Alneros, the Planning and Development Department. This item is coming before you because this is a request that our staff received from the Village of Vinton. We did send out a highlight on this at the end of June, informing the court that this item would be coming forward. The county has agreed to participate in the construction phase of the reconstruction of Valley Chili Road, which is a road in precinct number 4 that intersects with Doniphan and the Gateway Boulevard. It is the boundary between the Village of Vinton and the town of Anthony, and it is near the Great American Steakhouse that is right off of I-10 in that part of the county. The road is primarily used for industrial activity, which is why the village is wanting to reconstruct it, because it has met its useful life and is in need of severe reconstruction. So it will be a complete reconstruction and rehabilitation of the roadway. The county had agreed to partner in the construction of this during the last submission of projects to the El Paso MPO. There were no design funds that were made available. The regional mobility strategy that the MPO recently adopted and is guiding a lot of the decision making in terms of transportation investment in the region at the moment identifies this as a critical and a project of regional significance, primarily because of its connectivity to 2 state highways. You have Doniphan and then the access roads for Interstate 10. So the MPO has made about $1 million available for the design of this facility. And at this point, the Village of Vinton is asking if the county would have an interest in partnering with them to cover the cost, the local match requirement of that project. The village anticipates utilizing the Comunidad Regional Mobility Authority, or the RMA, to manage the design of that project and oversee the construction once the project actually begins. So this project has been accelerated from the outer years where it was to 2023 and 2022, and the funds for design have to be there has to be a contract in place. This project has to let in fiscal year 20. So before next month, the village just have to move forward with it. That's not to say that the county's financial contribution has to be made available before the end of the fiscal year. If the court decided it wanted to participate, it could identify the funding in the FY21 budget, or it potentially could. We could ask the RMA if there were bond proceeds available that might be able to cover the cost of this project. To give you an idea of what that cost is, it's roughly half of $75,000. The $75,000 is the local match for the $1 million design fund. And so the village is requesting any participation from the county. So half is just a suggestion. It doesn't necessarily mean that that should be the amount that the county commits to if it wanted to fund anything with the village. So we would ask for the court's direction on whether you did want to pursue some type of funding agreement with the village, and then have the judge send over a letter of commitment that would need to be reviewed by legal before getting sent out. But if that was the direction the court wanted to go, that was the requested action. So I'm available to answer any questions that you all may have regarding the project and some of the timelines associated with it.
Judge?
Yes, sir, Commissioner Robinson.
I think this is a great partnership between the county and the village of Vinton, in that they are not asking for us to just pay the whole bill, but they're going to participate in it as well. And in that is a project that went through the MPO and it accelerated. It's a vital link to I-10. I think as a minimum, I would like to ask that we go 50-50 on the project with the city of Vinton.
Thank you, Commissioner Robinson. Betsy, what do we need here to?
If the judge, if you and the members of the court are interested in the county matching at the 50% rate, we would need you to direct us to either secure funding, as Jose mentioned, to see if there's any funding through the RMA or through the bond proceeds, or to allocate county funding for the match. Correct, Jose?
Yes, that's right. And the funding, I think in terms of priority to minimize impact to the county's general fund, would be to first evaluate the BRF bond proceeds that are managed by the RMA. And if funding is available there, we can send a letter of commitment stating that would be the funding source. If not, then we can come back to the court and then potentially ask for the court to appropriate the funds in the FY21 budget in the amount that's approximately going to be $38,000, because it's roughly half of the $75,000 to $76,000. So we would come back with the exact figure, and we would need an interlocal agreement to formalize that later. But I think what the village is looking for at this point is just to measure if the county wants to participate with them along the design of this project.
Thank you. What do you recommend, Betsy? I know Commissioner Robinson wants that support, but what do you recommend, Betsy, that we do at this point?
I definitely recommend that we evaluate that funding source. Obviously, if there were bond proceeds from the VRF funds that are managed by the RMA, it's much easier to meet the support requirements, especially in light of where we're at in the FY21 budget formation and the economic uncertainties we are expecting in the upcoming budget. So that if the court is interested in partnering in doing this project, that's what we'd ask, is you'd allow us to go evaluate that. Sometimes there are funds available from either projects that come in under budget or interest, or various methods. So I would ask that you allow us to go evaluate that and bring it back if you were interested. It is a way to get a major project done with a small partnership from the county.
I think we're interested. We just need to have more information for the funding source and all that. So I don't know, the commissioners would agree just to bring it back, but with a little bit more information as to the funding.
Sure.
Okay.
Yes, Judge, we'll work on that, and we'll we can bring that back.
Just a second, Jose, Commissioner Robinson, go ahead.
Our deadline, when is our deadline again?
The village does need to let the project by the end of August. But again, they're the primary sponsor agency for this project. So even if the county decides not to participate in any way or in any amount, the village is still on the hook, so to speak, for the full amount. So we're not necessarily tied to that timeline, but I do think that the village would like to know if the county does have an interest in terms of their budget preparation so that they know what they have to budget for in FY21.
Well, Judge, I think that we need to make every effort to to support the city of Vinton in this regard.
So you're just looking for direction. Okay.
It's not unprecedented that we've partnered with municipalities before. I mean, we partnered with the city of Socorro on Nuevo Hueco tanks. We partnered with the city of Horizon on East Lake. I mean, right. Well, so, I mean, I don't know if the criteria is for the same, but I mean, that was entirely, correct me if I'm wrong, Nuevo Hueco tanks was entirely within the city limits of Socorro.
Yes, that's right. Yeah, we have partnered with both those municipalities and funded large and small amounts in each of those different projects. So I think at this point, this just falls in line with those requests. And I do anticipate there being funding available in the VRF, especially for such a small amount. But I don't have that formally concurred with by the Regional Mobility Authority. So I would hate to say we did, and it turns out that we do not. So I think.
How soon can we get that, Jose?
We should be able to, get that within, a couple of days and put that on the, get that identified and have that on for next week.
I think that would be ideal. Judge, if you all would allow us, we can bring this back quickly to get the court to commit to the project using that funding. I am confident that, as Jose mentioned, that there will be that small amount of funding available through the VRF funds. And again, it is a way for us to partner and leverage to get a major roadway, a major project done in the county with very little match from the county. So if the court would allow, we will bring this back as soon as possible once we provide that funding availability.
Okay, please do.
Yeah,
yes, sir.
I agree. Thanks. That'd be great, Betsy. Thank you.
Okay, so there will be no action for item number 21. Item number 22, pursuant to Texas Local Government Code Section 232.023, approve and authorize acceptance, filing, and recording of the Baba Unit 1 Subdivision plat pending the legal approval of the subdivision construction agreement.
Good afternoon, Judge and Commissioners. Jose Landeros, the Planning and Development Department. This plat approval is on regular agenda. They're typically under consent because they're more a ministerial review, but there was one outstanding issue that we wanted to apprise the court of on this one. The developer had requested that the county maintain a strictly commercial regional pond within the subdivision. And his position on that was that the amount of benefit, because they were exceeding the required capacity, would have benefited the county in stormwater mitigation efforts in the area. The developer did meet with Commissioner Perez, his office, as well as with Judge Samaniego about 2 weeks ago. And at that time, it was requested that we evaluate this in terms of the cost for maintenance. And that was a big component, right, to just ensure that we evaluated what the cost would be and if there would be any direct benefit to the county. So after we coordinated internally within Public Works with our sister department, Infrastructure Services, it was determined that there is not at this point a direct benefit to the county. And so the plat approval that is before you this afternoon would be conditional on two things. The first one is, as is stated in the agenda language, to allow the subdivision construction agreement to be reviewed by legal and be executed. And the second condition would be that the plat reflect that all drainage infrastructure, including maintenance of the pond, will be a privately held matter and not necessarily, and not at all the responsibility of the county. And this is standard for most commercial developments. We had posted this to meet the deadline, unaware of whether we were still analyzing information as late as Friday afternoon after the agenda had been posted. So that's the only revision to the plat. Otherwise, the plat does meet all state and local requirements for approval. So with that, we would ask for the court's favorable consideration with those two caveats, and I'm available to take any questions that the court may have.
Thank you, Jose. Move to approve.
Second.
Judge, I had a quick question regarding the stormwater mitigation issue.
Go ahead, Commissioner.
Also, you said there was no county benefit in this particular area, I guess, and when you look at our stormwater plan as a whole, what was the reason that it just wasn't, was it just the location of this particular retention pond? Was it the cost? Was it the, do you have any more information as to why that determination was made?
Yes, sir, and I'll also ask Mr. Fernie Hernandez with infrastructure to elaborate if I miss anything, but what we really did look at was the cost of the improvements that were going to be proposed by the developer that were 100% that were above the requirement of the county, and this would be retaining their historic flow. When you have a piece of property that's undeveloped, there's obviously runoff that's generated by it being in its native state. And when you come in with a development, you generate more runoff, especially if you're going to have a lot of surface parking for vehicles, so hotels, car dealerships, that sort of thing. They often have high amounts of runoff that are generated. So what the developer was proposing here was to contain all of the historic flow in addition to the developed flow, even though they are allowed to discharge the historic flow. So their infrastructure only has to accommodate the new runoff that they generate and not necessarily what was there beforehand. But when we looked at the cost of sizing their facility to accommodate that historic flow versus the cost of maintenance that would have included, routinely visiting the site because of the topography and the type of sand that are in the area, the pond would be susceptible to a lot of sediment and silt accumulating within the pond that would have required significant attention. After only a few short years, the benefit would be directly to the developer and not necessarily to the county. So even though they are retaining slightly more runoff than what is required by our subdivision order, it still does not, in our recommendation, meet a benefit to the county that would warrant us expending public funds on the maintenance of the facility.
Okay, thank you.
Commissioner Perez?
Aye.
Commissioner Leon?
Aye.
Commissioner Stout?
Aye.
Commissioner Robinson?
Aye.
Judge Samaniego?
Jose, just thank you. It's almost counterintuitive. Just assume that there'd be a benefit. So thank you for clarifying that for us. Thank you. Aye.
Motion carries.
Thank you, Judge, Commissioners.
Thank you, Jose.
Item number 23. Approve and authorize the Parks and Recreation Department to cancel all scheduled special events that do not meet CDC safety guidelines for COVID-19 social gathering requirements for the rest of the calendar year.
Go ahead, Veronica.
Hi. Can you hear me?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Judge, Commissioners, Betsy. So due to the current state of the coronavirus pandemic here in El Paso, Texas, with the Parks and Recreation Department, we'd like to request permission to cancel all special events for the rest of the year. Should the conditions improve, and I'm thinking maybe when we go back to school, we can consider it once the kids are back in school and maybe things are better maybe in September or late September, we can talk about which programs that maybe we could continue to carry on Again, we would take into consideration best management practices and how the community, ensuring that we have enough staff, PPE, and that the community is following compliance with state and local directives that are in place. And I'll take any questions.
Commissioner Stout, what are your thoughts on that from your constituents? What do you think?
I'm fine with it. I think that we need to keep public health and public safety, as priorities, and I'm fine with it.
Okay, thank you.
Judge, I've got a question.
Commissioner Leon?
Yes, thank you, Judge. Veronica, how does that impact the stocking of the lake and people that go there for fishing purposes?
So people are still allowed to fish. People can go fishing. People can and still play golf. People can still use the parks, and we want to encourage it, especially July. July is Minority Mental Health Awareness Month, and so we really want to encourage the community to go out and bike and run and hike at their county parks. And so we are still open for fishing. However, they cannot use the picnic shelters or the playgrounds that are there at Escarate Park, but people are encouraged to go fishing, and Texas Parks and Wildlife has made some recent free fish drops.
Okay, so we will continue that into the near future.
Correct. We are just not, due to our economic challenges, we are not going to do any fish drops for the rest of this fiscal year.
Okay, so what you're saying is that the fishing might get a little scarce there?
No, Commissioner, if I can explain, Veronica, there's a difference. We do different types of fish drops, ones that the county pays for and ones that Texas Parks and Wildlife does. Texas Parks and Wildlife has committed to doing some, and I do believe they're doing some additional ones, but we reduced ours due to our budget cuts. Correct, Veronica?
Correct. Correct.
Okay,
yes,
thanks. So we'll have fewer county fish.
That's a good
Yeah,
way
they're
to...
the nicer looking ones.
Right.
Motion to approve?
Second.
Commissioner Perez,
Aye.
Commissioner Leon,
Aye.
Commissioner Stout,
Aye.
Commissioner Robinson,
Aye.
Judge Samaniego.
Aye.
Motion carries.
Thank you.
Thank you, Veronica.
Thank you.
Item number 24. Discuss and take appropriate action to delegate authority to the El Paso County Chief Administrator or designee to accept donations relating to the site preparation and construction of the El Paso County Community Healing Garden to be located in Escarate Park in amounts not to exceed $10,000 per donor, pursuant to Texas Local Government Code Section 81.032. The authority will be effective until the county accepts final completion of the project.
Good afternoon, Judge, Commissioners. Norma Rivera Palacios with the Public Works Department. Just as it was mentioned this morning, there are various area businesses who are interested in donating for the construction of the Healing Garden. If approved, this item will allow Public Works to consider all types of donations. Donations will be approved by the Chief Administrator. A review of all donations will be conducted to ensure there is no conflict of interest for the county. And if the amount exceeds the $10,000, we will be bringing back an agenda item for the court's consideration. Were you requesting your favorable consideration of this item?
Thank you. Move to approve.
Second.
Commissioner Perez,
Aye.
Commissioner Leon,
Aye.
Commissioner Stout,
Aye.
Commissioner Robinson,
Aye.
and Judge Samaniego.
Aye.
Motion carries. Item number 25, approve and authorize the Executive Director of the Public Works Department to accept donations of food, non-alcoholic beverages, decorations, and other consumables in support of the August 2nd, 2020 El Paso County Community Healing Garden groundbreaking event pursuant to Texas Local Government Code Section 81.032. These items are to be used or consumed on August 2nd, 2020.
Good afternoon, Judge Commissioners. Norma Rivera Palacios with the Public Works Department. This is strictly for the event, the groundbreaking event that will be held on August the 2nd. This item will allow Public Works to accept donations to be used for that event only. We're requesting your favorable consideration of this item. And I'll be glad to answer any questions that the court might have.
Second.
I'm sorry, who made the motion?
Commissioner Leon.
Thank you. Commissioner Perez?
Aye.
Commissioner Leon?
Aye, but I apologize, Norma. I didn't mean to cut you off. The speech portion of it had stopped. I thought you had stopped, so my apologies.
It's fine, sir. Thank you.
Commissioner Stout?
Aye.
Commissioner Robinson?
Aye.
Judge Samaniego?
Aye.
Motion carries.
Thank you, Judge Commissioners. You all stay safe.
Thank you, Norma. Likewise. I understand your crews are already out there, right?
Yes, sir. Everybody's out there already.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. You all have a good evening.
Thank you, Norma.
Item number 27, Budget and Finance. Approve amendment number 40 to the County of El Paso's 2019 through 2020 operating budget. This budgetary amendment will increase grants by $9,027, thus increasing the overall budget of $516,268,123.14 to $516,277,150.14.
Good afternoon, Judge Commissioners. Wally Hargrove from the Office of Budget and Fiscal Policy. Your highlights included this week's budget amendment and the backup. There are no COVID-related portions in this week's amendment. If there are no questions, would ask for your favorable consideration.
Move to approve.
Second.
Second.
Commissioner Perez?
Aye.
Commissioner Leon?
Aye.
Commissioner Stout?
Aye.
Commissioner Robinson?
Aye.
Judge Samaniego?
Aye.
Motion carries.
Thank you very much, everyone. Please stay safe.
Likewise, Wally, thank you.
This now brings us to item number 28, executive session. Commissioners Court will now recess into executive session to discuss items 28A and 28B pursuant to Texas Government Code Section 551.071. Commissioners Court will reconvene to take official action.
Hi, this is County Judge Samaniego. The 2020 census count is incredibly important for El Paso. It helps our school, healthcare, food and housing programs get the money they need.
This is County Commissioner Vince Bettis for Precinct 3. With your participation, the programs that support affordable housing, public education, and affordable health care can receive the funding they deserve.
This is Commissioner Carl L. Robinson, Precinct 4. Without you, these programs could not be successful.
This is Commissioner David Stout. Participate online, by phone, or by mail. Everyone in El Paso County must be counted, even children and babies. Your responses are safe and required by law to be kept confidential.
Hi, this is Commissioner Carlos Leon from Precinct 1. Let's come together and fill out those 2020 census. Together and fearless, we count.
The County of El Paso Public Works Department is offering sandbags at no cost or requirements to the public. The sandbags are outside of the facilities and are available 24 hours a day. The location of the county facilities are the following: the Road and Bridge Fabens Warehouse, located at 1331 North Fabens Street in Fabens, Texas, 79838. The Road and Bridge Canutillo Warehouse, located at 191 Canutillo Avenue in Canutillo, Texas, 79835. And the Road and Bridge Montana Warehouse, located at 14698 Van Lane, El Paso, Texas, 79938. Don't wait in line, pay online. Visit the Financial Recovery Division website at http://www.epcounty.com/budget/financialrecovery.htm to make your payments online or find out more about our kiosk locations. We now accept payments on misdemeanor, felony, and justice of the peace cases.
You can now watch Commissioners Court meetings on YouTube. Go to youtube.com and search for El Paso County Commissioners or El Paso County, Texas. Subscribe to our channels to see our latest videos.
Did you know the County of El Paso's Purchasing Department is responsible for ensuring that all items and services
Okay, go ahead, we are up.
Commissioners Court has reconvened into regular open session. Judge, at this time, we have completed all the items on today's agenda.
Thank you, Jessica. Just before I forget, and I apologize, I wanted to thank Dana Shear she worked over the weekend on the JR contract to make sure that we had it, and I had it in my notes. I was going to express my thanks to her and appreciation. So I hope, Christina, hope it's not too late, and hope that you convey that to Diana, because we know how difficult that was trying to get it in on time, all the details, working on the weekend to have it ready for the morning. So I wish I'd done it when we had more of an audience and some of legal as well. So my really thanks to Diana for all that work over the weekend and making it happen. So please convey that, Christina, please.
Yes,
Thank
sir.
you.
I will. Thank
And
you. Thank you, Judge, for.
The best of to everyone here. Tough week coming up on a lot of different dimensions, but thank you for everything that you do. And you guys everybody have a great weekend. Our staff, Jessica and Miguel and Alexis, everyone, thank you for what you do to make these virtual appearances, be the way they are, as productive as they are, and all the details that come into play. Thank you very much. Have a great week.
Have a great week, everybody.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Betsy. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
This concludes Commissioners Court at 4:36 p.m.
At telephone number 915-546-2048.